Chapter 835. On this day, Fanjing finished listening to another elder's public lecture and was on his way back, but was stopped by a disciple called Shihong. "Elder Fanjing," Shihong greeted first. Fanjing returned the greeting, feeling slightly embarrassed. Because this elite disciple, Shihong, was older than Fanjing, and was a senior brother several generations above Fanjing. "I would like to ask Elder Fanjing, among the 4 entrance questions of the Refinement Path Convention, one of them is to refine Earth Treasury flower goo. And to refine this goo, the third last step is to use upstream grass and Zen lion mane, as well as a goo refinement method. But I keep failing at this step. I don't know what the correct goo refinement method is." This? Fanjing was stunned, his tone hesitant. He cultivated enslavement path and controlled flying cranes. His battle strength could be said to be outstanding among mortal goo masters. But he had no understanding of refinement path. Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenshura secretly transmitted the answer to him. Fanjing answered, "This goo refinement method is called one after another hand. Its goal is to twist every upstream grass and every Zen lion mane together. To refine Earth Treasury flower goo, you need to weave 100 grass hairs within 30 breaths of time. Once this time is exceeded, the goo refinement flame will burn these grass and hairs. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, the goo refinement will easily fail." Fanjing repeated Master Tenshura's words, becoming more and more composed as he spoke. After saying this, he continued to talk about how to practice the goo refinement method one after another hands. Shihong's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat startled as he quickly thanked. "Many thanks to Elder Fanjing for your guidance. I have benefited greatly. Is there anything else you don't understand?" Fanjing smiled. He had gotten a kick out of being a teacher. "No more. That's all. Disciple will take his leave." Shihong bowed and said goodbye. After the two separated, Fanjing walked for a while, but he suddenly slowed down. He frowned. "This Shihong doesn't seem like he's here to learn from me. It seems like he's here to make things difficult for me. Hee, you can see it now." "Not bad, not bad." Master Tenshura grinned. "Shifu," Fanjing cried out inwardly. "So you already knew?" "Nonsense, your background is very easy to find out. Your age is there. Everyone knows that you have never cultivated refinement path. Yet, Shihong purposely came to ask such an obscure question. If you're not deliberately making things difficult for me, then what is it?" Master Tenshura paused and asked Fanjing, "Do you know why he made things difficult for you?" "Why?" Fanjing was baffled. Master Tenshura laughed heartily and explained, "It's because Shihong likes the female disciple, Yu. Yu was Elder Yan Tang's daughter. Elder Yan Tang was alone. He was ostracized in Crane Gate. He did not have a good time. He intends to betroth his daughter to you, to form a faction and form an alliance with the youngest elder in immortal Crane sex history. Otherwise, why would he keep inviting you for drinks? He even purposely arranged it. Let his daughter sit with you." "Ah!" Fanjing exclaimed as he came to a realization. Yu's beauty involuntarily surfaced in his mind as she sat beside him. Sitting beside him, she passionately took food for him. She even repeatedly toasted Fanjing. After a few sips of wine, her face was flushed. She was beautiful. "You remember now? Do you remember now?" "Ha! Silly boy!" Master Tenshura was very happy to see Fanjing stunned on the spot. He had the spirit of gossiping, regardless of gender, age, or life or death. Fanjing sighed helplessly. He shook his head and said in annoyance, "Scheming and benefits, I really don't like it. From now on, if Elder Yan Tang invites me again, I will reject him. I am an elder anyway. I have the same rank as him. It is not a big deal to reject him." "Silly boy, which organization in this world is not maintained by benefits? There is true love, but it is because it is rare that it is precious." Master Tenshura sighed. "Don't avoid this. I advise you not to reject Elder Yan Tang's invitation. Even if you don't marry his daughter, don't ruin your relationship with Elder Yan Tang. Because right now, you are even more isolated than Elder Yan Tang." "Let's not talk about this, Master. I just mentioned the Refinement Path Convention. Recently, be it disciples or elders, they are all discussing it. What is this Refinement Path Convention? Fangjing purposely changed the topic. You better ask me this question, don't ask anyone else. Otherwise, they will look at you like you are an idiot. I will tell you in detail. This Refinement Path Convention is not ordinary, it is a grand event that happens once every 100 years in Central Continent. That is to say, without any lifespan extension methods, most Gu masters can only participate once in their lives. Master Tenshiro answered. Fangjing spoke. Refinement Path Convention, is it a grand event for Refinement Path Gu masters? That is not the case. Gu master cultivation has three aspects: nurturing Gu, using Gu, and refining Gu. The Refinement Path Convention is not a grand event that only Refinement Path Gu masters can participate in. As long as you have skills in Gu refinement or have experience, you can participate in this grand event. Master Tenshiro continued. The scale of this grand event is unprecedented. It is definitely the #1 Refinement Path grand event in the world. Every Refinement Path Convention, hundreds of thousands of Gu masters will participate. They come from sects of all sizes in Central Continent. Even Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Plains Gu masters will appear. Southern Border. Fangjing's thoughts were evoked. He could not help but think of Qingmao Mountain. He then asked, Then what are the 4 major entrance exams that Shihong mentioned just now? Master Tenshiro said everything he knew. The so-called 4 entrance tests are equivalent to the qualifications to enter. Any Gu master, no matter who, will refine Gu in their cultivation. The Refinement Path Convention has great rewards. It attracts countless Gu masters to participate. If there were no checkpoints, then there would be too many people trying their luck just to make up the numbers. Thus, there are 4 entrance tests to choose the truly outstanding Gu masters with Refinement Path attainment. That is to say, to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, one has to complete these 4 entrance tests. Fangjing realized. Master Tenshiro laughed. Actually, these 4 questions test the basic skills of Gu refinement. Gu masters with some experience can usually pass them. Fangjing was shocked. Master, I can't pass them. No problem, under my guidance, you can also succeed. You can also succeed if you crazily train during this period, Lord Sky Crane said. Is that so? Then wouldn't I be able to broaden my horizons? Fangjing was overjoyed. Central Continent. 5 Virtues Mountain. There was a huge crowd that flowed like a river. It surrounded 5 Virtues Mountain. 5 Virtues Mountain was not tall. It was located in the eastern part of Central Continent. It was the territory of a mid-sized sect, 5 Virtues Sect. Within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, the 5 Virtues Sect could be considered a major power. Especially because of its deep background, the current sect leader of 5 Virtues Sect was an elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Heavenly Lotus Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was a super force. Thus, although 5 Virtues Sect had not been established for long, its development was smooth. The surrounding veteran forces did not dare to suppress it. Fan Yuan was disguised as a mortal Gu master. Right now, he was mixed in the crowd, slowly walking towards 5 Virtues Mountain from the foot of the mountain. He wore a black robe. He was neither tall nor short, either fat nor thin. He wore a mask on his face and a rain hat on his head. The brim of the hat was very low, casting a shadow under the sunlight, even covering Fan Yuan's shoulders. But this attire was not eye-catching in the crowd. Many people were covering him. Even more than him. As the crowd slowly moved forward, Fan Yuan saw the entrance of 5 Virtues Sect. This tall archway had 16 huge pillars and was more than 300 feet wide. It was even taller than a 5-story building. The words 5 Virtues Sect were written on the door plaque, shining with golden light. Below the archway, there were 6 stone lions. It was extraordinarily mighty and imposing. After passing the entrance, there was a large path, with stairs paved with top-quality green jade stones. It was like a green river, leisurely climbing up 5 Virtues Mountain. Beside the large path, there were shady trees, verdant and verdant. Mountain winds blew from time to time, bringing a trace of coolness. The crowd rubbed shoulders with each other, people squeezed against each other, there were all kinds of people. Fan Yuan's gaze swept around. On his left, there was a group of long-haired female Gu masters, wearing the same flowery dress. They should be from the same sect. On his right, there was a white-clothed young master, fanning himself with a folding fan and riding a leopard, his eyes constantly glancing at the group of female Gu masters. On his left, there was a master and disciple, wearing shabby clothes, talking to each other. "Master, there are so many people!" The disciple sighed. The master chuckled. "There are too many people, don't get separated." "Good disciple, your refinement path talent is very high, this is your chance to soar in the world. It is not difficult for you to pass the 4 entry questions, but you must get a good ranking. Only then will others look at you in a different light, and fight to recruit you." The disciple smiled proudly. "Master, don't worry. This time, I will definitely get first place. The reward for getting first place will be a Gu worm to treat your illness." The master was about to speak, but suddenly, a huge force came from behind. The master was pushed to the ground, and the disciple cried out in shock, hurrying to support him. "Move aside! Move aside!" A group of tall and strong men walked over with an arrogant aura. Behind them, an old Gu master with a sinister gaze was leisurely sitting on a recliner, being carried by 4 people. "Flying Frost Sect's first elder, Lord Han, has arrived! Hurry and make way!" The man leading the way shouted. "Let's go, Flying Frost Sect's people are here. We can't afford to offend them. Flying Frost Sect's first elder is coming with great momentum. They are trying to regain their face from 5 Virtues Sect." "That's right, last time, 5 Virtues Sect and Flying Frost Sect fought for the Spring Eye. In the end, 5 Virtues Sect barely won, while Flying Frost Sect suffered heavy losses." Everyone discussed, not wanting to offend Flying Frost Sect. They all moved aside. "Damn it, they are going too far!" The disciple helped his master up, gritting his teeth and wanting to argue. "Don't go." The master was an experienced person, quickly stopping his disciple. "What kind of force is Flying Frost Sect?" In front of Fan Yuan, a male Gu master asked his companion. After getting the answer, the Gu master sneered in disdain. "Humph, the whole sect only has 3 rank 5 Gu masters, they are only SOSO. The companion beside him quickly persuaded. "This is Central Continent, not Eastern Sea. A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory, it is better to avoid trouble." Forget it, forget it." The male Gu master thought about it, finally snorting coldly, not waiting for Flying Frost Sect's people to arrive, he squeezed into the crowd on the right. "What's wrong with you, are you blind? Move aside, move aside!" The strong man arrived behind Fan Yuan and shouted angrily, trying to drive him away. Fan Yuan did not turn around, turning a deaf ear to him. The strong man showed anger on his face, but his expression immediately changed. "Rank 5 cultivation?" Fan Yuan was disguised as a rank 5 Gu master, he intentionally leaked a trace of his aura. The strong men were bewildered, quickly retracting their hands. On the bamboo chair, Flying Frost Sect's first elder, and Han, sat up straight, staring at Fan Yuan's back. "Rank 5 aura, it's real! Such a disguise, he is either a lone cultivator or a demonic Gu master." And Han squinted, waving his hand as he ordered. "Still not moving to the front?" The men hurriedly accepted the order and turned around, avoiding Fan Yuan and moving forward. In the mortal world, rank 5 was definitely a peak existence, the leader of a force. Even the sect leader of Crane Gate only had rank 5 cultivation. This group of people who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The young disciple and master merged into the crowd again. The young disciple looked at the back of Flying Frost Sect's people, feeling indignant. Next, he turned his curious, probing, and slightly worshipping gaze towards Fan Yuan. The white-clothed young master on the right kept his fan and got off the leopard. The group of female Gu masters in front purposely stopped, and many other Gu masters took the initiative to approach Fan Yuan, expressing their goodwill. Rank 5 Gu master, such a person, if they could befriend him, on the side of the road, the Five Virtues sect disciple in charge of maintaining order also sent a message. Quickly report, we discovered a rank 5 Gu master. Facing these people, Fan Yuan only said one word. Scram. His tone was calm, cold, and filled with ruthlessness. Everyone's expression changed. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Who would dare to pester him? The young disciple also hurriedly retracted his gaze. Fan Yuan retracted his aura again. The surroundings were empty. There was no one within 3 steps. Floating astronomy. Chapter 836. They followed the main road up the mountain and arrived at the mountainside. A wide platform had been opened up here, and 3 large words were carved on the mountain wall. Disciple Selection Platform. Presumably it was the place where the aptitude of the new disciples would be tested every year, and then the elders would choose the new disciples. But now, the place had been roughly remodeled. There was a simple Gu formation on the floor, separating the areas. Each piece was labeled with a number. Every once in a while, the people in front would move a little. On both sides of the road, there were disciples of the Five Virtues sect handing out number plates. Fan Yuan received a number plate with the number 63 on it. He walked up to the disciple selection platform, found the 63rd position, and sat cross-legged on the floor tiles. A moment later, the people in the square sat down. A Five Virtues sect elder announced loudly. This year's Refinement Path Convention has 4 entry questions. Begin! At the next moment, the hundreds of Gu masters on the disciple selection stage made their moves, displaying their abilities. Some of them had a ball of flame in their palms. This was the fire refinement technique. Some of them spat out clouds of smoke from their mouths. This was the smoke refinement technique. Some released several ice snakes. The ice snakes raised their heads and spat out cold air. This was ice refinement. On the other hand, a few tens of specks of starlight fluttered about in Fan Yuan's hand, and they were like a group of azure fireflies that coiled and flew about. According to the order, Fan Yuan put in the Gu refinement materials. After a quarter of an hour, he finished all the questions and stood up. So fast! The Five Virtues sect elder in charge of the scene had already known of Fan Yuan's rank 5 Gu master identity, and had been paying attention to him. Even so, when Fan Yuan stood up, the elder still had a look of surprise on his face. The speed at which Fan Yuan completed the task was simply too fast. He didn't make a single mistake. His technique was extremely proficient. What? Someone's already done it? Fan Yuan's action was shocking. This attracted the attention of many Gu masters refining Gu. It's that mysterious rank 5 Gu master. The old master stood outside and saw Fan Yuan. His pupils constricted slightly, and then he cast a worried gaze towards his disciple, praying in his heart. My good disciple, you can't be distracted because of this and be disturbed. Thankfully, his young disciple was focused on refining Gu and did not notice Fan Yuan's movements. Fan Yuan walked up the platform. On the high platform, the Five Virtues sect elder immediately left his seat and personally inspected the 4 Gu worms in Fan Yuan's hands. There aren't any negative effects. It's like a well-fed Gu worm. Its condition is extremely stable. The elder of the Five Virtues sect was inwardly alarmed. After he finished inspecting, he cupped his hands towards Fan Yuan and warmly said, Darren, please go up the mountain this way. Fan Yuan nodded. He slowly walked away from the disciple selection platform. Impossible, right? Someone actually passed in less than a third of the time. Such powerful refinement path attainments. Outside the stage, the crowd discussed noisily. Even the Gu masters refining Gu inside the stage were stunned. There were also a few who were too shocked that their minds were shaken. This caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fan Yuan did not need to conceal his identity in this refinement path convention. He was also a Gu immortal. There was no need to hide. He started up the path up the mountain, and presently, after a while, a Five Virtues sect elder came up to greet him. Sir, please wait for a moment. The elder had just spoken when Fan Yuan waved his hand, interrupting him. I know why you are here. I have no such intentions. A mere Five Virtues sect cannot accommodate me. The elder was stunned, anger flashed on his face. He had come here with the sect leader's orders, to recruit Fan Yuan and invite him to become an external elder of the sect. In fact, Five Virtues Sect was one of the registration points for the Refinement Path Convention. It was to recruit talents. Originally, Fan Yuan's cultivation level was rank 5. Everyone in Five Virtues Sect was paying close attention to him. The Refinement Path attainment he displayed earlier even shocked the sect leader of Five Virtues Sect. How could he let go of such a talent? Thus, he ordered the elder to come forward and discuss. In the end, before this elder could state his intentions, he was rejected by Fan Yuan. This elder was very embarrassed after being rejected by Fan Yuan. "What else do you want?" Fan Yuan glanced at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple from anger. He snorted coldly. "Sir, you are actually looking down on my Five Virtues Sect. Aren't you being too arrogant? You want to duel with me?" Fan Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger froze. He looked at Fan Yuan deeply. Good, sir, you think highly of yourself. I am sure you will be able to obtain first place in the Refinement Path Convention. My Five Virtues Sect will wait and see." Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fan Yuan did not mind. He continued to move forward. Turning around a cliff, he saw Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the forest. It was emerald green and complemented the surrounding vegetation. Fan Yuan walked into the hall. There were countless tables and chairs in the hall. There were even elite disciples of Five Virtues Sect waiting for him. Seeing Fan Yuan appear, one of the disciples quickly went to greet him. "Senior, may I know your name, which sect, and which Gu Master path you cultivate?" Fan Yuan said solemnly. "My name is Fan Yuan, my sect is a secret, my main path is a secret." "Oh, all right, Senior, please pay 100 yuan stone as the registration fee. This fee will be used for..." Before this disciple finished speaking, Fan Yuan threw the prepared yuan stone over. The disciple caught it in a fluster, saying politely, "Please take a seat." After a while, Fan Yuan obtained a token. Fan Yuan's name was written on the token. Behind the token was a row of small words. Sect is a secret. Path is a secret. Register at Five Virtues Sect. At the end, there was still the registration time. "Senior, please keep this token well. If you lose it, please replace it as soon as possible, otherwise, you will not be able to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue up the mountain. There will be the first Gu Refinement competition in Fire Virtue Hall. Only by passing this competition will you be qualified to participate in the second round." This disciple explained patiently. Fan Yuan took the token and left Wood Virtue Hall. At this point, the registration was over. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects on the surface, but it was secretly supported by the Celestial Court. The Refinement Path Convention was of an unprecedented scale. There were hundreds of registration points all over Central Continent. Most of them were sects like Five Virtues Sect. They were quite strong. They were close to the 10 great ancient sects, or were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sections. Fan Yuan wanted to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. He had to refine Gu at any of these registration points. Only by passing the 4 introductory questions would he be qualified to register and obtain the token. Because there were many demonic path Gu masters participating in the Refinement Path Convention, there were even Gu masters from the other 4 regions. The registration was very casual. Their names could be casually mentioned, their paths and sects could not be mentioned. The main point was the token itself. There was also a group of special Gu masters. These people's sects or individuals had obtained a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention, thus they could directly participate in the Refinement Path Convention. For example, Hong Yi. This was the situation. His Universal Life Academy had obtained a low ranking in the Refinement Path Convention 100 years ago. This time, Universal Life Academy had 3 spots. They could participate in the Refinement Path Convention without taking the test. What was worth mentioning was that only Central Continent Gu Masters and Central Continent sects had this privilege. After all, this Refinement Path Convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, thus it was biased towards Central Continent itself. Of course, Crane Gate had a large number of free spots. but Fan Yuan was only a subordinate of Crane Gate. It was not easy to ask for this spot. Fan Yuan was in a different situation. A portion of the sect spots were given to disciples and elite disciples, while the other portion was given to the elders. Fan Jing became an elder of Crane Gate. He could not compete with the disciples for the spots. And his own refinement path attainment was very low, he could not compete with the elders. To participate in the refinement path convention, Crane Gate naturally had to give out spots to those Gu masters with deep refinement attainment who could uphold the reputation of Crane Gate. Thus, be it Fan Yuan or Fan Jing, they had to register themselves. Fan Yuan held the token. He walked up the mountain and entered Fire Virtue Hall. This was the first round of the Refinement Path Convention's competition. If their results were too bad, they would not be qualified to participate in the second round. Fan Yuan walked in and learned about the Gu refinement content of the first round. You have to refine the rank 1 Waterlight Gu within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. You have to refine at least 100 rank 1 Waterlight Gu to pass and enter the second round of the test. 150 will be rewarded with 5 kilograms of phantom flower petals. 180 will be rewarded with 6 basins of rootless water. 200 will be rewarded with 10 pieces of lightning strike wood. 240 will be third, 260 will be second, while 276 will be first. You will get a rank for Healing Gu, Green Shine Gu that is specialized in detoxification. Fan Yuan thought to himself. The difficulty of this first round of Gu refinement was much higher than the previous 4 entry questions. But it should not be difficult for most Gu masters. Because as long as they refined 100 Waterlight Gu, they would pass the round and obtain the qualifications to continue. But these rewards were very tempting to these Gu masters. The first was the rank 4 Green Shine Gu. Rank 4 Gu, it was a Gu that only the elders and clan elders of large forces, or even the leaders of small forces would have. To Fan Yuan, Green Shine Gu could be bought in the Jewel Yellow Skies group chat. Fan Yuan's level was too high, these rewards were not attractive to him at all. What made him interested was the challenge brought to him by the questions. The basic materials for Gu refinement have already been determined, they can be used for free. The Gu recipe for Waterlight Gu is also given, you can look at it casually. But even if I use my full strength and use the water refinement method, I can only refine 250 at most. This result can only rank third. But in 5 Virtue Sect, third place has already been taken away. This kind of question was about first come first serve. Once the first 3 places were taken away, no matter how good the later participants were, it would be useless. That is to say, for Fan Yuan to get on the board, he had to get second or first place. Actually, it is not impossible to get first place. First, I can add other precious materials to increase the production of Gu worms. Waterlight Gu is only a rank 1 Gu. If I use rank 2 or rank 3 Gu refinement materials, I can definitely increase the production. But I will have to pay for this myself. Secondly, I can modify the Gu recipe. I have a wisdom path inheritance. If I modify this rank 1 Gu recipe slightly, I can do it myself without wisdom Gu. But wouldn't this not be a challenge? The fun would also be gone. Maybe I can challenge the water and fire refinement method. Waterlight Gu is a water path Gu, it is usually refined with water or ice. But if I do the opposite and use fire refinement, there might be a miraculous effect. Chapter 837. Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he thought of a wonderful method. The Gu recipe had already been given, but Gu masters could use many methods to refine Gu. For example, fusing 2 materials and using fire to melt them was one method. Using water to melt them and mix them together was another method. Both methods were different, but they could achieve the same result. 30 minutes later, Fan Yuan's name was at first place. He had obtained Green Shine Gu. Fan Yuan had not practiced this water and fire refinement method much, but Waterlight Gu was too easy to refine. Even if Fan Yuan was not familiar with it, he managed to refine 177 Gu. It was one more than the standard for first place. Fan Yuan's outstanding performance made the sect leader of Five Virtues sect personally come over to greet him because of that elder's bad attitude. Next, this sect leader faintly showed the intention of recruiting him, but his tone was extremely tactful. Fan Yuan rejected him directly, but this sect leader was not angry. His attitude became even more polite, personally sending Fan Yuan out. Passers-by who saw this scene cast surprised gazes. Being able to get first place proved that his refinement path attainment was extraordinary. No matter what cultivation level, he would be passionately recruited by all the large forces. Just by relying on refinement path, Fan Yuan had a foundation in the mortal world. He would be able to eat and drink well almost everywhere he went. Not to mention that Fan Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. Thus, Five Virtues sect leader did not dare to offend Fan Yuan. His attitude was extremely polite. Evidently, this sect leader not only had a deep background, he also had sharp and accurate judgment, and was able to adapt to circumstances. It was no wonder he could single-handedly create a foundation like Five Virtues sect. But he would never have thought that Fan Yuan was an immortal. Compared to the vast number of mortals, there were still too few immortals. Five Virtues sect leader was worrying too much, according to Fan Yuan's personality. No matter how unpleasant that elder's words were, Fan Yuan would remain indifferent. As long as he did not obstruct his path of seeking eternal life. Whether it was insults or praises, they were just words. Fan Yuan would not take it to heart. There was still some time before the second match. After Fan Yuan left Five Virtues sect, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 1 day in Middle Continent was equivalent to 3 days and 2 nights in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, the thing you asked for before is here. I've already prepared it for you. As soon as Fan Yuan returned, the land spirit, Little Fox Fairy, appeared and brought him a piece of good news. Her face was filled with a "come and praise me" expression. Very good. Fan Yuan rubbed Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal was very happy. She smiled until her eyes narrowed. Fan Yuan asked the land spirit to prepare some mortal goo worms. Some were bought from jewel yellow skies, some were refined by the hairy men in the stone nests. Holding these mortal goo, Fan Yuan released a small amount of nebula. Nebula flew out of his mind and entered his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, Mo Yao's fake will was imprisoned. Fan Yuan? What will is this? Seeing the arrival of Fan Yuan's nebula, Mo Yao's fake will immediately felt something amiss. Fan Yuan's nebula smiled. Without saying anything, it pounced forward. Mo Yao's fake will could not dodge in time. The two wills collided and tangled together. Mo Yao's fake will screamed in shock. It wanted to escape, but it kept retreating. Where are you going? Fan Yuan sneered in his heart. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move, locking Mo Yao's fake will in place. Fan Yuan, you need to reconsider. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot restrain me. If we fall out, it will not benefit anyone. Mo Yao's fake will was locked in place and attacked by Fan Yuan's nebula, but it could still speak. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will flowed like water, suppressing Fan Yuan's nebula. It was about to turn back into human form. This showed that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's fake will had the upper hand. Its experience far surpassed Fan Yuan's. But Fan Yuan did not panic. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-pointed star drill, directly shattering Mo Yao's fake will. Fan Yuan's nebula took the chance to counterattack. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak anymore. It quickly fought and tried to maintain its position. But at this time, Fan Yuan's third killer move was used, forming a starlight whirlpool that hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will's control over the battle completely disappeared. It helplessly moved along with Fan Yuan's nebula, along with the starlight whirlpool. The two wills rapidly communicated. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments, but Fan Yuan's nebula learned about it. At the same time, Fan Yuan's nebula memories were also learned by Mo Yao's fake will. During the communication, Mo Yao screamed, Fan Yuan, you are too stupid! Too arrogant! At most, we will go our separate ways. Saying so, Mo Yao's fake will rapidly decreased. It actually attempted suicide. It was trying to destroy itself. Fan Yuan chuckled. He had already calculated this move. With a thought, a starlight pillar descended from the sky, shining on the starlight whirlpool. In the whirlpool, Mo Yao's fake will took the initiative to commit suicide. The fake will continued to decrease. But under the starlight, the fake will continued to be produced. Even Fan Yuan's nebula took the initiative to transform into fake will. It actually replenished the past. Mo Yao's fake will could not grow. It maintained a certain size. It could not even commit suicide. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had admitted defeat and committed suicide before, I could only watch. I could not do anything. But now if I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, you cannot die even if you want to. Obediently spit out everything you know. Fan Yuan laughed brightly. Mo Yao's fake will was like dead ashes. Fan Yuan actually grasped the method to subdue her so quickly. This was far out of her expectations. This way, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she no longer had any value. She was clear that she had no chance of surviving. Like what Fan Yuan said, if it were before, she would have committed suicide immediately. Fan Yuan would not have gotten anything. But in this world, as long as it existed, it had the instinct to survive. Even an ant wanted to live. As long as there was a trace of hope, even Mo Yao's will did not have the intention to commit suicide. A moment later, inside the immortal aperture, the battle ended. Fan Yuan's nebula returned triumphantly. It was a fruitful journey. The will of Mo Yao that was left behind had collapsed. She could not even form a normal human form. Fan Yuan made arrangements to nurture Mo Yao's fake will again, preparing for the next search. At the same time, the vigilant Fan Yuan left behind many mortal goo worms to restrain Mo Yao's will, to prevent her from committing suicide again. Fan Yuan's nebula that was entangled with Mo Yao completely broke away. It had less than 30% of its original size. A full 70% had been expended just now. Fan Yuan's nebula flew into the sky. Leaving the immortal aperture, it flew up and entered Fan Yuan's mind. Fan Yuan closed his eyes, inspecting the information that nebula brought. Search of will and soul were different. Soul's search directly searched the soul and read all memories. But search of will required one's own will to forcefully communicate with the other party. During this process, all sorts of methods were needed to make the other parties will obediently submit. If one was not proficient in methods to deal with wills, their efforts would be in vain. Against different types of wills, the methods used were different. Fortunately, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very comprehensive. After Fan Yuan grasped it, Mo Yao's will, which was hard to deal with earlier, was like a fish on the chopping board. After each search, the targets will needed to be nurtured for a period of time. Wills were weaker than souls. What was worth mentioning was that wills carried fewer memories than souls, and most of them were memory fragments. But what Fan Yuan wanted the most was clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. This time, Fan Yuan's main objective of searching wills was achieved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Time Path Inheritance. After a long while, Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes, pondering. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was located in the River of Time. Mo Yao did not know what treasures were in the inheritance. She only knew that to inherit this peerless Demon Venerable inheritance, the first condition was to have Spring Autumn Cicada. Not only that, the Goo Immortal had to self-detonate, and use Spring Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time. In the River of Time, they would have to find a Stone Lotus Island. Only by going to the Stone Lotus Island would they be able to see Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, it is so difficult to obtain it. Fan Yuan sighed to himself. This was a little too difficult. Rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, once activated, the Goo Master's self-detonation only had a certain chance of success. To see Red Lotus Will, they would have to risk suicide. Even if the Goo Master successfully entered the River of Time, where would that Stone Lotus Island be? Fan Yuan had entered the River of Time before. Even though he had some experience, he had never found any stone lotus island. That meant, not only did the Goo Master have to self-detonate, and use spring-autumn cicada to carry the will into the river of time, they also had to use spring-autumn cicada to travel in the river and find a stone lotus island. Fan Yuan could not do this. Using spring-autumn cicada now was like a one-way trip. He could not control the direction or the route. To control spring-autumn cicada to this extent, I need other supplementary methods. Unfortunately, I do not have such methods. These methods were undoubtedly time path methods. But regarding these, Fan Yuan was at a loss. He was almost completely blank. Currently, if Fan Yuan wanted to inherit Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he still had a long way to go. He needed a lot of preparation. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was placed in the River of Time. It was a huge risk to obtain it. Fan Yuan could only put Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance aside for now. For the next period of time, he stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, waiting for the second round of the Goo refinement competition, while using the light of wisdom to deduce the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. The vaguely familiar face he obtained from the Northern Plains auction was 50% complete. The 3 core Immortal Goo were not concealed. The problem was, these 3 core Immortal Goo were not owned by Fan Yuan, they were in the hands of others. Immortal Goo were unique. If Fan Yuan wanted to recreate Vaguely Familiar Face, he would need to change the core Immortal Goo to another Immortal Goo. It would be best if it was an Immortal Goo that he already had. This was very difficult, because it involved Transformation Path and Wisdom Path, and Fan Yuan's attainment level in these 2 aspects was not high. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 838. Central Continent, East Coast. The waves surged endlessly. Frost energy spread everywhere, forming a white fog that shrouded the surrounding hundreds of years ago. A piece of profound ice floated over from somewhere, landing on the east coast of Central Continent. This profound ice was huge. It was the size of a small island. The frost energy was oppressive. There were many ice path wild goo gathered on the ice, as well as 3 to 4 types of frost-type shrubs. After the profound ice was discovered, it caused a huge commotion. The Goo Masters living on the east coast guessed the origin of this profound ice. There were 2 main theories. The first was that the profound ice floated from the east. It was likely to originate from the icy sea area of Eastern Sea. This sea area was cold all year round. The coldness was bone-chilling. Ice currents were like pythons, winding around the bottom of the sea. Once it got close to the water, it would turn into a huge ice block. The second theory was that it broke during the day and fell from the sky. At first, it should be larger, like a small continent. But in the process of falling, the friction created heat, it melted, and when it fell into the sea, the heat was extinguished, eventually turning into this profound ice island. The edges of this profound ice were smooth without any edges. It was like a melting candle. It was proof of this theory. This profound ice was on the beach, not moving. At first, it attracted many mortal Goo Masters who came to plunder. These Goo Masters who were in a favorable position had all made a windfall. The wild goo and frost-type shrubs on the profound ice were all plundered. In the next few years, many Goo Masters came to the profound ice island. They stayed and did not leave. So, although the profound ice island was lacking in resources, the profound ice was hard to melt, the frost energy was everywhere. It was the best place for ice path Goo Masters to cultivate. Central Continent's east coast was warm all year round. It was like spring or summer. It was hard for ice path Goo Masters to cultivate. Thus, this profound ice island attracted many ice path Goo Masters and water path Goo Masters. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. As the number of people increased, the ice island's size was limited. More and more outsiders came. To protect their own benefits, the Goo Masters on the ice island formed an alliance of their own accord. They enclosed the ice island and did not open it to outsiders. From this, they formed a force that was neither big nor small. After hundreds of years of development, this loose lone cultivator alliance. This was because a few generations of ambitious leaders had emerged, and they gradually solidified and established sections. Then, it gradually developed and expanded. becoming a major force today. Within a radius of several thousand miles, there were few forces that could contend against it. The name of this sect was Flying Frost Sect. It hinted that the mystic ice island, which was the foundation of the sect, was a historical origin that floated here from the outside world. The second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It would be held in the Flying Frost Pavilion. With the token in hand, Fan Yuan arrived at the Flying Frost Pavilion. The test this time was to refine a rank 2 Ghost Fire goo. The rules had also been changed. Unlike the first question, which relied on quantity to win, this time was the standard. The requirement is for a goo master to refine 10 Ghost Fire goo at the same time. The shorter the time, the higher the result. A set of criteria was listed in the question. The person who took half an incense stick's time or less would get first place. First come, first served. Someone won first place, and then there would be others who won first place. He could only be ranked second. If there was someone in the second place, he could only be ranked third. If there was someone in the top 3, he could only fail and not get any rewards. This time, the reward for first place was 5 rank 3 Ice Path Goo Worm recipes. For Refinement Path Goo Masters, Ice Path Goo Masters, or even any force, it was a huge attraction. When Fan Yuan entered the stage to refine goo, the top 3 spots were still empty. The second round's difficulty is much higher than the first. It is not hard to refine 10 Ghost Fire goo one by one. I can easily finish it in less than half an incense stick's time. But the difficulty lies in refining 10 Ghost Fire goo at the same time. Ghost Fire goo belongs to Fire Path and Soul Path. The refinement process is very complicated and requires a lot of mental energy. If I refine it for a long time, my soul will become weak. This is one of the characteristics of Soul Path Goo Worm refinement. Fan Yuan thought for a while and decided to use the combination of Soul Path and Fire Path refinement methods to burn spectral souls and form fake Ghost Fire to refine true Ghost Fire. Flying Frost Pavilion was a righteous sect. Fan Yuan had to prepare the spectral souls he'd burn himself. Flying Frost Pavilion would not provide such goo refinement materials. Unorthodox demonic path! Seeing that Fan Yuan used this method, and Han snorted coldly from outside. On the stage, Flying Frost Pavilion's leader's pupils shrunk as he thought. 5 Virtue Sect's leader tried to recruit this person but was rejected. This person is burning spectral souls in public. This is clearly a demonic path act. They are unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Even if Flying Frost Pavilion recruits this person, it will be a huge problem. I should forget about it. Participating in the Refinement Path Convention, other than not fighting and killing, it did not matter if the Goo Master was righteous or demonic. Demonic Path Goo Masters were not prohibited from participating. As long as they used Refinement Path methods, they could exchange pointers. Precisely because of this generosity, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention became increasingly prosperous. Those who did not know the inside story would praise the generosity of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only people like Fan Yuan knew that this was related to Infallible's inheritance. The secret of Infallible's inheritance required more Goo Masters to participate, the better. But there was a difference between righteous and demonic. Fan Yuan used souls to refine goo. It went against the harmony of heaven. It was a cruel demonic method that the righteous path despised. The spectating Goo Masters were mainly from the righteous path. Seeing a demon like Fan Yuan, they felt great disgust and disgust. They could not help but hope that Fan Yuan's refinement would fail. Maybe because they were united, their prayers were effective. At the crucial moment, the soul fire in front of Fan Yuan suddenly exploded. 10 Ghost Fire goo were about to form, but one of them turned into ashes, falling from the fire and becoming a pile of ashes on the ground. Everyone saw this and their eyes shined. Some outspoken righteous path Goo Masters even cheered. But when they thought of Fan Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, they shut their mouths. But their joyful expressions could not be concealed. And Han also showed slight joy on his face. Fan Yuan gave him huge pressure. According to Fan Yuan's previous progress, he was already at the final few steps of the refinement. Fan Yuan's refinement speed was very fast. spectral soul incineration's effect was very obvious. If he skipped a few steps and succeeded, he would need less than 15 minutes. First place would be Fan Yuan's. Of course, Fan Yuan did not care about these rewards and rankings. But Han was different. He was the first elder of Flying Frost sect. As the host, if he failed, he would lose a lot of face in front of his peers. Secondly, obtaining first place in the Refinement Path Convention was an extremely high honor for a Refinement Path Gu Master. The reward for first place also made Han extremely moved. Alright, this way, he will have to refine Gu again. Refining 9 Ghost Fire Gu, even if he is missing one, he will not pass. He can only start again and refine 10 at the same time, only then can he pass. And Han barely restrained his expression, but he was overjoyed inwardly. As expected, those who commit unrighteousness will bring about their own destruction. Even if he uses living souls to refine Gu, he will fail. He is the winner of 5 Virtue Sect's first round, so be it. But in our Flying Frost sect, first place will definitely belong to Lord and Han. Unorthodox demonic path, failing in Gu refinement, this is truly satisfying. The spectators conversed secretly. Of course, there was a Gu formation that isolated sound. It would not disturb the Gu master refining the Gu. But just as everyone was rejoicing, the ghost fire in Fan Yuan's hand suddenly split into 2 lumps. 2 lumps, one big and one small. The big lump contained 9 ghost fire Gu embryonic forms. There was nothing in the small lump of ghost fire. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. He breathed in deeply and became serious. The explosion of that ghost fire Gu earlier was not his mistake, but the Gu refinement itself had a chance of failure. Although the failure rate of rank 2 Gu was not high, and Fan Yuan had already perfected it, there was nothing he could do about this probability. Right now, he was maintaining the large lump of ghost fire with one hand, while his other hand was throwing 3 souls into the small lump of ghost fire: a boar soul, a goat soul, and a human soul. The 3 souls burned together. The small lump of ghost fire suddenly burst into flames, emitting miserable cries. He actually used a human soul. In public, he even dared to burn a human soul. This. He. As expected of a demonic path rank 5 existence, he is so arrogant. Flying Frost sect's people had ugly expressions. They were a righteous sect. Fan Yuan was publicly burning human souls to refine Gu here. He was not putting Flying Frost sect in his eyes at all. But this was the Refinement Path Convention. No matter how unhappy Flying Frost sect was, they could not stop Fan Yuan from refining Gu. Unless they wanted to offend the 10 great ancient sects, and not let their sect continue to exist. Fan Yuan's expression was calm. His attention was focused on the small lump of ghost fire. He continued to throw in Gu refinement materials, controlling the ghost fire's size, strength, and weakness. At the crucial step, he threw a pill fire Gu and a soul ball Gu into the fire at lightning speed. The 2 Gu worms fused in the fire, fusing into one, forming the incomplete ghost fire Gu. Some knowledgeable Gu masters saw this and gasped in shock. Throwing in 2 Gu worms consecutively, this is a refinement path technique. Repeat cast. Although repeat cast is one of the most basic refinement path techniques, this person is using it very proficiently. It is as natural as breathing. This isn't something that can be achieved with talent alone. It requires countless times of practice and bitter cultivation to reach such a level. Does this person cultivate refinement path primarily? Hard to say. When he signed up, his sect and path were all kept a secret. He is a true demonic cultivator. He should not have a sect. His path should be refinement path. Everyone guessed. Of course, their guesses were not accurate at all. Fan Yuan's main path was strength path. It had nothing to do with refinement path. He also had an official sect identity. He belonged to Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. If everyone knew that the ruthless demon in front of them was someone from Crane Gate, who knew what expressions they would have? A moment later, Fan Yuan succeeded. The 2 ghost fires fused back into one. The final few steps were carried out in an orderly manner. There were no more accidents. Eventually, the ghost fire dissipated, and 10 ghost fire Gu flew out. There was a hush outside, no one spoke. Flying Frost Sect's elder's expression was ashen. He announced helplessly. The Gu refinement was successful. It took less than 30 minutes. First place goes to Fan Yuan. Chapter 839. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan silently stood up and slowly walked out of the arena. Whoosh! Such deep refinement path attainment! He is actually multitasking, slowing down the refinement speed of the 9 Ghost Fire Gu embryonic forms, and refining the last Ghost Fire Gu at an extremely fast speed. Ghost Fire Gu refinement itself is extremely taxing on the mind, but he is still able to do it easily at this moment. Does he cultivate Soul Path or Wisdom Path? Anhan was bewildered. First Elder, First Elder? A disciple beside Anhan reminded softly. What is it? Anhan regained his senses, his face heating up. Unknowingly, he had already stood up from his seat. Losing his composure like this was a huge loss of face. At this time, Flying Frost Sect's leader looked at Anhan. This was the Refinement Path convention. He naturally had to use Refinement Path as a method to regain his face. Anhan's heart jumped. He knew the leader's intention. He could only brace himself and enter the arena. Seeing their first elder enter the arena, many Flying Frost Sect disciples outside the arena cheered loudly. Their dejected expressions were swept away. Even outsiders, seeing the famous Anhan enter the arena, could not help but look at him favorably. But among the crowd, there were discerning people. At this time, an old Gu master sighed softly. This Anhan is in trouble. Why is that, master? Beside the old Gu master, a youngster was puzzled. This pair of master and disciple was the pair of lone cultivators who had gone to 5 Virtue Sect to register, and were pushed to the ground by the strong men who cleared the path for Anhan when they walked beside Fan Yuan. That demonic path Gu master, Fan Yuan, is extremely amazing. His refinement path attainment is deep. That move just now was more than just multitasking. To achieve this, I can only do it when I am at the peak of my life. I can only do it when I am at the peak of my life. The difficulty in this. Outsiders cannot see it, only the more experienced refinement path Gu masters are. Only then will they understand. This Anhan is also quite skilled, but precisely because of this, he knows he cannot compare to the demonic cultivator, Fan Yuan. Look at how he lost his composure and stood up. His mind has already been captured by Fan Yuan. The old Gu master spoke with assurance, but his voice was naturally very low. In his current state, if he wants to refine Gu, he might not even be able to display half of his true abilities. And most importantly, since Fan Yuan had already won first place, no matter how hard Anhan worked, nothing could be changed in this respect. Unless he found another way and used far less time than Fan Yuan, he would not be able to save the Flying Frost Sect's lost face. Unfortunately, if he had this talent, he wouldn't have stayed in the Flying Frost Pavilion for so many years. The young Gu master nodded, agreeing. Master, you are right. This Flying Frost Sect's Pavilion Lord was an amateur in Gu refinement. It was a completely foolish move to send troops this time. Impatient for quick results. This is like what Master taught me. You cannot be impatient in Gu refinement. You cannot be impatient. I think it's the same principle for managing a sect. The old Gu master heard this. His eyes lit up, and he looked at his only disciple with gratification. Not bad, my disciple, you are indeed talented and intelligent. He had the root of wisdom and comprehension. The great Tao of the world actually led to the same destination. You can understand the principle of Gu refinement. From other aspects, it can be seen that your refinement path attainment has already reached a higher level. This second round of competition will definitely be a great success. The young Gu master smiled. This is all because of Master's teachings. You did not hide anything. If I was not picked up by Master, I would have starved to death long ago. My achievements today are all because of Master's nurturing. Disciple was confident that as long as I used 13 Gu refinement methods, I would be able to get first place. But now, the first place has been taken by that demonic path Gu master. Master, let disciple snatch back that green shine Gu for you. What? The old master turned pale with fright, and quickly tried to stop him. Disciple, you mustn't! But it was already too late. The young Gu master was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, and shouted loudly, Senior Fan Yuan, may I be so bold as to have a duel with you? This scene took a long time to explain, but only a little time had passed. Fan Yuan had just left the stage, and was not far away, because he still had to hand over the first place reward to Flying Frost Sect. And Han stood up, and was about to enter the stage. The young Gu master's words caused a huge commotion, immediately attracting everyone's attention. It's a duel, a duel! Who is that young man? He actually dares to duel with that rank 5 demon. I know him, he was 5 Virtue Sect's second place in the last round, a genuine refinement path genius. The young tiger is not afraid of the old lion's might, this is going to be a good show. The old master's expression was miserable, but it was already too late to stop him. He stood on the spot helplessly, feeling extremely worried and regretful. I only cared about teaching my disciple refinement path, and forgot to teach him the dangers of the world. I shouldn't have done this, I shouldn't have done this. The young Gu master, who was the center of attention, slowly walked away from the crowd, and arrived in front of Fan Yuan. His gaze was bright, and his expression was firm. First Elder and Han had just stepped into the stage, but such a thing happened, he could not help but feel dispirited. He was originally an influential person, his every move attracting people's attention, but today's situation was really terrible. Not only did he embarrass himself, he was even publicly ignored. He could not help but feel angry and hateful. Duel? Who wants to duel with me? Fan Yuan smiled. He turned his head and looked over. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was held once every 100 years. It was a grand event that was renowned throughout the 5 regions. According to the competition, there were large competitions and small competitions. The 5 regions competition was the largest competition that Fan Yuan had participated in so far. First, they had to go through all the competition points in Central Continent, and a large number of Gu masters would be eliminated, until only a small number of people could participate in the finals. Small competitions were usually held in different regions. According to previous conventions, they were divided into Central Continent small competitions, Southern Border small competitions, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and so on. These were the 5 large and small competitions that were divided according to the region. They were quite authoritative. There were also many small competitions, like the East Coast one, which was jointly held by Flying Frost Sect, 5 Virtue Sect, and so on. At the same time as the large competition, the Gu masters who were eliminated would also participate in the East Coast small competitions. The largest number of small competitions were held by small groups. For example, 3 to 5 friends would agree on a time and give out rewards together, or they could have no rewards and compete with each other. According to whether the competition was open or not, there were public battles and private battles. Public battles were naturally open to spectators, but most of them sent out invitations in advance, inviting a limited number of guests to spectate and evaluate. Private battles were not allowed to spectate, the results were not announced either. Large competitions were the most open public battles. No one was restricted from spectating, but the spectators were forbidden from using any Gu worms. Every time the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, there would be a trend of Gu refinement everywhere in Central Continent. For example, it was like the World Cup on Earth. It was a global football event that was held once every 4 years. Normally, at this time, even those who did not play football would play football. Those who did not pay attention to football would also take a few glances. In this world, Gu refinement was one of the 3 major aspects of a Gu master's cultivation. It was even more important than the entertainment aspect of football. Thus, the trend of Gu refinement was even more grand and lasting. During this period, there would be a huge exchange of experiences and insights regarding Gu refinement. It would greatly promote the development of refinement path. Almost every Gu master who participated would benefit from it. And according to the competition method, the Refinement Path Convention could be divided into sect battles, gambling battles, question battles, arena battles, and so on. Sect battles were two or more sects sending an equal number of refinement path Gu masters to compete in Gu refinement. Normally speaking, it was because of a conflict of interests. This was the method to determine the winner and settle the conflict. Question battles were one side asking a question, while the other side answering it. Arena battles were Gu masters who were very skilled in a certain Gu refinement would set up an arena and invite refinement path experts to compete. The person who set up the arena would give out a prize, and each challenger would also bring a prize. This kind of arena battles often had very generous rewards. And gambling battles? That was the situation that Fan Yuan was encountering right now. Junior wants a gambling battle. The young Gu master walked towards Fan Yuan, speaking in neither servile nor overbearing manner. Fan Yuan sized him up, seeing this young man's high fighting spirit. He felt that it was somewhat interesting, saying, "Lad, since you want a gambling battle, take out something that can catch my attention. Otherwise, I won't gamble." Fan Yuan naturally had the right to reject a gambling battle. One could propose a gambling battle in the Refinement Path Convention, but there was no such unreasonable rule of you cannot refuse and must participate. The young Gu master nodded solemnly. "I have a Gu recipe for a rank 5 Gu worm here. Senior, you are a rank 5 expert, this Gu Fangjing is suitable for you. What Junior wants to bet is the rank 4 Green Shine Gu that you won." Fan Yuan nodded. "Green Shine Gu is a rare rank 4 Gu, its value is about the same as ordinary rank 5 Gu. Lad, do you know what my path is? Are you sure the Gu recipe you are giving is suitable for my path?" The young Gu master was stunned. "Senior, aren't you a refinement path cultivator?" The meaning behind his words was that the Gu recipe he was taking out for the gambling battle was a refinement path Gu recipe. Fan Yuan chuckled. "My main path is naturally not refinement path. Lad, you are only using a Gu recipe to bet a rare rank 4 Gu with me. Do you know that if you fail to refine a rank 5 Gu, even I will suffer a huge loss? Are you trying to harm me, or do you think I am stupid enough to agree to such a bet?" The young Gu master wanted to speak, but his Adam's apple moved several times, but he could not speak. He stood on the spot motionlessly. His master quickly came over and bowed to Fan Yuan. "Since Sir is rejecting the gambling battle, then we will not gamble anymore. We will not gamble anymore. Why are you not gambling again?" Everyone saw that there was no show to watch. They immediately booed. The first place of 5 virtue sects competition, the mysterious demonic path Gu cultivator Fan Yuan, and the second place young Gu master Jingshan Chuan, they are actually refusing to watch it because they do not have enough money? Come, let's help them. If we all contribute a little, we can gather enough stones to form a mountain. A busybody suggested. "No, my disciple was too rash. Thank you everyone, thank you everyone." The old master heard this and shuddered. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed, wanting to disrupt this situation. Chapter 840. The atmosphere became more intense. The young Gu master Jingshan Chuan and Fan Yuan could not back down. The old master sensed that most of the Gu masters were from Flying Frost sect. The wrinkles on his face deepened. He had a bitter expression. Fan Yuan thought about the name Jingshan Chuan. He felt that it was familiar. But as an immortal zombie, his thoughts were not as sharp as a living person. He could not recall it. Fan Yuan suppressed the star thoughts in his mind, activating his memory thoughts to dig through his memories. He finally remembered. In Central Continent's eastern coast, hundreds of years later, a superforce rose up. It was called Shan Chuan Hall. Its founder was named Jingshan Chuan. Shan Chuan Hall was skilled in refinement path. Dream realms manifested. When dream path flourished, Shan Chuan Hall's leader caught up with the times and became a Gu immortal. But in that era, it was not strange for mortals to become Gu immortals. Especially when dream realms appeared, they provided countless opportunities to ordinary Gu masters. Dragons and snakes hide in the grass. Many people lacked opportunities. Fortunately, dream realms manifested and gave many fortuitous encounters. The 5 regions' chaotic war gave a large number of low-level Gu masters a chance to rise up. In the great era of the 5 regions' chaotic war, all sorts of people emerged. They shone like stars in the sky. There was a huge commotion. The 10 great ancient sects gradually lost control over Central Continent. Many new sects rose up. Among them, there were 10 outstanding talents. They were called the 10 great new sects. They openly challenged the ancient sects. They were in the limelight. Unlike now, the 10 great ancient sects had complete control over Central Continent. Even superforces with Gu immortals could not leave the 10 great ancient sects and get rid of their vassal status. According to the time, this Jingshan Chuan in front of me. Is he the founder of Shan Chuan Hall? Since he was able to become second in 5 virtue sect, he definitely has refinement path master attainment level. At such a young age. He is a refinement path master, he is truly a genius. It fits Jingshan Chuan's description. Great teachers produce great disciples. Then this old man should be Old Man Qishan. Old Man Qishan was poisoned by someone, he had been suffering from the poison. Jingshan Chuan was filial, he tried all ways to cure his master. That's right, green shine goo is the best healing goo to cure heat poison. Unfortunately, even Old Man Qishan did not know that the poison in his body was a poison of transformation. On the surface, it looked like a heat poison, but after using green shine goo, it would turn into a cold poison. The toxicity was at least twice as strong. But eventually, Jingshan Chuan succeeded in curing his master's poison. He gathered green shine goo, blue shine goo, red shine goo, and the rest of the 9 types of shine goo to form the healing killer move 9 shine. It was invulnerable to all poisons. Afterwards, his bloodline descendant, Mountain Creek Hall's Hall leader, who became a goo immortal, brought this killer move to greater heights, modifying it into the immortal killer move Profound Light 9 Luminaries. He became a light path healing expert and gained some fame during the 5 regions chaotic war. Fan Yuan used his memory to dig out the information that had been covered in dust by the dust of time. He could see everything around him clearly. He was well aware of Enhan's scheme. After observing for a while, he felt that the master and disciple before him were most likely Old Man Qishan and Jingshan Chuan. He used luck inspection goo to observe the two. Flying Frost Sect was the venue of the Refinement Path Convention. There was a strict arrangement of goo worms, forbidding goo masters from using goo worms casually. But Fan Yuan had an immortal zombie body. He had strength path Dao marks on his body. His immortal aperture was independent. If he used luck inspection immortal goo secretly, these mortals would not be able to defend against it. Immediately, Fan Yuan looked at the luck of this master and disciple. Jingshan Chuan's luck was like a rainbow light. It was dazzling and extraordinary. On the other hand, Old Man Qishan's luck was like a broken jade basin. Threads of gray luck flowed out of the jade basin. Old Man Qishan's luck was terrible, but Jingshan Chuan was close to him. Their luck was already connected. A portion of the rainbow-like destiny split off and entered Old Man Qishan's jade basin of destiny, greatly diluting his gray destiny. Fan Yuan felt interested, thinking, to think that I would meet the ancestor of Shan Chuan Hall here. If I kill him now, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, there will not be a super force like Shan Chuan Hall left on the east coast. Fan Yuan's killing intent rose. He saw that the master and disciple's luck was shaking. It was like a strong wind was blowing. The rainbow light dimmed. It was on the verge of death. But what benefits do I get by doing this? Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me. It was not my intention. It is all that Mo Yao's fault. But how can I reason with him? I will leave this Jingshan Chuan alive. I need to preserve these people as much as possible. That will ensure the advantage of my rebirth. Fan Yuan thought again. Back then in Northern Plains, he knew about Ma Hongyun, but he did not kill him. This was not fear, it was the ambition of a demonic path overlord. In his previous life, he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was a step away from rank 7. It was mostly because of fortuitous encounters. He had wasted his time in his early years. Fan Yuan was confident, even if these people grew up and achieved even greater accomplishments than in his previous life, Fan Yuan had the ability to deal with them and gain benefits from them. He could even trample on these people and carve out a path of blood for himself, towards eternal life. As for whether eternal life existed or not, what did it matter? Even if he died along the way, what regrets would there be? This path was the life that Fan Yuan wanted. It was filled with challenges, fun, and bitterness. Other than that, beauty, wealth, and authority were just tools that could be used. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's killing intent towards this pair of master and disciple dissipated. Immediately, he saw that Jingshan Chuan and old man Qishan's luck recovered to normal. It was even vaguely more prosperous. The wonders of luck path are truly indescribable. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly at this sight. Recently, he had gained a new understanding of luck path. Luck path was not omnipotent, it had to match one's own cultivation level. Right now, with just a thought, Fan Yuan could change the luck of this pair of master and disciple. This was because he was an immortal zombie. Killing these two was as easy as killing ants. Earlier, many people targeted Ma Hongyun, but it was a blessing in disguise. Now that he was in old ancestor Shui Hu's hands, he could not do anything. Rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven could not make up for the huge difference in strength. Or rather, old ancestor Shui Hu was a rank 8 great expert, he could suppress them with his own strength. Also, for who immortal blessed land's tribulation, Fan Yuan used time aid luck. In the end, because of connect luck, the luck path amplification was split into 4 portions. Fan Yuan only kept 1 portion. The other 3 had their own fortuitous encounters, but the effect on Fan Yuan was not obvious. This was also because Fan Yuan was too strong, he had already become an immortal. For the same luck to affect him, it was much more difficult than affecting those mortals. Right now, more and more people were stirring up the commotion. Everyone had the heart of the crowd, there was no need for flying frost sex people to add fuel to the fire. Fan Yuan waved his hand. We can duel, but I am not interested in these things. If I lose, I will give you green shine goo. But if you lose, you will become my slave and listen to me for life. Ah! Disciple, you mustn't. Old man Qishan turned pale with fright, he quickly stopped him. Everyone whispered to each other, saying that Fan Yuan had a good idea. The other party was a refinement path genius, his future was limitless. If he won, wouldn't he get a refinement path master level slave? Senior, isn't your request too harsh? No matter how young Jingshan Chuan was, he would not make such a bet easily. After all, it concerned his future, it would decide his life's fate. Of course you can reject. But let me tell you clearly, if you do not use yourself as the wager, I will not duel. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, saying, And do you think there are many green shine goo? This is the best choice for curing heat poison. Lad, the tree wants peace but the wind does not stop, the child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him. Many things wait for no man, many times, the opportunity is right in front of you, if you miss it, you will regret it for life. Could it be that this person saw through my master's heat poison? Jingshan Chuan was inwardly shocked. Fan Yuan's words of the child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him, and if you miss it, you will regret it for life had deeply affected him. Disciple, you mustn't duel. We can think of another way. Old man Qishan had a grim expression, he was an experienced veteran. Fan Yuan's words were like bait, he had sinister intentions, it was specially used to lure inexperienced youngsters like Jingshan Chuan. The duel is a matter between both parties. Outsiders cannot interfere. A flying frost sect elder walked over, he had a solemn expression as he said to Fan Yuan and Jingshan Chuan solemnly. The two of you have already disrupted the order of the stage, would you like to duel? If it is, our sect's first elder is magnanimous, he is willing to give up the stage for the two of you. Please make a decision quickly. Old man Qishan cursed inwardly, he was about to speak when Fan Yuan said, Lad, I am giving you this chance because of your filial piety. If you miss it, even if you asked me to duel in the future, I will not agree to it. I will not bully the weak, I will give you another chance, you can decide on the topic. What, senior, you want me to decide on the topic? Jingshan Chuan was moved. It turned out that the duel was initiated by one side, both sides would put up their bets. But the content of the duel had to be agreed upon by both sides. For example, if one was skilled in refining a certain goo while the other had never done so, it would be too unfair. Right now, Fan Yuan actually wanted Jingshan Chuan to decide on the topic, that was to say, Jingshan Chuan could use the topic he was most skilled in to make things difficult for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could only accept it, he had no right to change it. Thus, once he said that, the surrounding Gu masters gasped. They thought that Fan Yuan was too arrogant. They all favored the young Gu master, Jingshan Chuan. Disciple, don't duel, our main matter is the competition. Old man Qishan continued to urge. Even though Jingshan Chuan had a huge advantage, this master was still worried. He did not want to see his beloved disciple suffer any misfortune. But Jingshan Chuan was a youngster after all, he was hot-blooded. Master's heat poison is already very serious. It would be too late if we do not treat it. The other party is so arrogant, he is looking down on the young me. But I am most skilled in careful Gu. This Gu is unique to our sect, it is rank 3, the refinement process is complex and requires many different methods. I have practiced for 3 years and put in a lot of effort before I have an 80% success rate. I will bet with him on this. Thinking of this, Jingshan Chuan made up his mind. He said to Fan Yuan, I will bet. Chapter 841. Disciple. Old man Qishan was incomparably anxious. Jingshan Chuan turned to face old man Qishan, on his handsome face, a pair of clear eyes. Master, disciple is unfilial. This time I have to go against your will. Master, the other party asked me to set the question. I have such a huge advantage now, there's no reason for me to not take the gamble. If I still don't take the gamble under these conditions, then this matter will surely become a sore point in my heart. How would I have the courage to continue advancing on the path of refinement in the future? When old man Qishan heard this, he sank into silence. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. My dear disciple, you are not experienced enough to understand the sinister nature of the human heart. Since the other party was willing to concede to such an extent, he must be extremely confident and have some other trump cards up his sleeves. You've been tricked. It's a pity and hateful that I, your master, am old and weak. The situation has already taken shape. Even if I have the heart, I don't have the strength. I can't stop it. On the surface, Elder Qishan stretched out his old hands and held Jingshan Chuan's shoulders. Disciple, Master knows of your filial piety. Fine, since you have your own opinions and are determined to do so, I will definitely support you with all my strength. We will use careful Gu as the question. We will not bet on the success or failure of the Gu refinement, we will bet on time. Whoever refines the careful Gu earlier will be the winner. Master! Jingshan Chuan was so touched that his eyes turned red. Careful Gu was old man Qishan's unique inheritance. It did not exist in the outside world. In order to support his disciple, old man Qishan contributed this precious Gu recipe. He did not hesitate to let his competitor Fan Yuan see it. He even suggested that the Gu refinement time would be the deciding factor. This was Fan Yuan's first time refining careful Gu. He was definitely not familiar with it. Using time to decide the outcome was much more pressurizing than the success or failure of the refinement. It could be seen that the older the wiser. Fan Yuan letting the other party set the topic was too much of a concession. He had fallen into a very passive situation. Jingshan Chuan hesitated for a moment. He felt that his master's time was the standard. It was a little too much of a bully. Even if he won, it was also somewhat unfair. But then he remembered that this matter was related to his master's safety. Even if it was an unfair victory, he had to win the green shine Gu. Thus, he turned around and told the elder of the Flying Frost Pavilion his question. The Flying Frost sect hurriedly made arrangements. High Priest Han was overjoyed and took the initiative to give up the venue. Fan Yuan and Jingshan Chuan entered the arena together to fight. The whole place was silent. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other, dozens of steps apart. Jingshan Chuan first handed over careful Gu's recipe. He handed it over to Fan Yuan. Very soon, the Flying Frost Pavilion announced the start of the battle. There were faint sounds of discussion below the stage. I have never heard of careful Gu. It is clearly a unique Gu recipe. Fan Yuan had only taken a few glances when the battle began. Isn't this too shameless? Hee hee. It was Fan Yuan's fault for being too careless. He actually allowed the other party to set the question. He's simply retarded. This young Gu master is not simple. He was the second place in the previous round, but actually has the first place result. Many people guessed that he had already reached the realm of refinement path master. Someone immediately scoffed at this statement. How is that possible? How old was he? He was already a refinement path master? If that's the case, wouldn't I be living like a dog at my age? But as the competition continued, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Jingshan Chuan used close to 10 Gu refinement methods. He was extremely familiar with them. It was a dazzling sight. Among the spectators, the voices guessing Jingshan Chuan's refinement master attainment were getting louder and louder. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan was still researching the Gu recipe. He had not started the Gu refinement yet. As time went by, everyone became even more pessimistic about Fan Yuan's chances. Oh no! Old man Qishan frowned. This person has such a calm temperament, he needs to see through every step before he can actually start the Gu refinement. This is calmness in the face of danger, it is the demeanor of a great expert. Thankfully, I use time as the standard, whoever refines it first wins. Careful Gu's refinement process is very complex, unless the other party is already familiar with this Gu recipe and has practiced it more than little Chuan. That was impossible. This was the first time Fan Yuan had seen this careful Gu's recipe. Strictly speaking, careful Gu was a wisdom path Gu worm, but it was very useful in refinement path. Fan Yuan guessed that this was likely the core Gu of Jingshan Chuan's inheritance. In history, Shan Chuan Hall's Gu masters were most proficient in refining Gu worms that had crucial steps, and these steps were crucial to success or failure. Careful Gu was most proficient in assisting refinement path Gu masters in dealing with these troublesome steps. Fan Yuan looked at this Gu recipe several times before he was able to comprehend it in his heart, and comprehend it thoroughly. He was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. It was not hard for him to understand a rank 3 Gu recipe. In fact, he was not only looking at the Gu recipe, he was also observing Jingshan Chuan's methods. Jingshan Chuan was already at the middle of the Gu refinement. Fan Yuan had seen all of his methods. Even Fan Yuan had to nod in agreement. It was very rare for Jingshan Chuan to reach this stage at his age. But in the eyes of a refinement path quasi-grandmaster like Fan Yuan, his methods were not proficient enough, there were flaws in handling the materials. Fan Yuan stretched out his hands, starting to refine the Gu. He is finally starting to refine the Gu. Soft mocking laughter could be heard. He's not in a hurry at all, someone commented. Fan Yuan started the Gu refinement. It attracted Jingshan Chuan's attention. However, he only glanced at it, and quickly focused his attention back on his hands. Fan Yuan started to refine the Gu. He did it step by step. Everyone looked at him in disdain. He was clearly copying Jingshan Chuan's methods. But not long after, Fan Yuan made a change. He used a different method and his Gu refinement speed became faster and faster. The mocking laughter faded away. Everyone looked at Fan Yuan's lightning-fast methods. They were all shaken. He has already used more than 10 Gu refinement methods. His Gu refinement foundation has been thoroughly tempered. It is simply unfathomable. He is getting faster. He is already closing in on Jingshan Chuan. Old man Qishan frowned. He was internally shocked. This person's speed is not scary. What is scary is that he is still moving fast without getting flustered. His methods are so calm and steady that it is scary. Amazing, so amazing. This person's refinement path attainment level is probably beyond master level. Little Chuan is under pressure. He cannot get flustered or anxious at this time. Careful Gu refinement is getting harder and harder. Little Chuan, you have an advantage, you need to maintain it. The opponent is strong. If you get flustered, you will definitely lose. Jingshan Chuan was indeed under a lot of pressure. This was normal. In a running competition, the person in the lead was usually the one with the greatest mental pressure. Thus, many tactics were to be in second or third place, until they overtook the other person. The greater the mental pressure, the greater the fatigue of the body. Especially when Jingshan Chuan saw the scene of Fan Yuan refining Gu, seeing him getting closer, he could not help but feel flustered. So strong! He has used more than 10 goo refinement methods, he is still using them. His mental state is too strong, I cannot compare to him in this aspect. Oh no, he is catching up. Jingshan Chuan was a youngster after all. Fan Yuan's pursuit made his mouth dry and his heart beat faster. His gaze became resolute. Forget it, I will use my trump card and leave you far behind. Jingshan Chuan made up his mind. His goo refinement speed slowed down as his consciousness entered his aperture, activating his goo worms. Is little Chuan trying to? The master and disciple were connected. Old man Qishan saw this and immediately understood Jingshan Chuan's plan. He became nervous. Jingshan Chuan's goo refinement speed has slowed down. Soon, people noticed this change. Is the following step very difficult? He needs to accumulate strength? Many people were guessing. They did not know the goo recipe of careful goo. Their guesses were not accurate. At this moment, Jingshan Chuan breathed in deeply. His eyes shined with golden light. His body was covered in golden light. He stretched out his right hand slowly, his palm facing down, his fingers spread out as he pressed down steadily. At once, the golden light in his eyes and body started to move, concentrating on his right hand. The golden light moved and turned into a small golden bell. The golden bell rotated slowly, covering the fire lump as it started to spin faster and faster. It burst out with a suction force. The goo refinement materials that were scattered on the floor were all sucked into the golden bell under this suction force. The golden bell only lasted for 6 breaths of time before it dissipated. But what appeared in front of everyone was the embryonic form of careful goo. The crowd went into an uproar. This is a refinement path killer move. Refinement path killer moves are much rarer than the killer moves of other paths. Jingshan Chuan is so young, but he has already grasped a refinement path killer move. What is even more amazing is that he actually succeeded. This lad has incredible talent. His future is limitless. Fan Yuan is in danger. He has the strength, but he was too careless. Jingshan Chuan has such a huge advantage, but he still used a killer move. He is simply going to do anything to win. I feel that even if Fan Yuan loses this competition, it will be an honorable defeat. Jingshan Chuan let out a breath of air. He had an excited expression. I will win for sure. I used the killer move and instantly refined 6 sets of goo refinement materials, completing the longest step in the entire goo refinement process. I left Fan Yuan far behind in an instant. Old man Qishan felt relieved. Even if this Fan Yuan has a similar refinement path killer move, the first time he refines careful goo, he has 0 experience. Normally, to refine these 6 materials, he has to do it step by step, controlling the fire carefully. Rashly using a killer move to speed up the process is simply courting death. Even though little Chuan took a risk, his choice was not wrong. He will win for sure. But the other goo masters were not familiar with careful goo's recipe. They did not understand the situation. But Fan Yuan's situation was not good. Everyone could see that. This step was enough to determine victory and defeat. Jingshan Chuan calmed his emotions and continued to refine goo. His method was fast and stable. He focused on stability. He did not give Fan Yuan any chance. Fan Yuan was unmoved. He started to refine the 6 materials, using the small fire to slowly refine the materials. This step wasn't that difficult, but it did take the longest time. Fan Yuan was not anxious at all. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 842. Time passed. Jingshan Chuan finally completed the final few steps. The incomplete goo worm in the lump of fire was becoming clearer. To be safe, he looked at Fan Yuan again, only to see that Fan Yuan had just finished that step, refining and fusing the 6 talents into one. At this point, Jingshan Chuan could not help but admire Fan Yuan's steadiness. It is a pity, this victory is mine. Green Shine Goo is mine! Jingshan Chuan shone with confidence, but the moment he retracted his gaze, Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Jingshan Chuan, you lost, take my refinement path killer move! What? Jingshan Chuan's heart shook. He quickly turned his gaze towards Fan Yuan, only to see that Fan Yuan took out a goo worm and crushed it in front of him. At once, Jingshan Chuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He almost jumped up. He shouted at Fan Yuan in shock and anger. You actually crushed green shine goo! The moment he said that, the lump of fire in his hand became unstable. It reached a critical point and exploded. The explosion was not strong, but after the explosion, Jingshan Chuan's handsome face was painted black. He looked like coal. He was in a sorry state. Jingshan Chuan was stunned on the spot. He was like a statue. Such a shocking change happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone outside was silent for a few breaths of time before reacting. They went into an uproar. There was a huge commotion. Such a ruthless demonic path goo master! He actually crushed green shine goo. Jingshan Chuan lost his composure and failed the goo refinement. All his efforts were in vain. This Fan Yuan is too shrewd. He managed to turn the situation around at once. Jingshan Chuan failed. He had to refine it again. And Fan Yuan's advantage is too huge. Even if Jingshan Chuan repeats the goo refinement process earlier, he will not be able to catch up to Fan Yuan. More importantly, he only crushed one goo. There is no way to prove that he maliciously interfered with the other party. Oh no! Oh no! He actually did this. He actually ended up like this. Old man Qishan panicked at this moment. The blow Jingshan Chuan received was too great and too sudden. It took him a long time to recover. By the time he regained his mental state and started refining goo again, Fan Yuan was already at the final step. There was no more suspense in this battle, and it ended with Fan Yuan's victory. Wonderful! It's really wonderful! Everyone commented excitedly, as if it had nothing to do with them. Jingshan Chuan still suffered because of his youth. He had ruined his entire life. Sigh. Someone felt that it was a pity. Of course, there were also people who were overjoyed, such as Han. However, as the head consecrator of a prestigious sect, he could only secretly rejoice. On the surface, he sighed and expressed his sympathy for Jingshan Chuan. The battle was over. Fan Yuan slowly stood up, but Jingshan Chuan stared blankly at the flame burning quietly in his hand. He had lost. My whole life. His bright future was lost to a mysterious demonic goo master in a bet. How could this be? What should I do? Jingshan Chuan suddenly felt that his future was bleak, and he was at a loss. Senior, please have mercy. We, master and disciple, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have offended Senior. Senior, please be magnanimous. Seeing that my disciple is still young, please let him go. I am willing to take his place. I am willing to give all of my savings to exchange for my disciple's freedom. Lord, please have mercy. Please have mercy, please have mercy. Old man Qishan suddenly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed towards Fan Yuan. The old man's head hit the ground, creating loud noises, and soon, his face was covered in blood. Master, master! Jingshan Chuan woke up. He quickly ran over and helped old man Qishan up. But old man Qishan was extremely stubborn. He pushed his disciple away and kowtowed with all his might, begging for mercy. Master! Jingshan Chuan's face was covered in tears. He knelt on the ground, facing old man Qishan. The onlookers were all moved by this. Flying Frost sect's leader showed a look of pity. And Han laughed coldly in his heart. But the battle was already decided. How could he repent in front of everyone? Unless Fan Yuan was willing to let them go. But Fan Yuan was a ruthless demonic path goo cultivator, and Jingshan Chuan was a refinement path master at such a young age. How could Fan Yuan let him go? Even the righteous path goo masters, if they were in his shoes, they would not let Jingshan Chuan go. The cruel and ruthless side of the refinement path convention was displayed in front of everyone. But at the next moment, Fan Yuan said to old man Qishan, "It is not impossible to let him go." And Han's snicker stopped. The place went silent. What? Jingshan Chuan was stunned. Old man Qishan was the first to react. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior, for your magnanimity. Thank you for your magnanimity. Fan Yuan chuckled, saying in a gentle tone, "Being kind to others is being kind to yourself." Everyone heard this and had an expression of disbelief. Wasn't this too fake? Who was the one who crushed the green shine goo and defeated this youngster? And Han had a shocked expression. He screamed in his heart. Hey, are you still a demonic path goo master? Hurry up and harden your heart for this, daddy. What are you saying? You are not cruel at all, aren't you, throwing away the face of the demonic path? Fan Yuan changed the topic. But since you two offended me, you need to be punished. Everyone felt relieved. And Han relaxed. He screamed in his heart. Oh, so that's it, you want to play with the relationship between this master and disciple. Ha ha ha, that's right, this is the demonic path style. Jingshan Chuan's expression tensed. Old man Qishan started to kowtow again. He shouted. Please have mercy, Lord, please have mercy, Lord. All right, I will not make you a slave for life. I only want you to do 3 things for me. But you do not have the qualifications to do things for me now. As for what these 3 things are, I have not thought of them yet. Maybe I will not make you do anything for the rest of my life. Maybe I will make you do all 3 things in the next moment. This will depend on my mood, Fan Yuan said slowly. His voice was not loud, but the whole place was silent. Everyone was listening to him. Old man Qishan let out a sigh of relief. Tears flowed down his face as he shouted. Thank you, Lord, for your mercy. Jingshan Chuan also kowtowed. Junior thanks Senior. Compared to being a slave for life, doing 3 things. The former was undoubtedly much easier to accept. Central Continent was still dominated by the righteous path. If Jingshan Chuan became a slave of a demonic path goo master, no matter how talented he was in goo refinement, he would not be able to make a name for himself. And to do 3 things. It was just an agreement. The agreement between righteous path and demonic path goo masters was nothing. Jingshan Chuan's future was still bright. Looking at the master and disciple's grateful expressions, Fan Yuan laughed heartily and ordered, Both of you, bite your tongues and give me a portion of your tongue blood. Old man Qishan and Jingshan Chuan looked at each other. They bit their tongues anxiously and gave the blood to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers clenching together. He squeezed the 2 portions of blood in his palm. Then, he slowly moved his hands. His 5 fingers grinded together, and a cloud of black smoke emerged from the gaps between his fingers. After the suffocating black smoke dispersed, Fan Yuan opened his palm. 2 goo worms appeared. Old man Qishan and Jingshan Chuan's eyes were wide open. These 2 goo worms were a pair of rank 4 goo. Everyone gasped. Fan Yuan was so strong, in just a few breaths of time, he refined a pair of rank 4 goo. This is a blood path refinement method. There is actually such a shocking blood path goo refinement method. Flying Frost Sect's higher-ups had ashen expressions. Even the demonic goo masters outside the stage showed expressions of extreme fear. Blood path was infamous. It was worse than soul path burning a human soul. Everyone in the righteous path wanted to kill it, even the demonic path did not allow it. This pair of rank 4 goo can sense each other. You take one, I will take the other. In the future, if I need your help, I will send someone to bring this blood path goo worm over as a keepsake. 2 blood path goo worms can sense each other. Distinguish the real from the fake. Even if you die in the future, these 3 things will still be fulfilled. It must also be passed on to your descendants, disciples, and other descendants. Are you willing? If you don't want to, then you can be my slave, Fan Yuan said. I'm willing. I am willing. Old man Qishan hurriedly agreed. Fan Yuan's hand shook as he tossed a blood path goo worm to old man Qishan. He threw another goo to Jingshan Chuan. When Jingshan Chuan received this goo, he was stunned, stammering. This is green shine goo? Fan Yuan kept the other blood path goo worm calmly, laughing loudly. You don't really think I killed green shine goo, right? Laughing, he left behind a group of stunned goo masters and left. Jingshan Chuan watched as Fan Yuan left in a daze, while old man Qishan carefully stored his blood path goo worms. He did not dare to violate this agreement, because the witnesses were not only Flying Frost Sect, but also the entire Refinement Path Convention. All of the matches, including this one, would be recorded. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as all the forces participating in the Refinement Path Convention, were witnesses. They could not go back on their words. Master, you need to heal your head quickly. Jingshan Chuan stood up, helping old man Qishan up worriedly. Go. We cannot stay here for long. Old man Qishan was shocked by Fan Yuan's methods. He was truly terrified. He quickly urged his disciple to leave this place. After this incident, Jingshan Chuan directly withdrew from the competition. He would not participate in the following matches. But he obtained Green Shine Gu. He had already achieved his original goal. After the matter, old man Qishan used this to teach Jingshan Chuan a lesson. He told him how ruthless Fan Yuan was. He truly understood human nature. He also pointed out to Jingshan Chuan how the first elder of Flying Frost sect, Han, was jealous of Fan Yuan's talent. He was secretly adding fuel to the fire. After this, Jingshan Chuan matured a lot. He finally realized his own shallowness and the dangers of the world. For most of his life, he traveled around to heal old man Qishan while raising his Gu refinement attainment, keeping a low profile. At the age of 53, he healed old man Qishan's poison. At the age of 88, he became a refinement path grandmaster without anyone noticing. In his later years, he returned to Central Continent's east coast and created a small sect. He took 2 characters from his name. It was called Shan Chuan Hall. He lived for 150 years, but he never participated in the Refinement Path Convention again. As for the 3 agreements, that was a matter for later. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 843. After the second round of the Gu refinement competition ended, Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Some time had already passed in the Blessed Land. Mo Yao's will had recovered under Fan Yuan's arrangements. He could search wills again. Fan Yuan did not show any pity. He searched Mo Yao's will again. This time, he obtained many of Mo Yao's Gu refinement methods. He even obtained a refinement path killer move. In the memories that Mo Yao's fake will had, most of them were related to Gu refinement. In this aspect, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, while Fan Yuan was only a quasi-grandmaster. Mo Yao was a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her refinement path methods were an eye-opener for Fan Yuan. After Fan Yuan learned them, he felt that he had gained a lot. When normal masters taught their disciples, they might hide their trump cards or trump cards. As the saying goes, the master will starve to death after teaching his disciple. Mo Yao's will had now become Fan Yuan's master. It was teaching him everything without holding back. Fan Yuan gained a lot. He learned all sorts of unfamiliar Gu refinement methods from Mo Yao's fake will while revising his own knowledge. He intended to display his prowess in the Refinement Path Convention, using his full strength to obtain the highest ranking. Because this concerned the infallible inheritance. According to the current situation, Fan Yuan estimated that he would be safe during the Refinement Path Convention. But as time passed, it would be hard to say. The collapse of 88 Truyang building was too huge a matter. Fan Yuan was alone. He could at most delay for as long as possible. It was impossible to conceal the truth while Northern Plains and Central Continent were investigating with all their strength. If not long from now, the 5 regions' Great War would arrive. The 5 regions would not be able to fend for themselves. Fan Yuan might be able to take advantage of the situation. But unfortunately, the 5 regions' Great War was still hundreds of years away. Central Continent was under the control of the 10 great ancient sections. There were no changes. After the battle between old ancestors Shui Hu, Yao Huang, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Northern Plains' situation had stabilized. One day, the secret of me toppling the Truyang building will be discovered. At that time, Central Continent and Northern Plains will put me on the wanted list, and the other 3 regions will also go around searching for me because of Giant Sun's true inheritance. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no longer a paradise, it would probably be attacked immediately. Therefore, during this period of time when the truth might not be discovered, this is my final period of vigorous development. Fan Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. Once the truth was exposed, Fan Yuan would have to start a life of fleeing. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as much as possible and seize all opportunities. Even if there wasn't an opportunity, he had to create one. Right now, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was a huge fortuitous encounter. This was only the second round of the Gu refinement competition. In the middle and later stages, the reward for each round would be immortal yuan stone, immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes, and immortal killer moves. If it was the final competition, if one's ranking was very high, they would be qualified to receive the undefeated inheritance. Therefore, even if he wanted to attract attention, he had to be a little more high profile. Fan Yuan could not care less. Furthermore, the news of his duel with Feng Kim Hong had already spread. Almost all the higher-ups of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had heard of it. Even if Fan Yuan wanted to be low-key, he could not. One day, when the truth of him toppling Tru Yang building was exposed, his name would definitely spread throughout the 5 regions. He would be extremely high profile. At that time, it would definitely be an extremely difficult test. The whole world was his enemy. Countless Gu immortals wanted to kill Fan Yuan. In their opinion, Fan Yuan must have obtained countless benefits from Giant Sun's true inheritance. I need to use this final period of development to accumulate large amounts of immortal yuan stone and immortal materials to raise my battle strength. Most importantly, I need to get rid of my immortal zombie body and regain new life. Immortal zombies could not produce immortal essence. They would be a huge burden to Fan Yuan during his cultivation. Looking at most of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, they had to avoid any battle as much as possible and be careful. If Fan Yuan was still an immortal zombie during his life of pursuit, the pressure would be too great. It might even be the main factor leading to his death. Thus, in the following days, Fan Yuan participated in the Refinement Path Convention and practiced his Gu refinement methods, while also actively deducing and expending large numbers of Star Thought Gu to deduce and modify the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. This killer move was the urgent matter at hand. It was also the best method to change the situation. Other matters could not compare to it. Fan Yuan put them aside at that time. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds of competition, Fan Yuan passed them one after another. His strength was outstanding. Quasi-Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level was rare even among Gu immortals. In the 5 rounds of competition, he obtained first place in 5 rounds. His momentum was fierce and his reputation was awe-inspiring. Fan Yuan's name had already started to spread everywhere. Those who heard of this name knew that this person was a demonic path Gu cultivator. He was extremely skilled in Gu refinement. His Gu refinement methods were complex and varied. His foundation was quite deep. On the day before the 6th round, Fan Yuan finally obtained the first stage of the deduction of the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. It was really not easy. When Fan Yuan came out of the underground cave, he was so excited that he almost cried. The process of deducing and modifying this immortal killer move was extremely difficult. Fan Yuan's wisdom path and transformation path attainment levels were too low. He was like a child pushing a stone mill. Every step was difficult. For this result, Fan Yuan had expended all of the Star Thought Gu that he obtained from Dongfang Naganori in the 4th round. Thankfully, he had the stone nest and large numbers of hairy men. They were already refining Gu and storing up Star Thought Gu. Fan Yuan thus had enough capital to obtain Vaguely Familiar Face that he could use. As mentioned earlier, immortal Gu were unique. Fan Yuan did not have any of the 3 core immortal Gu of Vaguely Familiar Face. They were all in Feng Jioge's hands. If Fan Yuan wanted to recreate Vaguely Familiar Face, he could only change the core immortal Gu and change the killer move. Moreover, it would be best if this core immortal Gu was in Fan Yuan's possession. Right now, Fan Yuan achieved this goal. The modified Vaguely Familiar Face was much shabbier than the original. It only had 1 immortal Gu as the core, each strength immortal Gu. Other immortal Gu like Fixed Immortal Travel, Self-Strength, Iron Crown Eagle Strength and others were not suitable. It could also be said that Fan Yuan's attainment level was too low. He could not use these immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was able to use each strength immortal Gu as the core to activate Vaguely Familiar Face. It was all thanks to his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level. Vaguely familiar face that used each Strength Immortal Goo as the core had limited effects. The killer move could not change Fan Yuan's appearance, it could only change Fan Yuan's aura. Fan Yuan was a Northern Plains Goo Immortal. Once he used it, his aura would be exposed and his identity would be exposed. But if he used each Strength's vaguely familiar face, he could change his aura, turning the Northern Plains Goo Immortal's aura into Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert's aura. If one was not an investigative Goo Immortal, they would not be able to discover this disguise. In fact, this was the effect of Kanyang Laojun's method. Kanyang Laojun helped Dong Fan Naganori to fight against the Northern Plains demonic immortals. It was an intense battle. But from start to finish, he displayed Northern Plains aura. He did not reveal any Central Continent Goo Immortal aura. This was clearly an immortal killer move. It was also the embodiment of Crane Gate's deep foundation. But vaguely familiar face that Fan Yuan created had a weaker effect than Kanyang Laojun. Kanyang Laojun fought intensely against a large number of Northern Plains Goo Immortals, but did not expose his Central Continent aura. Fan Yuan was well aware that his vaguely familiar face would never be able to achieve this. Moreover, this killer move of his had a huge drawback: the price of using it was too high. Every time it was used, several Strength Path Dao marks would be expended on Fan Yuan's body. Each Strength Immortal Goo's effect was to let Goo Immortals devour immortal materials with pure Strength Path Dao marks, extracting the natural Strength Path Dao marks from the immortal materials and adding them to the Goo Immortal's body. Fan Yuan had tasted countless failures in his deductions. He finally thought about it and placed the idea on himself. As a Strength Path Immortal zombie, his body also had pure Strength Path Dao marks. As for the Space Path Dao marks and Time Path Dao marks in his immortal aperture, they had nothing to do with his body. Another example: Who Immortal Blessed Land had Earth Path, Space Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path Dao marks, but Who Immortal's body had pure Enslavement Path Dao marks when she was alive. After Who Immortal died, the Enslavement Path Dao marks on her body were all transferred to the Blessed Land. Thus, Fan Yuan decided to eat his own flesh. He used each Strength Immortal Goo as the core and placed a large number of Mortal Goo, expending Strength Path Dao marks to disguise his aura. Even though this immortal killer move's effect was not good, it was far from what Fan Yuan wanted, and the flaw was huge. It could still be used. But he was still very glad that he was able to obtain this result. He had once thought that his deductions and improvements would end in complete failure. He was already very satisfied with this result. The greatest credit for this naturally belonged to the Wisdom Goo. Under the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan had unlimited inspiration. He actually used the Strength Path Immortal Goo as the core and successfully modified vaguely familiar face. With the joy of success, Fan Yuan participated in the 6th round of the competition and won first place again. After returning to Who Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a while before using Fixed Immortal Travel to Western Desert. Western Desert, how to cross the hill. Intense winds blew, yellow sand filled the sky. Shao Tribe's Goo Masters formed into battle formations, fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants. Their bodies were covered in a layer of shiny shells. They were proficient in moving on the surface of the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand. Their mouths were ferocious as they pounced at Shao Tribe's Goo Masters. Fan Yuan observed from a bird's eye view. He estimated that there were over 30,000 hidden sand spiders. But Shao Tribe was one of the super forces of Western Desert. Their Goo Masters had high battle attainment. They also had the experience of dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, in this battle, the humans had the upper hand. Fan Yuan only took a glance before looking at the area behind the hidden sand spiders. It was a huge sand dune. In the sand dune, there was a tornado, the sky was dark, and countless beast roars could be heard. Chapter 844. This was one of the 7 most famous natural wonders of Western Desert, the movement of hundreds of thousands of li of sand dunes. It was like a brush from the heavens, brushing over half of the Western Desert, drawing out a curve. On this fixed curve of sand dunes, there were no oases, no fierce beasts, no rocks, only yellow sand. No one could stop it, even rank 8 goo immortals were powerless against it. Western Desert's people named these moving sand dunes How to Cross Dune, showing the helplessness and bewilderment of Western Desert's humans when facing the might of nature. How to cross dune? Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes, flying towards the sand dune. He concealed his figure and flew across the battlefield on the ground without anyone noticing. Shao Clan's goo immortals were fighting in How to Cross Dune. Of course, this was only the periphery. These goo immortals could not explore the inner area. Their opponents were 3 giant hidden sand spider queens, all desolate beasts. The hidden sand spider queen was like a fish in water amidst the sandstorm. Its enormous, mountainous body continuously produced more hidden sand spiders. But Shao Clan's goo immortals were also orderly. Xiao Huqi, as the leader, led the charge, shouting and shouting, immersed in the pleasure of battle. Vice leader Xiao Shirang sighed and transmitted, "Leader, it is about time, the training effect has been achieved, let the clan's goo master army retreat first. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I will leave this matter to you." Ha ha, the 3 hidden sand spider queens have lost most of their stamina, it is time to capture them alive. Xiao Huqi laughed wildly and was about to attack, when his gaze suddenly focused and he shouted towards the left. "Who is it?" Boom! A giant hand appeared. It pierced through the sandstorm with an extremely imposing aura. It directly grabbed towards a hidden sand spider queen. Xiao Huqi's eyes were about to split open, but this giant hand appeared at the right time. That hidden sand spider queen was coincidentally forced back by the Shao Clan goo immortals. The giant hand grabbed from behind, as if this hidden sand spider queen was walking into a trap. "Such guts! You dared to provoke our Shao Clan! Scoundrel, you actually want to seize the fruits of our labor, unforgivable! Attack! Let's capture this person together. I, Xiao Huqi, would like to see exactly who is so audacious." Shao Clan's goo immortal was about to attack furiously when 7 other strength path giant hands appeared from the sandstorm. Boom, boom, boom! Amidst the intense bombardment, the 5 Shao Clan rank 6 goo immortals collapsed in shock. Only Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang, the 2 rank 7s, were evenly matched against the 2 giant hands. This is rank 7 battle strength. The newcomer is very powerful. The 2 leaders attacked angrily and used their signature killer moves, but they did not succeed. The other party did not use his full strength. This is the first time I have seen this strength path killer move. Who is it? At once, Shao Clan's goo immortals showed grim expressions. Don't be nervous, everyone. I mean no harm. Fan Yuan slowly flew out. He revealed his true appearance with a smile on his face. Everyone turned their gazes and saw the hidden sand spider queen. He was already gripped tightly by the strength path giant hand, howling in pain, unable to struggle. Captured alive just like that, this immortal killer move is so strong. Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang looked at each other. They could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. If they had attacked, they would not have been able to do it so easily. Otherwise, Shao Clan would not have sent so many goo immortals. They had participated in the capture of the hidden sand spider queen. Fan Yuan could do this because he had grasped the timing. The hidden sand spider queen's stamina had fallen by a lot, and because Myriad Self-Giant Hand had gained the 2nd core immortal goo, pulling mountain, its power had increased, and it could even counter Earth Path desolate beasts like the hidden sand spider queen. Fan Yuan brought the captured hidden sand spider queen to Shao Clan's goo immortals. "Sir, who are you? What are your intentions?" Xiao Huqi asked in a deep voice after sensing Fan Yuan's goodwill. Fan Yuan chuckled. "I am just a nameless lone cultivator in Western Desert. I have been living in seclusion and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie not long ago, so I decided to enter the world. This time, I suddenly appeared because I want to do a long-term trade with your clan. I wonder if you are interested in regretful spiders?" "Oh? Regretful spiders?" Shao Clan's goo immortals heard this and were overjoyed. Shao Clan had the immortal Gu House 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. 10,000 Li was just a general term. The entire immortal Gu House was more than 10,000 Li long. This immortal Gu House had an extremely special function. As long as there were enough spider mortal Gu, it could be spread out and built anywhere. If one looked from a bird's eye view, it would look like a huge spider web covering western desert. And in this 10,000 Li silk corridor, the ground was smooth like silk. Anything transported in this corridor would have an extremely fast speed increase. Shao Clan was one of the wealthiest superforces in western desert. The most important reason was that Shao Clan had this 10,000 Li silk corridor. Any immortal Gu house could defend, attack, move, heal, investigate, and so on. Be it 88-point Jinyang Tower, Water Pavilion, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Red Fiend Divine Boat, Profound Ice House, or other immortal Gu houses, they were all like this. They could be called fortresses of war. Shao Clan had set up 10,000 Li silk corridor everywhere, allowing their goods to move freely, making huge profits. But there was a problem. The operation of 10,000 Li silk corridor would expend a large number of spider mortal Gu. 10,000 Li silk corridor was Shao Clan's economic lifeline. Thus Shao Clan had to collect a large number of spider mortal Gu every year to maintain 10,000 Li silk corridor. This time, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang led a group to capture hidden sand spiders. It was to bring them to the clan's headquarters and raise them. Every once in a while, they would let out their blood and cut off their flesh, gathering the clan's Gu masters to refine large numbers of spider mortal Gu. Even though Shao Clan's own business satisfied a portion of the demand, they still needed to purchase large numbers of spider mortal Gu from the market. Moreover, the greater the number of spider mortal Gu and the greater the variety, the easier it would be for 10,000 Li silk corridor. Shao Clan's Gu immortals were naturally interested. Xiao Huqi immediately asked, "Sir, how many regretful spiders do you have, and how would you like to trade?" Fan Yuan laughed heartily, giving a number. Xiao Huqi's eyes shone with joy for a moment. Fan Yuan continued, "I can provide you with this many spider mortal Gu every month." Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. As for how to trade, Fan Yuan pondered, "Isn't your 10,000 Li silk corridor the best method? Give me a nearby node token. On the 30th of every month, I will come to the node punctually to put in the goods and collect the payment." "Then, sir, how much are you selling your goods?" Xiao Shirang interrupted. "No rush." Fan Yuan waved his hand. "Everyone, let's look at the quality of the goods first before discussing the price." Fan Yuan's sample made Shao Clan's Gu immortals very satisfied. These regretful spiders came from a northern plains superforce, Dongfang tribe. It would be strange if Shao Clan's Gu immortals were not satisfied. Fan Yuan immediately quoted a price. After some haggling, both sides set the price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Xiao Huqi paid for the goods on behalf of the clan. Fan Yuan got what he wanted and obtained a node token. After the transaction, he did not stay any longer. He turned around and left. Xiao Huqi's group returned to Shao Clan's headquarters and immediately reported this matter to Shao Clan's first Supreme Elder. After learning of this, First Supreme Elder nodded. "Little Hu did well this time. We will double the contribution for this mission." Xiao Huqi said solemnly. "But Lord, this person appeared too suddenly. He is a rank 6 immortal zombie but has rank 7 battle strength. Does Lord know his origin?" First Supreme Elder smiled nonchalantly. "Western Desert is huge. There are naturally many secluded Gu immortals. I do not know all of them. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence. It is not strange that they were forced to appear. Since this person is sincere in doing business, let's continue our cooperation. My clan will always have a need for mortal spider Gu. If the cooperation goes well, we can give him the Shao Clan transaction token. Lord, are we not going to investigate him?" First Supreme Elder thought about it and said, "I know what you mean. Since the other party can supply goods for a long time, he definitely has other blessed lands. We can investigate him a little. We cannot treat him like an ordinary immortal zombie. The urgent matter now is to compete with Dong Clan and occupy the northwest market. We need to set up the 10,000 Li silk corridor as soon as possible." I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder. Xiao Huqi saw that First Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed and immediately understood. He bowed respectfully and left silently. A few days later. Central Continent, Floating Flower River, Listening Wave Pavilion. As a large-scale force, Listening Wave Pavilion was a semi-secluded sect, but right now, it was crowded like a marketplace. This was one of the locations of the Refinement Path Convention's 7th round. At this time, another round of competition had just ended. Everyone was discussing and exclaiming. Countless gazes gathered on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan wore a black robe and a mask. He was still in the same appearance as before. He walked down the stage silently. Many people's gazes followed him as he moved. The other group of people stared at the ranking on the wall with shock in their eyes. Right now, the first place was engraved with Fan Yuan's name. Demonic Path Gu Cultivator Fan Yuan obtained first place for the 7th time in a row. Amazing, too amazing, this is the performance of at least a master-level Gu master. With his strength, he has a high chance of passing the most famous nightmare of the Refinement Path Convention, the 8th round. When can I have such strength? In the crowd, Hongyi looked at Fan Yuan's departing figure, as he felt a sense of yearning. For some reason, others disliked Fan Yuan's demonic cultivation style, but as a righteous path disciple of Universal Life Academy, Hongyi did not dislike Fan Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Although Hongyi's luck was good and he had huge potential, he was too lacking in ability. He was eliminated in the 2nd round. Do you think Fan Yuan can fight his way into the finals like this? Young man, you are already looking forward to the finals? It's too early. Chapter 845. Amidst everyone's discussions, Fan Yuan slowly walked out of Listening Wave Pavilion. Everywhere he went, the crowd would unconsciously make way for him. Even though Fan Yuan was a demonic path Gu cultivator and was hated by the righteous path, Fan Yuan's refinement path attainment was admirable. Especially in this special environment of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, during this special period, even demonic cultivators could openly enter the righteous path's territory. Gu masters had a mentality of only using Gu refinement as a hero. At the entrance of Listening Wave Pavilion, several Gu masters from various forces were shouting and selling information. Their business was booming. Extra, extra, the latest information is the most complete result list of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It even has the results of the 7th round. Do you want to know the 100 great Gu refinement experts who have the highest chance of becoming the champion? Then come and take a look. 1 image Gu, the lowest price is 50 yuan stone. The price is very low, it will last until it is sold out. A famous Wisdom Path Gu Master's deduction of this Central Continent's sect ranking competition, as well as the grudges between the 10 great ancient sects. 1 information for only 10 yuan stone. Cheap and good price. To think that the 7th round's result would be released so quickly. Fan Yuan heard this and was moved. But when he saw the attire of this Gu master selling information, he understood. This Gu master selling the 7th round's result was wearing the attire of Lightning Information Sect. Lightning Information Sect was a superforce created by a Gu immortal. It naturally could not compare to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Lightning Information Sect's founder, Mi Lan Guang, was originally a Lightning Path Gu immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. Because he violated the sect rules, his cultivation was crippled. He was expelled from the sect. To maintain his livelihood, he was forced to cultivate Information Path. Combining his Lightning Path cultivation experience, he created many unique Information Path Gu worms. The results were even better than before. His development was even more prosperous. The Lightning Information Sect he created, after over 100 years of development, had already become a first-rate sect in Central Continent that specialized in Information Path. Even the 10 great ancient sects sometimes bought information from Mi Lan Guang. Fan Yuan walked to this Gu master and threw 10 yuan stone to him. Give me 1. The Lightning Information Sect Gu master hurriedly received the yuan stone and looked at it, recognizing Fan Yuan. Ah, sir. Are you Sir Fan Yuan? It is this lowly one's good fortune to be able to inquire of this lowly one. How could I dare to accept money from Sir? Sir, please take it back. This report will be given to you for free. After that, he presented the 10 pieces of yuan stone to Fan Yuan with both hands. Fan Yuan smiled faintly. Just take it as a reward. That Gu master smiled flatteringly. Then this lowly one thanks Lord for the reward. Sir, this is the information you wanted. On behalf of the Electric Information Sect, I thank you for purchasing our information. If you can squeeze out some time from your busy schedule to accept my sect's interview, the Lightning Language sect that I belong to will also offer immortal materials. Fan Yuan waved his hand. He received the information path Gu worm from the Gu master and walked forward. Take care, Lord. The Gu master saw Fan Yuan's rejection and did not dare to persuade him anymore. After all, Fan Yuan was a demonic path rank 5 Gu cultivator. He stood on the spot and watched Fan Yuan leave. Only when Fan Yuan disappeared into the crowd did he turn around. He continued to sell information loudly. Fan Yuan walked. He split a portion of his consciousness and inspected the information path Gu worm from earlier. This information path Gu. It was only rank 1, the cost of refining it was extremely low, it was not worth mentioning. The important thing was the information inside, it was worth 10 yuan stone. Fan Yuan inspected it, and found that in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, there were over 8,000 Gu masters who won 7 rounds in a row. These people were able to pass 7 rounds, they were basically quasi-master level. Of course, among them, there were some who were extremely lucky and had weaker strength. But the strength here was only relatively speaking, they were not at Hong Yi's level. People like Hong Yi had already been eliminated in the first 3 rounds of the competition. Initially, there were hundreds of thousands of people who signed up for the competition. Most of these people were Central Continent Gu masters, but there were also people from Southern Border and the other 4 regions. After 7 rounds, there were only over 8,000 people left, there were less than 10,000, this showed how shocking the elimination rate was. And among them, there were over 400 people who got top 3 in 7 rounds in a row. These people were at least refinement master level geniuses. Even though 400 was a huge number, in the context of Central Continent, these people were only a small portion. They were at the top of the pyramid of refinement path attainment. In any path, master level people were rare. And refinement path was harder to become proficient in compared to other paths, there were even fewer masters. Among these 400 people, there were still over 80 Gu masters who got first in 7 rounds in a row. Undeniably, these 80 people were the focus of attention, they were the center of attention. Fan Yuan's name was among them. According to the evaluation of experts, his name was only above average. This was the result of Fan Yuan's high profile, it showed how intense the competition in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was, there were all sorts of people. It was not easy to stand out among these refinement path elites. Of course, this ranking was more of a guess, it did not represent the true standard of Gu refinement. The contents of the first 7 rounds were not enough to gauge Fan Yuan's limits. At the same time, Fan Yuan's origin was mysterious, even if others wanted to guess, they could not. Because of these reasons, Fan Yuan's position was in the 30s. Fan Yuan carefully looked at this ranking. He soon found many familiar names. Firesmith Dragon Chief, Fang Huai, Tian Minye, Feng Kim Hong, Yu Mu Chun, Lv Pintian, Du Ping Tan, Chu Wen, these people's names had a high status in Fan Yuan's previous life. Undeniably, they were all heroes among people, they were lined up like stars in the sky, even Fan Yuan felt a sense of dazzling brilliance. Among these people, there are many stars from the 5 regions' chaotic war. Some might not be outstanding now, but they will become immortals in the future. Some will even reach Refinement Path Grand Master realm in their lifetime. Fan Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Fan Yuan was now a Refinement Path Quasi-Grand Master, he was only a step away from Grand Master realm. But don't underestimate this step, it was actually very far away, he needed a qualitative breakthrough. Actually, Fan Yuan's Refinement Path talent was very ordinary. If his talent was lacking, he would use hard work to make up for it. Fan Yuan used his previous life's accumulation to forcefully raise his refinement path attainment level, surpassing master level and reaching quasi-grandmaster level. He had cultivated for over 500 years, but he was only at quasi-grandmaster level. Wasn't he too useless? Look at Jingshan Chuan, he was already a refinement path master at such a young age. The importance of talent in this was undeniable. But there was one more point. Jingshan Chuan was a refinement path Gu master, he put most of his effort into it. As for Fan Yuan, be it in his previous life or this life, he cultivated refinement path on the side. In his previous life, he spent over 300 years cultivating blood path for the last 200 years, while in this life, he cultivated strength path. One was a main path while the other was a secondary path. The amount of effort invested was like heaven and earth. If Fan Yuan did not cultivate blood path and strength path, he might not have lived until now. He was not as lucky as Jingshan Chuan to have a master protecting him. And it was hard to raise attainment level. The higher one went, the harder it was. Before the dream realm changed the situation of the 5 regions, to raise attainment level, one could only rely on their own hard work and talent. It could be said that it was not easy for Fan Yuan to reach quasi-grandmaster attainment level in refinement path. With my strength, it will be difficult to get into the top 10 of this refinement path convention. And to benefit from the infallible inheritance, I need to get at least 6th place. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had grown from a small scale. Initially, it was only a way for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to compete for the infallible inheritance. They used refinement path duels to determine the winner and the loser. They would fight for the greatest benefits for themselves and their sections. But later on, because the infallible inheritance had too many benefits, it was helpful to the recovery of Fate Gu. Celestial Court took over. Strictly speaking, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were the representatives of the Celestial Court's internal organizations. Celestial Court was the boss behind the scenes of the 10 great ancient sects. With the boss taking over, the 10 great ancient sects could only accept it and cooperate with him. With the Celestial Court behind the scenes, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started to become famous. Its influence spread to the whole world. Now, every refinement path convention would attract Gu refinement path geniuses from the other 4 regions to participate. According to the results of the previous conventions, the top 3 in the finals are all refinement path grandmasters. There are even some quasi-great grandmasters. The quality of every Central Continent refinement path convention was different, but in the top 10, most of them were refinement path grandmasters. Only the 7th place had some refinement path quasi-grandmaster Gu masters. Sometimes, there were not many geniuses, there were only 3 or 4 refinement path grandmasters in the top 10, then refinement path quasi-grandmasters could enter the top 6. But sometimes, there were too many geniuses, there were 7 or 8 refinement path grandmasters in the top 10, then there were few quasi-grandmasters who could enter the top 10. In this convention of Fan Yuan's, the quality was either high nor low. There were about 5 refinement path grandmasters. My greatest skill is still blood path Gu refinement methods. But now, I do not have many blood path Gu worms. If I use those blood path refinement methods, it will give Crane Gate an excuse to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. If I want to enter the top 6, I need to use my methods. Fan Yuan thought as he made up his mind. 16 days later, Central Continent. Anzu Earth Trench, Demon Expelling Sect. Demon Expelling Sect was a superforce. It had 3 Gu immortals in the upper echelon. Its sphere of influence stretched for millions of li, covering dozens of large forces, hundreds of mid-sized forces, tens of thousands of small forces, as well as countless ant-like Gu master families. As one of the locations of the 8th round, Demon Expelling Sect's headquarters had the qualifications to do so. Tens of thousands of Gu masters swarmed in on this day, to watch the exciting Gu refinement showdown. Of course, the true competition venue had limited space. It could only hold over 1,000 people. These 1,000 people were naturally not ordinary Gu masters. But in the several large squares that could accommodate ordinary spectators, Demon Expelling Sect had already made appropriate arrangements. Once the 8th round starts, there would be a video in the air, displaying it at the same time. Chapter 846. Fa Jing and another Crane Gate elder led over 10 disciples into the competition venue. Unspecified currency outside the venue, there were buzzing noises. Over 1,000 Gu masters were sitting on the surrounding platforms, discussing in low voices while waiting for the 8th round to begin. But because there were too many people, even the slightest sound of conversation became very noisy when it was gathered together. It's Crane Gate's elder and disciple. Once they saw Feng Jing's group, the surrounding Gu masters could not help but look at them. Their discussions also became hushed. Compared to the large and small forces, the people of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were like princes walking among commoners. That young man is actually wearing Crane Gate's elder's robe. Am I seeing things? Lower your voice. He is a rank 5 Gu master. His aura is genuine. What are you making a fuss about? It's not like there aren't Gu worms that can maintain youthful looks. Look, it's myriad Dragon Doc's disciples and elders. At the next moment, everyone's gazes were attracted to another group of people. This group of Gu masters had twice the number of Crane Gate's members. They were led by 4 elders, and there were also many elite disciples among the disciples. Myriad Dragon Doc. The Crane Gate elder's gaze froze when he saw this. Myriad Dragon Doc, one of the 10 great ancient sects, had been in the limelight recently. The reason was because of Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend might only be a rank 6 Gu immortal, but his battle strength was extremely outstanding. After 2 years of closed cultivation, he comprehended the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. After that, he came out of his closed cultivation and roamed Central Continent, challenging countless Gu immortals along the way. He won most of the time, with few draws. There were few defeats. The more Vicious Lightning Fiend won, the greater his momentum. Because of the duels, he obtained a lot of resources, causing the number of lightning deities in his hands to increase instead of decreasing. There were already 3 of them now. Before he had lightning deities, Vicious Lightning Fiend already had an impressive battle record of fighting rank 7 Gu immortals to a draw. Now that he had 3 lightning deities, his battle strength rose even further, surpassing ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. In his battle record, many rank 7 Gu immortals had lost to him. With rank 6 cultivation level, defeating a rank 7 Gu immortal was a very rare thing. What was especially precious was that Vicious Lightning Fiend defeated rank 7 Gu immortals again and again. He was in the limelight for a while. His sect Myriad Dragon Doc's reputation also rose greatly. It was to the extent that the whole of Central Continent's Gu immortal world started to faintly acknowledge Vicious Lightning Fiend as the number 1 person with rank 6 battle strength in Central Continent. Some of the Myriad Dragon Doc elders who were fond of fighting were even more excited. They directly shouted that Vicious Lightning Fiend would be the next Shirley, the next Feng Jioga. After Vicious Lightning Fiend heard the news, he immediately replied and berated. Shirley is one thing, but Lord Feng Jioga is not someone I can compare to. Don't say such things in the future. In other words, Shirley could still challenge him. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Combat Immortal Sect. He had outstanding battle strength. However, he was firmly suppressed by Feng Jioga, unable to turn the tables. Feng Jioga, this freak, was hard to come by even in thousands of years. The 10 sects of Zhongzhou State had been beaten by him so badly that they could not help but admire and fear him. He won a series of challenges. This boosted Vicious Lightning Fiend's arrogance, and he began to openly challenge Shirley. Combat Immortal Sects people were naturally indignant. However, Shirley, who had an irritable and direct temperament, strangely maintained his silence. This instead boosted Myriad Dragon Doc's morale. They felt that Shirley had no confidence in dealing with Vicious Lightning Fiend, and was acting like a coward. Of course, anyone who was slightly familiar with the inside information would know that Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge was only a probe by Myriad Dragon Doc towards Combat Immortal Sect. Combat Immortal Sect had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and also discovered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. They had already started to secretly attack it. Because they wanted to draw Gu Immortal's battle strength from all over the place, this huge movement had already been faintly sensed by the other 9 sections. But these secrets were usually only known by Gu immortals. Thus, when these elders and disciples of Myriad Dragon Doc saw Fangjing's group, they were extremely arrogant. "Oh, it's Crane Gates people. He, what are you doing here? Are you here to see how your elders will fail? It's no use, our Myriad Dragon Doc's Lord Dragon Chief will definitely be the final victor, there is no doubt about this." Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu masters started mocking and ridiculing the moment they spoke. The competition between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was especially intense. Both sides were not on good terms. Especially when Crane Gate had been weak for a long time, Myriad Dragon Doc's people, who had become stronger, looked down on Crane Gate even more. Crane Gate's disciples could not help but feel sullen, but they could not retort. They maintained their silence and brushed past Myriad Dragon Doc's people, eventually sitting at their arranged seats. "TSK, a bunch of cowards," someone said in disdain. Someone even mocked. "Ha ha ha," as expected of Crane Gate's style. Crane Gate's people's expressions became even more unsightly. The spectators saw this and had many doubts. Someone asked, "Crane Gate and Myriad Dragon Doc are both part of the 10 great ancient sects. Why is Myriad Dragon Doc so arrogant?" Immediately someone answered, "There are strong and weak sects among the 10 great ancient sections. Crane Gate is weaker than Myriad Dragon Doc, this is publicly acknowledged. Besides this, Myriad Dragon Doc's participating Gu Master is too strong, it is that refinement path Gu Master known as Firesmith Dragon Chief." "What? Firesmith Dragon Chief is actually Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Master, isn't he a lone cultivator? Didn't you see the information dug out by Lightning Information Sect? This Firesmith Dragon Chief violated the sect rules in his early years and was chased out by Myriad Dragon Doc. He is participating in this Refinement Path convention to obtain a ranking and return to Myriad Dragon Doc. So that's it. It is said that this Firesmith Dragon Chief is already a Refinement Path Grandmaster. Such a person is actually eagerly requesting to return to Myriad Dragon Doc. The rallying power of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is truly huge. Meanwhile, at Crane Gate's side, Fangjing and the other elders were also quietly discussing. Fangjing asked, "I wonder what are the chances of our sect's elder Yan Tang winning this competition?" Fangjing's Gu refinement ability was not good, he barely passed the 4 questions after going through the training. He successfully registered. But in the end, he was eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, this was a large competition. This was the most open competition, outsiders were not allowed to watch. Fangjing was also an elder of Crane Gate. His status could be said to be noble. This time, Elder Yan Tang was participating in the competition and he had eaten so much food and wine from the other party, he had to come and watch and cheer for Elder Yan Tang. When Fangjing asked this, the Crane Gate elder sitting beside him frowned deeply and sighed. "Elder Fangjing, you know our Elder Yan Tang mainly cultivates Fire Path, he only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. As for the other party, Firesmith Dragon Chief, he mainly cultivates Refinement Path while cultivating Fire Path on the side. This difference is huge." Fangjing still did not understand, he asked again. Even so, with Elder Yan Tang's Gu refinement attainment, he should be able to get into the top 3. Sigh. The Crane Gate elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Elder Fangjing, you don't understand. After the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention, the competition after that is a cruel single elimination system. Look at this demon expelling sect competition stage in front of you. Only one Gu Master can win and advance to the next round." "What? It's actually like this." Fangjing was shocked. After a few breaths of time, he reacted. After all, he had experienced many setbacks, his mind had changed. Since the opponent is so strong, then why doesn't Elder Yan Tang go to another competition venue? This Refinement Path Convention does not prohibit participants from moving around. Elder Fangjing, you are right to think this way. After all, you can advance. Retreating is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, the other competition locations were also occupied by Gu refinement experts. Moreover, Elder Yan Tang was arranged here. This is also the decision of Crane Gate's higher-ups. At the end, the Crane Gate elder purposely lowered his voice and whispered. Fan Jing was shocked. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the Crane Gate's higher-ups have already abandoned Elder Yan Tang. Their goal is to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief's ability? In a daze, he thought of his master, Master Tenchiru, who had once analyzed this to him. Elder Yan Tang was isolated in Crane Gate, so he invited you to drink, wanting to form a political alliance with you. Because he was isolated, he was chosen to be abandoned. Elder Yan Tang must be filled with unwillingness. What if I am abandoned one day? Thinking of this, Fan Jing suddenly recalled the painful scene of him being in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over his body. Whoosh! The nightmarish memory surfaced again. Fan Jing's body shook as he sucked in a breath of cold air. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked in concern. Nothing. Fan Jing wiped his forehead with his hand, and at once his palm was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think too much. His heart was flustered and hesitant. At this time, the elder's voice resounded in his ears. Participants, enter the arena one by one, the competition is about to begin. Fan Jing quickly raised his head and looked, only to see over 100 Gu masters slowly entering the arena. Fan Jing quickly found Elder Yan Tang in Crane Gate. The latter was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with indignation and helplessness. Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was dressed in a red robe, had an arrogant expression as he looked around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding competitors. A bunch of weaklings, I will definitely win this round. Quickly start. Firesmith Dragon Chief did not mind, laughing heartily as he urged Demon Expelling Sex hosting Elder. The surrounding Refinement Path Gu Masters, however, did not dare to retort due to Firesmith Dragon Chief's formidable strength. Even Elder Yan Tang in Crane Gate clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, but he remained silent. Myriad Dragon Doc will win. Win! Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will win. Myriad Dragon Doc's group shouted excitedly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Their attitude was arrogant, but the surrounding spectators could only sit quietly and watch this happen. Damn it, this is too damn it. Fan Jing had the temperament of a youngster after all. He gritted his teeth and felt indignant in his heart. I hate my lack of strength. I really hope someone will appear at this time and defeat this Firesmith Dragon Chief, and beat down the arrogance of these Myriad Dragon Doc people. As if responding to the hope in his heart, a figure quietly appeared. At first, he did not attract any attention, but when he stepped onto the arena, countless gazes were immediately cast towards him. Black robe. Mask. Rank 5 demonic cultivator. It was Fan Yuan. Why was he here? Chapter 847. Fan Yuan's appearance was out of everyone's expectations. According to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's rules, from the 8th round onwards, only one Gu Master could advance to the next round. Thus, it gradually became a custom. The whole of Central Continent's competition locations were turned into territories, and every powerful Refinement Path Gu Master was like a fierce beast occupying a territory. Unless forced to, no ferocious beast would cross the boundary to challenge another ferocious beast. This was absolutely not a wise move. The more they advanced, the more glory they would obtain, and the more rewards they would obtain. Fighting in advance was like a fisherman reaping the benefits. Thus, when many Gu Masters saw Fan Yuan's appearance, they could not help but guess. Does Fan Yuan have some enmity with Firesmith Dragon Chief? The exorcism sect elder in charge of this competition felt strange, but showed no expression. Fan Yuan's appearance was in accordance with the convention's rules. As long as one entered any venue within the stipulated time, their results would be recognized. Thus, even if others wanted to obstruct him, they could not do so under everyone's watchful eyes. This person is called Fan Yuan? Don't tell me he is our sect's famous who immortal blessed land's owner? Crane Gate's disciples also started guessing. Speaking of which, that Lord Fan Yuan of our sect is really mysterious. I have not seen his true appearance even till now. Sigma, W is identical to WW. This is Fang Yuan? Not possible. Central Continent is so big, it is not like there are no Gu masters with the same name. The agreement between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong has already spread far and wide. Our Crane Gate has many exemption quotas. It is enough for Fang Yuan to rest and build up his strength. He can only participate after the 10th round. Crane Gate's disciples discussed. Many people secretly looked at Feng Jing's expression. Feng Jing's lips were tightly pursed. His face was pale, and his hands were tightly clenched in his wide sleeves. They were blood brothers. As soon as Fang Yuan appeared, Feng Jing's instincts told him that this was his biological brother. Feng Jing was caught off guard. At this moment, the shadow of his childhood descended upon him, enveloping him once again. It was as if a pair of black hands were tightly gripping his neck. Feng Jing found it difficult to breathe. Ever since he woke up from that coma, the nightmare that he had been trying his best to avoid came back to him again. The 10,000 Dragon Dock people shouted arrogantly. The cheers couldn't help but slow down and gradually weaken. Fang Yuan had previously displayed formidable refinement path attainments, obtaining first place in 7 rounds consecutively, the same result as Firesmith Dragon Chief. The elders and disciples of 10,000 Dragon Dock had no choice but to admit that Fang Yuan was a terrifying opponent. I heard that this Fang Yuan has the same result as our Firesmith Dragon Chief. 7 consecutive first-place matches. Is he the one who bet with Feng Kim Hong? If it's really that person. That is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He is extremely rich. So what? Humph, look at the rankings. Firesmith Dragon Chief is ranked 7th. What is Fang Yuan's rank? There are only 30 of them. That's right, he came this time. He is simply asking to be humiliated. I believe that Firesmith Dragon Chief can definitely defeat him. Although 10,000 Dragon Docks people said so, the other spectators did not think so. Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. He displayed a very strong aggressiveness. Fang Yuan was clearly not an idiot, this time. He had crossed the border to attack. He clearly had confidence and trump cards. Fang Yuan did not play according to the rules, causing Firesmith Dragon Chief to be shocked, angry, and doubtful. So Firesmith Dragon Chief probed. Crane Gate Fang Yuan! You came here. Are you hoping to reap early failure? Firesmith Dragon Chief really wanted to ask, why did you come here? Can't you just squat in your territory and advance in peace? You're really stupid. While he was reprimanding, he was also feeling somewhat gloomy inwardly. I have no grudge with you. Why did you come here to disturb me? You still have Feng Kim Huang's duel. Is it because I look easy to bully? Once he said that, the commotion outside the stage became even louder. What, this Fang Yuan is actually someone from Crane Gate. Isn't he a demonic path Gu cultivator? It should be. Firesmith Dragon Chief personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? This is huge news. I did not expect him to be a disciple of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This is really unexpected. But why did he come here? Did Crane Gate clash with Myriad Dragon Dock in advance? I have never heard of any conflicts. Even the hosting elder's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. Brother! Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his face was pale as paper, and his body was covered in cold sweat unknowingly. His breathing was labored and weak, as if he had just exercised intensely and was about to collapse. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. No one noticed his sorry state. In the aperture, Master Tenshiro consoled him, but there was little effect. The gazes of the other Crane Gate disciples brightened as they excitedly stared at Fang Yuan. Some even stood up unconsciously. Fang Yuan had never officially appeared in Crane Gate headquarters. But his legend had spread far and wide in the whole of Crane Gate. He was mysterious and powerful. There were countless rumors about him. It was said that because his talent was too outstanding, he was taken in as a personal disciple by a Gu immortal the moment he ascended the mountain. This was, of course, just a rumor, pure speculation and completely unreliable. But Crane Gate's higher-ups could not refute the rumor. Once the truth was revealed, would the reputation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects still be preserved? Moreover, the Crane Gate disciples were more willing to believe the evidence in front of them. The greatest evidence was Fangjing. Fangjing had a great aptitude, but now he had rank 5 cultivation and was a sect elder. From this, it could be inferred how outstanding the elder brother's aptitude was. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land? At this moment, the Crane Gate disciples craned their necks, their gazes were glued to Fan Yuan. The suspicions and curiosity in their hearts had accumulated to the point of overflowing their chests. I really want to see Lord Fan Yuan's true appearance. He should look similar to Elder Fangjing. Sigh, why is he wearing a mask? But this is the competition venue. Anyone who uses investigative goo will be chased out. The disciples conversed excitedly. The Crane Gate elder finally realized something was wrong with Fangjing, asking with concern. Elder Fangjing, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? It's nothing. Fangjing seemed to be startled, quickly replying. Why does Elder Fangjing seem to be afraid of Fan Yuan? Don't tell me the relationship between these two brothers is not good. The Crane Gate elder's eyes flashed with a strange expression. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. Fan Yuan's eyes were hidden behind the mask. He first slowly looked around, pausing on Fangjing, before slowly looking at Firesmith Dragon Chief. He lightly smiled, breaking the long silence. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he proudly announced to the surrounding people. That's right, I am Crane Gate's Fan Yuan. Haha, it's true. Elder Fan Yuan, you can do it. Elder Fan Yuan and Fangjing are the two heroes of our sect. The ones with the most intense reaction were the people from Crane Gate. Some of the disciples almost jumped up in excitement. They felt proud and had a strong sense of honor for the sect. After being suppressed by the group of people from the 10,000 Dragon Dock, at this time, they had obtained justice, and they felt a kind of exhilaration. What are you so proud of? That's right. What is there to be proud of? Myriad Dragon Dock's people quickly refuted. Fangjing's eyes flashed with hatred, he gritted his teeth and said to his companions, Don't compare me with my brother. In the ears of the bystanders, it had a different meaning. Did you hear that? Elder Fangjing has such talent, but he admits he is weaker than Lord Fan Yuan. That's right, rumor has it that Fan Yuan is a Gu immortal seed, he is fully nurtured by the higher-ups. The Crane Gate disciples suppressed their voices as they talked, but their voices were not low at all. You! Fangjing's expression turned ashen when he heard these words, he felt an intense dizziness. Myriad Dragon Dock's expression also became even more unsightly. The smell of gunpowder became even more intense. A Myriad Dragon Dock elder snorted and softly cursed. I want to see what kind of dejected expression you will have when you lose. Outside the arena, the other Gu masters had already become props that were ignored by others. Fan Yuan continued to stare at Firesmith Dragon Chief, purposely raising his voice. Firesmith Dragon Chief, I came here naturally to defeat you. Defeating those incompetent people is too boring for me. You are a slightly better opponent, you can add some brilliance to my path of advancement. So bring out your true strength, don't hold back. I remember your strongest method is that crazy deity's blazing flame? Take it out and fight, that way I can feel a little more satisfaction after defeating you. Hearing Fan Yuan's words of challenge, be it outside or on the arena, all the Gu masters had the same feeling, arrogant, too arrogant. Earlier, everyone had already felt that Firesmith Dragon Chief was arrogant, but now that they saw Fan Yuan, they realized that the saying there is always someone better than you was not wrong at all. Look at this Fan Yuan, this is the true insolent master. Firesmith Dragon Chief was inwardly shocked. He even knows my trump card? This is impossible, I have never shown it in public. How did he know? After the shock, Firesmith Dragon Chief's anger rose, he shouted without showing weakness. Good, since you are so arrogant, let me teach you a lesson. I will let you understand what true pain is. At the same time, he shouted in his heart. I am a grand rank 6 Gu immortal who has passed 2 heavenly tribulations. I am only 1 step away from rank 7. Why would I be afraid of a weakest immortal zombie like you? Kid, you are too arrogant. I will ruthlessly step on you and make you lose all face. Blindly challenging me will be your biggest regret in your life. Chapter 848. As if he could hear Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Fan Yuan continued to ridicule and even increased the intensity. Yes, this is the expression in your eyes, this is the emotion. Be angry, only then can you take out your full strength to fight me. Only then would I be a little interested in such an opponent. Remember, you must take it out, otherwise you will be the shame of myriad dragon doc. Ha! Seeing Fan Yuan pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief and speaking in such an arrogant manner. At once, the Gu masters on and off the stage were speechless. Wasn't this too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Doc's group gritted their teeth. They were arrogant, but Fan Yuan was even more arrogant than them. Firesmith Dragon Chief was trembling with anger, staring fixedly at Fan Yuan with eyes spewing fire. Different from what others imagined, Fan Yuan had a bold appearance, but he was actually very vigilant in his heart. Different from the outside world's information, this Firesmith Dragon Chief did not cultivate refinement path, but turned to cultivating fire path. He was a refinement path Gu master when he was in Myriad Dragon Doc. He had indeed been expelled from the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a fire path Gu immortal's inheritance. During this period of time, he luckily became a fire path Gu immortal, and eagerly entered Myriad Dragon Doc's embrace. Myriad Dragon Doc naturally would not let go of a Gu immortal battle strength. They had already secretly taken him in. It was just that it was the Refinement Path Convention, and seeing that he had Grand Master attainment in Gu refinement, they quickly called him to participate in the convention. They wanted to seize the first few places and obtain more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's Refinement Path attainment far exceeds mine. He was the second place in this convention in my previous life. His Refinement Path Grand Master attainment cannot be underestimated. Especially in the 10th battle. He suppressed 3 quasi-grandmasters who were refining Gu at the same time. His ferocious might was overwhelming. Such an enemy. I have to attack him in advance. If I let go of this chance, according to my previous life's memories, he would be almost unstoppable. However, although Firesmith Dragon Chief was already a Gu immortal, he did not make it public, and hid his identity from mortals. His Gu immortal cultivation could not be concealed from other Gu immortals, but everyone knew about it, and no one exposed him. Gu immortals maintained a sense of mystery. It was helpful to maintain their rule. There was another reason. If he lost to a mortal in the Refinement Path Convention, it would be too embarrassing. Why would Gu immortals lose to mortals? Mortals defeating Gu immortals was a common occurrence in the past Refinement Path Conventions. Because Gu refinement was not about fighting and killing. It's a technical job. The main reason was that immortal Gu were unique, they were too hard to refine. Without immortal Gu as a benchmark, when Gu immortals compete with mortals, they could only rely on refining mortal Gu. Everyone could refine mortal Gu, to a large extent. The difference between immortals and mortals could not be seen. Thus, normally speaking, Gu immortals who participated in the Refinement Path Convention would not expose their identities. Let's begin. Fan Yuan urged the Exorcism Sect Elder. Hurry up and begin! Firesmith Dragon roared. He could not wait to trample this arrogant Fan Yuan under his feet. The Exorcism Sect's Elder endured the pressure from the two, clenched his teeth, and insisted. According to the rules, it's not time yet. It was not good to start the competition. 3 breaths left. 3, 2, 1. All right. Activate the Isolation Gu formation, close the entrance, and reveal the test questions. The first 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention. Because there were too many participants, they could only take turns to compete. Now, it was the 8th round. The number of participants was greatly reduced. Every venue only held 1 round, the Gu masters who missed this opportunity. They could only concede and give up. The Gu worms used to store the test questions were also very particular. This kind of information path rank 5 mortal goo was the work of the Celestial Court. It had extraordinary concealment abilities. The questions were not stored in the database, but were controlled by the Heavenly Court in real time. When the test questions were about to start, the real test questions would be sent over. Once the test questions were shown, there was silence inside and outside the venue. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the test questions. For a moment, the venue was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. 8th test question. The requirement is to refine a rank 5 sound path goo. The person who successfully refines it and is the fastest will be the winner. He can proceed to the next round. All other goo masters will be eliminated. Materials given: Immortal Soul Grass, Forget Worry Rock, 1 rank 4 Apathy Goo, 6 rank 3 Mute Goo, 2 rank 4 Sinking Goo, no other materials allowed. Goo refinement recipes given: 6 different goo recipes for Silence Goo, 3 different Apathy Goo recipes, as well as 1 Hook Goo recipe. Everyone frowned. The difficulty of this test question was almost 10 times higher than the 7th round. Not only were there 10 different goo recipes, the goo master had to be able to choose the most suitable ones for themselves. Moreover, there was a limit to the materials provided. They were not allowed to use their own materials. But these materials did not meet the requirements of any of the goo recipes. That was to say, the goo master had to reverse refine Apathy Goo, Mute Goo, or Sinking Goo to obtain more goo refinement materials. Using these materials, they could refine the rank 5 sound path Mute Goo. Alternatively, the participating goo masters could use wisdom path methods to combine these goo recipes and modify them. According to the provided materials, they could deduce the goo recipes that fit the requirements. That worked too. But of these 2 methods, the first one was naturally the most effective. Thus, the second method required extremely high wisdom path attainment. Goo masters who could reach this step and also possess such deep wisdom path attainment were quite rare. More importantly, this competition also had to consider the time. Whoever could refine it first would be the winner, the others would be eliminated. This way, the mental pressure would be huge. Especially at the final juncture, some goo masters might not be able to bear the mental pressure and make a mistake. Firesmith Dragon Chief almost vomited blood when he saw this question. What the hell was this question? Firesmith Dragon Chief almost cursed. He was a Fire Path Goo Immortal and was most proficient in refining Fire Path Goo worms. This Sound Path Goo worm was clearly not within his expertise, and several of the crucial goo refinement materials could not be processed using fire refinement. This was quite embarrassing. Fan Yuan had clamored for Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest goo refinement killer move, Crazed Deity's Raging Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and planned to use this killer move to ruthlessly humiliate Fan Yuan. But with this question, how could Firesmith Dragon Chief use Crazed Deity's Raging Flames? Burn it for fun? This question was a great counter to Firesmith Dragon Chief. For example, he could only display 80% of his goo refinement attainment. Even for goo immortals, there were areas they were good at and bad at. This question happened to be the area Firesmith Dragon Chief was least proficient in. Of course, refinement path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could definitely successfully refine the goo. But the crucial point was the unexpected appearance of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's true strength was enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Between experts of the same level, a slight decrease in strength could determine the outcome, not to mention Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was weakened by 20%. This fellow has picked a good time. His luck is really damn good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore inwardly and glanced at Fan Yuan. At the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Fan Yuan had already started refining. How could this be? How could he be so fast? After all, the goo recipe and materials given in this question did not match. The goo master could either reverse refine the goo worm and modify the materials, or they could combine the goo recipe and deduce a new one. In short, they had to refine the rank 5 silence goo. Thus, this required the goo master to think deeply and deduce in their own minds, considering the possible failures in the refinement and reverse refinement, thus combining many plans and organizing the most refined Gu refinement plan. This process of thinking was extremely important. The plan they thought of had to have low risk. If the risk was too high and there were too many failures, the consumption of materials would increase. If they did not have enough for the next refinement, and could not use their own materials, they could only admit defeat. While demanding low risk, they also had to spend less time. If you spent too much time, others would have already finished, and even if you succeeded, you would be eliminated. It was very difficult to have both low risk and low time consumption. They needed to think carefully and constantly compare and arrange. Only then could they choose the best plan. Even a refinement path grandmaster like Firesmith Dragon Chief estimated that he would need half an incense's time to think. But this Fan Yuan, why did he start refining Gu right from the start? Are you kidding me? Is he really so confident? Fool, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. He should calm down and think carefully. The competing Gu masters glanced at Fan Yuan a few times, concentrating their attention and starting to think deeply. Fan Yuan took the lead, his progress extremely fast. The other Gu masters had not started refining Gu, he was the only one doing it in the whole field. Naturally, most of the Gu masters' gazes were focused on him. Praises spread out. It's really a dazzling technique. Proficient, too proficient. This is simply an instinct. But is this really good? Haste makes waste. Fan Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he also knew the content of this test. In Fan Yuan's previous life, after he became a blood path Gu immortal, he had also had the idea of participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Why? Because during the Refinement Path Convention, even demonic path members could participate openly, and even wanted criminals could openly register. The righteous path would not hunt them down. At that time, Fan Yuan did not have a single immortal Gu. He was trying his best to gather the immortal materials to refine immortal Gu. The whole process was extremely difficult. In comparison, although he had an immortal zombie body now, his financial situation was many times better. Chapter 849. In Fan Yuan's previous life, when Fan Yuan set his sights on the Bone Refinement Convention, only a dozen years had passed since the previous Refinement Path Convention. In order to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Fan Yuan had started preparing more than 80 years in advance. Every day, he would take some time out to practice, day and night. During this practice process, Fan Yuan brought out the spirit of a youth taking the college entrance exam in his previous life on Earth, facing a mountain of questions and a sea of questions. He would collect all the questions of the previous conventions, and while practicing bitterly, he would try to figure out the intention of the question setter. He easily obtained all the questions. There were people in Central Continent who specialized in selling this information, and this kind of goods had always been selling well. It could be seen that smart people were everywhere. Thinking back to those dark days where he trained bitterly, it was truly unbearable. But speaking of which, Fan Yuan's true refinement path foundation was also during that period of time. Without that period of time, he would not have his current refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment. Thus, Fan Yuan not only remembered the contents of this convention, he also remembered the previous conventions, and even remembered the future conventions. With such a huge advantage, so what if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief? Of course, this method had a flaw. That was the butterfly effect. Fan Yuan's rebirth had changed the original trajectory of many things. Igniting a tree might cause the whole forest to burn. A skilled swimmer would drown, a skilled rider would fall. Would the advantage Fan Yuan was relying on become his own failure because of the changes in this life's questions? This was entirely possible. But it was only a possibility. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, this possibility was not high. Fan Yuan decided to take a risk. He won the bet. The contents of the questions did not change. Time passed at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. The intense Gu refinement scene. The situation gradually became clear. Fan Yuan took the lead, ahead of Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was in second place. His whole body was emitting a confident aura as he methodically refined goo, maintaining a huge lead from beginning to end, causing the competitors who were desperately chasing after him to feel despair. The goo masters outside the arena gradually saw some clues. They could not help but praise. Fan Yuan is actually so quick-witted. He did not think much and actually designed this goo refinement plan. Amazing! His plan not only ensured the speed of the goo refinement and reduced the number of steps, it also allowed for more mistakes. Even if we fail a few times, he can try again with the extra materials. Of course. Fan Yuan's plan was the most outstanding goo refinement plan that countless refinement path goo masters came up with after this refinement path convention in his previous life. They tried it out and finally came up with it. Even more people sighed at Fan Yuan's goo refinement method. Fan Yuan's goo refinement method. It stood out too much. Such a number was like an innate ability. This was definitely something that needed to be tempered 1,000 times. This time, when refining the silence goo, it involved many methods that were rarely used, but he was actually able to do it so easily. It's even more difficult to imagine those common methods. That was only natural. Fan Yuan had prepared for this 8th match for a long time. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were specially trained to refine silence goo. The whole process was repeated over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most importantly, he is emitting an aura of confidence from inside out. He is confident in his success, like the probability of failure in the goo refinement. It is as if the probability of failure never existed in his mind. This is the aura of a refinement path master, The famous 3 elders of refinement path in history were like this. That's right, watching him refine goo is like watching a dazzling performance. His heart is so strong, it is as if victory is already in his pocket. His advantage is too obvious. Even if Fan Yuan fails once or twice, he can snatch the final victory from Firesmith Dragon Chief. Under the witness of countless gazes below and on the stage, Fan Yuan was not in any danger. He obtained victory with an enormous advantage. During the entire process, Fan Yuan firmly suppressed the other competitors. Even Firesmith Dragon Chief was left in the dust. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief failed. He was eliminated just like that. Myriad Dragon Docks people could not believe the result in front of them, muttering absent-mindedly. Fan Yuan! Fan Yuan! Crane Gates people stood up and shouted, cheering wildly. Only Fangjing was still sitting. He looked at his brother on the stage. The black-robed figure had already shrouded his whole body. I am afraid I have no hope of taking revenge in this life. At this moment, Fangjing's dejection reached its peak. He could no longer muster up any fighting spirit. Although there was deep hatred, Fangjing felt weak all over as he looked at Fan Yuan. He was powerless to reverse the situation. Firesmith Dragon Chief stared fixedly at Fan Yuan with his pair of bull eyes. He was unconvinced. He was unresigned. He had not even used his strongest killer move. This damned question made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. But he had to admit that Fan Yuan had quick thinking. He actually thought of such an outstanding goo refinement plan in such a short period of time. Is this Fan Yuan really an immortal zombie? Could the information have been wrong? Immortal zombies were weak at thinking. The results of Fan Yuan's thinking made Firesmith Dragon Chief, an ordinary goo immortal, feel ashamed of his inferiority. At once, Firesmith Dragon Chief started to doubt Fan Yuan's identity as an immortal zombie. The match had already ended. Fan Yuan slowly walked down the stage. He did not provoke or humiliate Firesmith Dragon Chief again. This made the latter secretly sigh in relief. Since he had already won, there was no meaning in provoking and humiliating the other party. If Firesmith Dragon Chief provoked Fan Yuan to challenge Fan Yuan, then wouldn't Fan Yuan be shooting himself in the foot? Eventually, Firesmith Dragon Chief led Myriad Dragon Docks group and left dejectedly. Fan Yuan received the winner's reward from Evil Expelling Sect. It was a large number of immortal materials of various types, but the quantity of each type was rather small. Starting from the 8th round, the rewards far surpassed the previous 7 rounds. There were large numbers of immortal materials, immortal goo recipes, and so on. If not for this, how could Fan Yuan have treated the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention as a way to gather immortal materials in his previous life? Fan Yuan put away these immortal materials and rejected Evil Expelling Sect's invitation to stay as a guest. Along the way, he gradually arrived at Evil Expelling Sect's mountain. At the mountain entrance, a group of people was already waiting at Crane Gate. Lord Fan Yuan! Seeing Fan Yuan's arrival, Elder Yen Tang and 2 other elders of Crane Gate respectfully welcomed him. Fan Jing was helpless. As an elder, he also stood out, but he stood behind the 2 elders expressionlessly, and did not take the initiative to greet them. Greetings, fellow sect members. Under the mask, Fan Yuan's gentle voice could be heard. This made the people of Crane Gate very excited. Fan Yuan's arrogance earlier made them feel that Fan Yuan was difficult to get along with. But now that Fan Yuan's voice was gentle, they immediately felt that Fan Yuan's attitude towards fellow sect members was different from outsiders. Fan Yuan first looked at Elder Yen Tang. In the competition just now, this elder had also participated in the competition. Fan Yuan casually pointed. Your Gu refinement attainment is not shallow, but your plan has several flaws. These flaws should be dealt with like this, for example the first one. Elder Yen Tang heard this and felt even more admiration towards Fan Yuan. He quickly thanked him. The disciples behind him had bright eyes, they were filled with admiration and praise. Fan Yuan turned his gaze towards Fan Jing at this time. His voice suddenly turned cold. He said with a tone of exasperation and disappointment. My brother, what is with your expression? Are you afraid I will scold you? Your performance, as always, disappoints me. You did not even pass the first round of the Refinement Path Convention. You are simply throwing my face. The atmosphere became tense. The disciples secretly stuck out their tongues, thinking, Fan Yuan is so fierce to his brother. The 2 elders of Crane Gate came to a realization. It seemed that the relationship between these 2 brothers was quite cold. Fan Jing showed hatred on his face. He snorted and was about to speak. Fan Yuan waved his hand, attacking in front of everyone. Fan Jing was a rank 5 Gu master. He was already at the peak of mortals. But firstly, he was an enslavement path Gu master. Most of his battle strength was on the Crane group, and secondly, he did not expect Fan Yuan to disregard the situation and attack him in front of everyone's eyes. Fan Yuan's attack had been planned for a long time. Not only did he use several mortal killer moves, he even used a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. While the people of Crane Gate were in a daze, Fan Yuan had already succeeded. He restrained Fan Jing on the spot from a distance. Fan Jing, you disappoint me. You are still roaming outside like this. Why don't you cultivate in peace? With such strength, you still dare to show off outside. Where is your sense of propriety? Your parents died early. As your brother, I have to fulfill the responsibility of a father and teach you well. Since you are interested in refinement path, from today onwards, you will follow me. I will impart my refinement path insights to you. You must cultivate hard until I am satisfied. Fan Yuan shouted. I don't need you to care about me. I am already an elder of Crane Gate. I have grown up. Fan Jing shouted, showing an unruly and rebellious expression. But in fact, his heart was cold. He was no longer under his control. The words he shouted were not what he wanted to say. This was a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. It directly controlled Fan Jing's mind and created false thoughts, making Fan Jing's body accept them and act according to the thoughts. This was similar to enslavement path Gu masters controlling wild beasts. But the difference was that enslavement path Gu masters could only control one type of beast group. The wild beasts had simple thoughts. And controlling humans, the thoughts of humans were complex and changeable. It was very difficult. Fan Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He had to use several killer moves to deal with a rank 5 Gu master like Fan Jing. He could only capture him in one move. No! Save me! Someone save me! Master, master! Fan Jing shouted anxiously in his heart. But the spirit incubating flea did not respond. Fan Yuan had already cut off Fan Jing's connection with his aperture. Fan Jing stared fixedly at Fan Yuan. his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never expected Fan Yuan to be so crazy, daring to attack here. This was simply insane. He did not place Crane Gate in his eyes at all. Chapter 850. Hadn't Fan Yuan already formed an alliance with the Crane Gate? Why would he dare to attack the people in the Crane Gate? Fan Jing knew more inside information than the other elders and disciples. Back then, he Fengyang and Seng Yu joined hands to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land but failed. Because of the benefits of Guts Gu, they reached an agreement and signed an alliance agreement. Naturally, there was a clause in the alliance that stipulated that members of both factions were not allowed to attack each other. This was also one of the reasons why Fan Jing felt safe. Fan Yuan slowly withdrew his hand. Fan Jing could neither move nor scream. He had no power to resist at all. An invisible force lifted him up and sent him to Fan Yuan's hand. The people at the Crane Gate were dumbfounded. What terrifying strength! Elder Fan Jing has rank 5 cultivation level, but he was taken down without any resistance. Although Fan Jing is an enslavement path Gu master, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Fan Yuan had displayed an unbelievable method, shocking these people in an instant. Fan Jing roared internally. Are you guys just going to stand there and watch the show? Come and save me! He's no longer my brother! He killed uncle and aunt! He killed the entire clan! He's a demon! He's a big demon! At the same time, Fan Jing shouted. I'm not going to your place, why should I listen to you? You want to discipline me again? I am the master of my own life. I have my own goals. How can you understand my dreams? I can fight on my own. I can surpass you. He was the living embodiment of a rebellious youth who refused to be controlled. When Fan Jing heard his own shouts, he was utterly disheartened. Fan Yuan sighed and said to the people at the Crane Gate, During this period of time, we have to be careful. This good-for-nothing brother of mine has caused you trouble. It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all. The people at the Crane Gate quickly waved their hands. Fan Yuan nodded and said, I will bring Fan Jing to my side. He needed to be disciplined for a period of time. I've already informed the sect master about this matter. You can just go back and send a message. Fan Yuan was full of lies. Fan Yuan didn't even know what the sect leader looked like. The two elders let go of the last layer of hesitation. Regarding Fan Yuan's matter, in order to protect the sect's reputation, Crane Gate had been weaving lies. In the end, Fan Yuan used this lie to deceive the people at the Crane Gate. Fan Yuan carried Fan Jing with one hand and walked away. The Gu masters on the side of the road saw this. They were all very surprised. However, since the Crane Gate did not say anything, why would they do anything? And the target was the refinement path expert that everyone was familiar with, Fan Yuan? Some demon-expelling sect Gu masters were worried and went to ask. Elder Yentang smiled and explained. It's not a big deal. Lord Fan Yuan and Elder Fan Jing are blood brothers. Right now, the elder brother is disciplining his younger brother. The demon-expelling sect Gu masters were convinced and left. The Crane Gate Gu masters watched as Fan Yuan left. Many disciples looked at Fan Jing with envy. Someone said emotionally, Although Lord Fan Yuan's tone is cold, he is actually very caring towards his only blood brother. That's right, with such a refinement path Grand Master nurturing him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Say, the last time Fan Jing accepted a sect mission, he returned as a rank 5 elder. Now that he is brought away by Big Brother, will he become a refinement path Grand Master when he returns? It can't be. That's too exaggerated. Even so, with such an expert's guidance, he will definitely benefit immensely. Sigh. Why don't I have such a big brother? A disciple's words struck a chord in everyone's heart. If they knew now. Fan Yuan captured Fan Jing, it was just a preparation for possession. Who knew what kind of expression he would have? Slap. Fan Yuan threw Fan Jing to the ground. Fan Jing struggled, shouting in his heart. Fan Yuan, you demon, what do you want to do to me? You made an alliance agreement with Crane Gate, you cannot kill me, the elder of Crane Gate. Fan Yuan laughed. I did not kill you, why are you so agitated? My good brother, just stay here obediently. Fan Jing showed fear on his face, shouting in his heart. Fan Yuan is not my master, Master Tenchiru. He can actually know my inner thoughts? Fan Yuan smiled proudly, looking at Fan Jing. Your so-called master is only a soul now. Even if he is alive, he is only a rank 5 Gu master at his peak. Fan Yuan said, grabbing at the air, taking all the mortal goo on Fan Jing's body. The spirit incubating flea was trembling slightly. This was Master Tenchiru's strong resistance. But how could he resist? If it was on Qingmao Mountain, 100 Fan Yuan would not be Master Tenchiru's match. But now, Fan Yuan was no longer the same as before, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal. And Master Tenchiru had become a soul. Fan Yuan, even if you don't kill us, capturing us is a violation of the alliance agreement. Capturing us as captives is also a violation of the rules of the alliance. You will definitely suffer a severe backlash from the alliance. I advise you to let us go. You are a grand Gu immortal. How can you make things difficult for mortals like us? Aren't you afraid that this will ruin our relationship with Crane Gate? Don't think Crane Gate cannot deal with you. The foundation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is not something you can imagine. Master Tenchiru shouted from inside the spirit incubating flea. He knew Fan Yuan could hear him. Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed. Ha ha, Master Tenchiru, I have to thank you. If you did not attack Qingmao Mountain, I would not have coincidentally reached this stage today. What can Crane Gate do after I capture you? Since you know so many secrets, you should know that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. Everything is based on benefits. Tell me, which is more important, the unique Gutsku or the two of you? Master Tenchiru was speechless. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. He mobilized countless Gu worms and formed a soul path killer move. Now tell me everything you know. Soul search. 2 hours later, Fan Yuan walked out of this underground prison. The cell door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. Fan Yuan's red eyes shined with light as he muttered, Master Tenchiru, Guyue's generation, blood path true inheritance. Through the soul search, he learned about the grudges between Master Tenchiru and Guyue's generation. He also learned many secrets of Crane Gate. This Master Tenchiru is He Fengyang's right-hand man. If I capture him, will He Fengyang come to ask for him? This is quite troublesome. He did not want to possess me, he wants to help Fangjing. This Master Tenchiru is a person with perseverance. Fan Yuan did not hold back his praise. Although he was a demon overlord, he could still look at and admire this kind of self-sacrificing and persevering to one's own principles. The same rice feeds different people. Different people had different perseverance in life. Towards such people with different values, Fan Yuan could accept and even admire them. If he did not have such an aspiration, he would not have his current accomplishments. If that is the case, Canon Laojun also sent the possession method he obtained from Dongfang Naganori back to Crane Gate. Master Tenchiru's memories were not of much help to Fan Yuan. He was only a mortal Gu master, the secrets he knew about Crane Gate were very shallow. Fan Yuan could not make much use of them. As for Fangjing, Fan Yuan did not let him go, he searched his soul. Fan Yuan planned to keep this brother locked up forever. If he had no choice, Fan Yuan would have to use a plan to possess Fangjing and revive. But this way, he would lose his second aperture, all his strength path Dao marks would vanish. He would need to undergo tribulation again. The losses were huge. Second aperture immortal Gu was refined using many precious immortal materials. Lifespan Gu was included. It could be said that Fan Yuan could not refine second aperture immortal Gu in a short period of time. Lifespan Gu was hard to find. Even if he found it, with Fan Yuan's current situation, he would probably use it to increase his lifespan. If possible, I should try not to possess Fangjing. But if my identity is exposed and I have not revived, I can only possess him. My current target is still the refinement path convention. After getting into the top 6, I will be able to benefit from the infallible inheritance and obtain a chance to refine Gu for sure. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. What was infallible? It meant that the Gu refinement would never fail. Once he got into the top 6, he would be transported to a secret blessed land. Fan Yuan planned to refine the immortal Gu change form there. This was a rank 6 transformation path immortal Gu. Once he obtained it, Fan Yuan's vaguely familiar face would rise by leaps and bounds. It would no longer be the painful version that could only conceal the aura of northern plains. As for the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu, Fan Yuan had it long ago. He had to thank the land spirit of Langia for this. Long ago, when Fan Yuan had just obtained wisdom Gu, he had made a transaction with the land spirit of Langia, helping the land spirit of Langia perfect the immortal Gu recipe. Fan Yuan benefited from this. Not only did he get out of his financial predicament, he even obtained a large number of immortal Gu recipes. And the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu was one of them. As for the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal Gu, Fan Yuan had almost finished preparing them. Almost half of the immortal materials were obtained from the Northern Plains auction. As for the other half, Fan Yuan asked He Lulan to use her blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Using the other immortal materials that Fan Yuan had left, he sold or exchanged them. He carried out many transactions and accumulated a lot of them. Only a small portion was left, but after Fan Yuan's 8th round, he obtained immortal materials as a reward. In the following rounds, Fan Yuan took the initiative to attack again and again. Using the advantage of his rebirth, he defeated these people one by one. At once, Fan Yuan was in the limelight. Forces of all sizes and countless Gu immortals focused their attention on him. Everyone else conformed to the rules and occupied their own territories, advancing safely. Chapter 851. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, 12th Round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. There were only 2 people in the audience. One was dressed in a black robe, he had a muscular body and a mask, he was controlling the fire in front of him, it was Fan Yuan. The other was dressed in a white robe, his hair was white like snow, there was a vertical line on his forehead, it was Fan Huai. This is a contest between 2 sides. Fan Huai is amazing, he used 3 refinement path killer moves in a row, he actually reduced the gap greatly. Even so, Fan Yuan still has an advantage. Sigh, he is too amazing, he is truly the number 1 person in this competition in terms of quick thinking. In this Gu refinement, he has been leading from the start. There are still variables. Be it Fan Yuan or Fan Huai, they both have one use of the ability. As long as they use it, they can reduce a portion of their immortal material. Be it the audience or the audience, they were all discussing. At this point in the competition, the other Gu masters had already been eliminated. Only Fan Yuan and Fan Huai were left. Fan Yuan's gaze was calm, he was concentrating on controlling the fire in front of him. Fan Huai. He even had the time to glance at Fan Huai on his right, observing his opponent. Fan Huai was also a Gu immortal, he was 3rd in this competition in his previous life. He was a Woodpath Gu immortal. Looking at the entire competition, this was the most disadvantageous to him. Fan Yuan came to challenge him, attempting to eliminate him in advance. But who could have thought that Fan Huai would suddenly use 3 refinement path killer moves in one go? There was even an immortal level consecutive path killer move among them. He immediately closed the gap between him and Fan Yuan. This caused the outcome of this Gu refinement competition to be filled with suspense again. As expected of 3rd in my previous life. So troublesome, ugh! Suddenly, Fan Yuan's expression changed. The fire in front of him. With 2 flaps, half of the blue peacock's head had melted. Suddenly it turned into ashes and fell onto the floor tiles. This? Fan Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no, I encountered the probability of failure. He immediately reacted and grabbed towards his right, where the last blue peacock was. But just as he killed the blue peacock and threw its head into the fire, Fan Huai's voice could be heard. I will use my authority to deprive Fan Yuan of the Gu refinement material, Blue Peacock. The elder in charge of the scene. He immediately responded. Approved. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue peacock beside Fang Yuan was extracted and left Fang Yuan's side. The audience was in an uproar. Each person only has 2 blue peacocks. Fang Yuan wanted to use the peacock's head to refine a goo, but he failed once. There was originally a second blue peacock left, but in the end, this material was taken away. Beautiful, what a beautiful choice. Fang Huai's timing is too good. This time, Fang Yuan is in trouble. That's right. Fang Yuan has clearly reached the last few steps. But without the crucial materials, he could only change the goo recipe and take a big detour to approach the destination. As for Fang Huai, he was not far from Fang Yuan to begin with. If he can catch up this time, he might be able to eliminate Fang Yuan. Is Fang Yuan going to be eliminated? After realizing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Recently, Fang Yuan had been taking the initiative to attack, eliminating goo refinement experts time and time again. His strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The outside world's estimation of his strength was rising. Most people thought that Fang Yuan had already reached Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment level. In fact, a small portion of people felt that the strength Fang Yuan displayed had already surpassed Refinement Path Grandmaster level, reaching Quasi-Great Grandmaster attainment level. It was fine if it was Refinement Path Grandmaster, but the evaluation of Refinement Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster was a bit too high. Paths were divided into 4 levels: Ordinary, Master, Grandmaster, and Great Grandmaster. There were only 3 Refinement Path Great Grandmasters in history. They were called the 3 Elders of Refinement Path. They were Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, and Old Immortal Kong Ju. Quasi-Great Grandmaster was second only to the 3 Elders of Refinement Path. Only 4 people in Northern Plains had reached this level. They were Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miaoli. These 4 were known as the current 4 elites of Northern Plains Refinement Path. In terms of Refinement Path attainment, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to be on the same level as Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miaoli. But it was not surprising that people made such guesses. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed was truly too strong. His familiarity with the questions allowed him to leave the second place far behind. How can one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? This time, Fang Yuan attacked to eliminate Fang Huai, but he finally kicked a steel plate. Ha! Many people were gloating. That's right, he is too arrogant. I could not stand him for a long time. Fang Huai did well. This Fang Huai is too despicable. Lord Fang Yuan, you need to do your best. Many Crane Gate disciples cheered for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan captured Fang Jing and brought him back, Crane Gate did not react. It was as if they had tacitly approved of this matter. Fang Yuan, I will definitely win this round. Fang Huai laughed heartily. He was full of confidence. It was as if he had already obtained the fruits of victory. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered. He grabbed the headless peacock corpse beside him. There were 2 living blue peacocks among the goo refinement materials. Fang Yuan killed one of them and took its head, but he failed. The second peacock was taken away. The headless peacock corpse in his hands was left behind by the first one. Fang Yuan opened his 5 fingers. A thick blood-colored fog gushed out of his palm. In a few breaths of time, the fog enveloped the headless peacock corpse. The outside world could not see the situation inside. This is the evil blood refinement technique again. This is not the first time Fang Yuan has used the blood refinement technique. Why is such a person an elder of Crane Gate? One of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate, has also started to fall? Many goo masters saw this scene and started to shout. Someone even shouted, "Why is such a person not on the Demon Judgment Board?" Fang Yuan openly used the blood refinement technique again and again, causing Crane Gate to suffer a lot of pressure. What do you know? Blood refinement is blood refinement. It is just a method. Using it righteously is righteous. Using it evilly is evil. Everything depends on the goo master himself. A Crane Gate disciple was indignant. He retorted loudly. But immediately an elder leading the group berated him. Shut up. Don't speak nonsense. This disciple could only lower his head and sit down resentfully. After a while, the blood fog dissipated. Only 20% of the headless peacock corpse was gone. But there was a blue peacock's head. This is a blood path goo refinement killer move. It is so mystical, it can collect corpses and turn them into materials. Other paths also have this method of turning materials, but isn't this speed too fast? Everyone's gazes were attracted again. Fan Yuan threw this peacock's head into the fire. It was thrown into the fire. Under the burning of the fire, the peacock's head started to melt. Moreover, the melted bits and pieces went into the embryonic goo worm at the bottom of the fire. After a while, the bird's head completely melted and went into the embryonic goo worm. Fan Yuan moved on to the next step. The outcome has been decided. Seeing this, someone sighed. That's right, these last few steps have no risks. If there are no accidents, Fan Yuan has already won. The possibility of that accident earlier was very low. The possibility of an accident happening again is even lower. It's almost impossible. Sigh. To think that Fang Hui was not able to stop Fan Yuan. Just as everyone was sighing, Fang Hui was laughing inwardly. That's it. You think you have victory in your grasp. I have already achieved my goal of taking away your blue peacock and stalling for time. With my final refinement path killer move, I will surpass you and become the final victor of this match. Fan Yuan, I still have to thank you. You came to me on your own accord. I defeated you and all the goo masters you defeated before. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. Right at this time, Fan Yuan spoke. I want to use my authority to take away one of the other party's materials. The hosting elder immediately responded. Please speak. Fan Hui was slightly shocked before smiling coldly, thinking, take it away as much as you want. Fan Yuan glanced at Fan Hui, his gaze was calm as water. Take away his goo refinement material, bull-eyed bead. Fan Hui's cold smile froze. The hosting elder, however, was dazed. The audience was perplexed. The bull-eyed bead was an important material. Didn't Fan Hui already use it and fuse it into the incomplete goo worm? Fan Yuan wanted to take away a goo refinement material that the other party had already used. This was not allowed by the rules. But Fan Yuan persisted. He said to Fan Hui directly, Fan Hui, are you not going to take out the bull-eyed bead that you are hiding in your fire? Are you going against the rules of this competition? Fan Hui's face was filled with disbelief. He had hidden the bull-eyed bead. It was his unique method, but Fan Yuan actually sensed it. The bull-eyed bead was an important goo refinement material. Fan Hui had prepared a long time ago to use this refinement path killer move to ensure victory. Without the bull-eyed bead, Fan Hui was like a housewife without rice. How could he win against Fan Yuan? But if he did not take it out, he would not be able to deceive others. Even if he managed to deceive them for now, if Fan Yuan objected and the refinement path convention investigated, Fan Hui's reputation would be ruined. Thus, Fan Hui had to take it out even if he did not want to. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he gritted his teeth and took out the bull-eyed bead from the fire. Here you go. He threw the bull-eyed bead on the ground in anger. He then dispersed the goo refinement flame and left. This was no doubt admitting defeat. The audience came to a realization. They went into an uproar again. Fan Yuan ignored these voices. He calmly refined the goo worm in his hand and obtained the final victory. I finally won. This way, it will not be a problem for me to enter the top 6. Fan Yuan bathed in everyone's shocked, praising, admiring, and jealous gazes. He was expressionless, but he let out a breath of turbid air in his heart. Thankfully, I have my previous life's memories. I know this trump card of Fan Hui's, otherwise he would have won. He looked glorious on the surface, but he was under huge mental pressure. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Even with the advantage of rebirth, it would be very difficult to eliminate these experts. Firesmith Dragon Chief's situation was a special case. Fan Yuan's victory over these people was not like what the outside world thought of him as having a great advantage. Chapter 852. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The sky was clear and bright. The palace group carved from white jade was shining with a sparkling light. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord slowly pushed open the door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall with the help of a walking stick. At once, the 20 or so Gu Immortal Wills in the hall turned around and looked at him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, we have troubled you for the last 100 years. After completing this part of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu, please go to sleep. Celestial Court needs a doyen like you. There were no unexpected situations in this Refinement Path Convention, right? The Gu Immortal Wills broke the silence and spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord opened his turbid eyes, and after slowly looking around, his gaze fixed on a will sitting on a high seat. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Lian Jiusheng, it is time for you to wake up. This Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is about to reach its end. We need to make some preparations to repair fate. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded and slowly stood up. Next, he spoke. To repair fate, just me and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord are not enough. We need the strength of 2 rank 8s. I wonder who can help. My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in Falling Heavenly River. I cannot help. Although I have been asleep for a long time, my soul is still researching the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe. It has already reached the crucial point. Let me do it. Maybe after I wake up, I can encounter some eerie winds from the depths of the earth. The wills conversed for a while before 2 wills decided to wake up. Then let's do this. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and flew into the sky. Following his footsteps, there were also 2 other wills. These 3 wills flew into the sky and entered the heavenly gate. Shortly after, they vanished. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned around and left. Behind him, the discussion hall's door slowly closed. 3 days later, Central Continent, Hairy Foot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Hairy Foot Mountain. They concealed their rank 8 Gu Immortal auras and looked down at the mountain below them. They were 4 Gu Immortals from Central Continent's Celestial Court. Hairy Foot Mountain. The white-haired Lian Jiusheng sighed. Unknowingly, another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's get started. This time, I don't have much time. I still have many things to do, Bai Qingtian urged. All right. Then let me make the first move. Bai Tsengxue was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands and instantly, white mist floated in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Immediately after, Bai Qingtian opened his eyes wide and 2 pillars of light shot out from his eyes towards Hairy Foot Mountain. This Hairy Foot Mountain looked very ordinary. The mountain was small and it was lacking in resources. Even the surrounding small and medium-sized forces were too lazy to occupy it. However, at this moment, being shown on by Bai Qingtian's signature Immortal Killer move, it showed a mystical effect. The air fluctuated violently, creating countless ripples. The entire Hairy Foot Mountain trembled slightly. Bai Qingtian's Immortal Offensive Killer move was terrifying to begin with. At this moment, it was completely ineffective. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was the third to act, followed by Lian Jiusheng. The 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals each made a move, but it was far from enough. The Gu Immortals had expected it. Thus, the second and third rounds continued. Finally, at the 6th round, Lian Jiusheng gave a light shout. With a crucial attack, the quantity finally caused a qualitative change. It produced results. Hairy Foot Mountain vanished. A blessed land appeared in front of the 4 Gu Immortals. This is the infallible blessed land that contains the infallible inheritance, Lian Jiusheng sighed. Bai Qingtian took a few glances and smiled. There are more mortal failure Gu than before. It seems that the scale of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is getting bigger. Bai Tsengxue took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Every time we open this place, we have to expend so much effort. Lian Jiusheng, can't you just take this blessed land completely? It is difficult. You know that the owner of this blessed land is a refinement path great expert who went against Renzu. Lian Jiusheng sighed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord nodded. The Celestial Court has already taken over this blessed land for thousands of years, but can only take 30 invincible Tao marks from it. Every time the infallible inheritance accumulates to the limit, there will be 36 invincible Tao marks. We took 30 in advance, the remaining 6 Tao marks can only be left for those who participate in the competition. Even if they want to take them, they cannot. Lian Jiuxing added. This blessed land is very special, it is perfectly round and has no entrance. It is not that we Gu immortals cannot break this blessed land, but if we forcefully destroy it, we will not be able to recreate the beauty of this blessed land. We can only do this for fear of harming the innocent. To take over this blessed land, not only do we need refinement path Gu immortals, we also need rule path great experts to cooperate with us. Unfortunately, be it refinement path or rule path, there are very few who can cultivate to rank 8. The four were silent for a while, before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Thankfully, Fate Immortal Gu has been repaired, it can display 50% of its power. Compared to before, there is a qualitative change. We can find more Fate fugitives and speed up the repair of the Immortal Gu. Speaking of which, how many fugitives did we find this time? Have they been executed? Bai Qingtian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord replied. We found a few, southern border and northern plains are too far away, the 2 from central continent are already dealing with them. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu climbed a giant tree and walked out of ordinary abyss, but left behind his daughter, boundless forest Samsara. Renzu wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. He had extraordinary achievements, he could not enter ordinary abyss again. Renzu saw that going around in circles was not a solution. He decided to set off again, to find a way to save his eldest son, verdant great son, and his 4th daughter, boundless forest Samsara. Once again, he set out on his journey and began the path of his life. On this day, he met a hairy man on the road. The hairy man stopped him, looking very happy. Oh Renzu, I have been looking for you for a long time. Renzu was puzzled. I don't know you, why are you looking for me? The hairy man explained. It is like this, Renzu, I am the leader of the hairy men in the world. My Gu refinement attainment cannot be matched by hairy men. But recently, I encountered difficulties in refining Gu. I want to refine success Gu, but I am not sure if it is a success or a failure. Renzu wanted to continue on his way. But he thought to himself, if this hairy man leader really refined success Gu, if I use this success Gu, won't I be able to save my eldest son or my 4th daughter? Thus, Renzu stopped and communicated with the hairy man. Then why are you looking for me? The hairy man carefully took out a Gu. This Gu was like an ordinary rock, covered in thick fur. The hairy man said, I don't dare to touch it. If it is success Gu, then so be it. If it is failure Gu, I will lose myself the moment I touch it. But Renzu, you are different. You can walk on your own path of life, that proves that you have self-Gu. Once you have self-Gu, even if you encounter failure Gu, you will not lose yourself. Thus, I want you to appraise it for me. Renzu was overjoyed. So that's it. I can help you, but if it is success Gu, please give it to me. I need it urgently. The hairy man said. Sure. No problem. Renzu stretched out his hand and touched the Gu worm. He made a wish to this Gu worm. Please bring my 4th daughter, boundless forest Samsara, to my side. At the next moment, the Gu worm shattered. Failure. The hairy man had a dejected expression. It seems that I refined failure Gu. Courage Gu flew out of Renzu's body. Oh Renzu, you are a failure. I want to leave you. Saying so, Courage Gu left Renzu and flew away. The hairy man became excited at this moment. But no matter, I can still modify the Gu recipe. Oh Renzu, wait for a while, I will refine it again. Renzu wanted to chase Courage Gu and make it return. But Renzu wanted success Gu even more to save his children. He thought about it. He decided to wait for the hairy man leader and watch him refine the Gu. The hairy man refined the 2nd Gu. He handed it to Renzu to inspect. Renzu touched it and made a wish. The Gu worm shattered again. This is still failure Gu. The hairy man shouted, feeling very dejected. Faith Gu flew out of Renzu's body. "Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worth my time." Saying so, the Faith Gu left Renzu and flew away. Renzu stomped his feet and wanted to chase, but the hairy man pulled him back. Don't be anxious, I have thought it through, I will definitely refine success Gu this time. Renzu saw that the Faith Gu had flown far away and he could not chase it. He sighed and said, "Oh hairy man, quickly refine it, I will trust you one last time." The hairy man's third Gu worm was still Failure Gu. Strength Gu flew out. "Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worthy of having me." Saying so, it left. Renzu had a bitter expression. He knew it was useless to chase, he could only watch as Strength Gu flew away. But at this time, the Self Gu in his heart flew out and bit the Strength Gu. Strength Gu screamed as a piece of it was bitten off, it ran even faster. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Renzu and the hairy man were dumbstruck. Self Gu flew back slowly and said to Renzu proudly, "Any failure has value. Oh Renzu, I have experienced repeated failures and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now, I bit Strength Gu, from now on, you have your own strength. I can actually become even stronger. I can devour any Gu worm and obtain their full power." Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh and shouted, "I know how to refine success Gu, it is through failure. The more failures I have, the closer I am to success. I understand. He cheered as he flew away, leaving Renzu. According to the research of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, this infallible blessed land belonged to the hairy man leader. Hairy Foot Mountain was the hairy man leader's former residence. After this hairy man leader died, he left behind an inheritance. Collect the failures of others and refine them into failure mortal Gu. After accumulating enough mortal Gu, one could condense success down marks. After the Celestial Court found out, they took down most of the inheritance, and used it as a foundation to activate the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, helping the infallible inheritance accumulate failure mortal Gu. They then used the extracted success down marks to repair fate immortal Gu. Chapter 853. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Inside Dang Hun Palace, Fan Yuan showed his true form. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his 8 arms, his eyes closed. And inside his immortal aperture there was a battle of wills going on. "Fan Yuan, you will die a horrible death!" Mo Yao's will shouted furiously, but Fan Yuan's nebula pounced at it at the next moment. The two wills immediately mixed together, they entered a dangerous battle of wills. Soon, Fan Yuan's nebula dissipated at a visible speed. Mo Yao's fake will also suffered losses, but it was much less than Fan Yuan's. Fan Yuan did not care. He only watched the battle. He did not use many wisdom path killer moves to support his nebula like the first time. When Fan Yuan's nebula was about to be completely defeated, Fan Yuan smiled. He sent out another nebula into the battle of wills. A while later, Fan Yuan's nebula suffered heavy losses again. Fan Yuan added a third one. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source, but Fan Yuan's was like a tree with roots. After sending out several nebula, Mo Yao's fake will was on the verge of death. Fan Yuan pulled back nebula from the battle. At the same time, he used several killer moves to imprison Mo Yao's fake will again. At the same time, he nourished her fake will, allowing her to slowly recover, making it easier for Fan Yuan to plunder her next time. Mo Yao's fake will was messed around by Fan Yuan. It did not even have the strength to curse, let alone maintain its basic form. The greatest value of this Mo Yao's fake will was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Fan Yuan had already squeezed it out. The rest were some memories related to Gu refinement. While participating in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fan Yuan did not forget to search for these Gu refinement memories from Mo Yao's fake will. At the same time, he also intended to train his will in battle. At the start, he didn't use wisdom path methods. Fan Yuan's nebula was forced to retreat again and again. He was no match for Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao was indeed a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. As an Inkman woman, she was favored by Sword Immortal Bo Qing and became his only companion. Even among all the fairies of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao would definitely be one of the best. This old demonic woman, even if she majored in refinement path, her attainments in wisdom path far surpassed Fan Yuan's. In order to train himself, Fan Yuan deliberately pretended to engage in a battle of wills with Mo Yao. In the beginning, the casualty ratio was an astonishing 100 to 1. Fan Yuan's side lost 100 players. Mo Yao's fake will lost 1 player. But later, as the number of battles increased, Fan Yuan's experience accumulated rapidly, and most importantly, with the guidance of Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, Fan Yuan's battle of wills improved rapidly. Originally, it had been a blank slate, but now, it was fighting brilliantly against Mo Yao's fake will. It had improved tremendously. The original ratio of 100 to 1 had now been reduced to 4 to 1. In other words, 4 times, Fan Yuan's nebula could defeat Mo Yao's fake will. As for Fan Yuan stealing his cultivation experience, and using him as a free fighter, he could do whatever he wanted. Mo Yao's fake will was naturally furious, but it was under the control of others. It could do nothing even if it was angry. Nebula entered his mind. Fan Yuan carefully checked Mo Yao's memories that he snatched from Nebula. Next, he slowly opened his eyes. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This time, the memories were not the Gu refinement experiences of the past. They were Mo Yao's adventures with Sword Immortal Bo Qing. In Central Continent's Truyang Mountain Range, they killed a group of desolate beasts and searched for spoils of war. They found a hibiscus stalactite in a cave. Hibiscus stalactite was a rare rank 7 immortal material. The stalactite produced a drop of stone heart liquid every year. This stone heart liquid was even more precious. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Bo Qing wanted to cut the stalactite with his sword but was stopped by Mo Yao. Cutting the stalactite would only give 1 rank 7 immortal material. But if left alone, many years later there would be a lot of stone heart liquid left. Rank 8 immortal materials were much more valuable than rank 7 immortal materials. Bo Qing accepted Mo Yao's suggestion and made many exquisite Gu formations, perfectly concealing this cave. So many years have passed, if this cave had not been discovered, I would have accumulated a lot of rank 8 immortal material stone heart liquid. Even if I cannot use it, it is good to keep it. In the future, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and barter for Gu refinement immortal materials that I want. Rank 8 immortal materials are highly sought after by Gu immortals. Fan Yuan was secretly overjoyed. He also gained a deeper understanding of Mo Yao's fake will. This Mo Yao's fake will has many methods. She purposely hid such precious memories. Until now, when I've searched through most of his memories, I've finally discovered it. This method is not recorded even in Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. I need to get it back. Fan Yuan inwardly reminded himself. However, at this moment, he could not continue to be violent towards Mo Yao. She needed to slowly recover her fake will, otherwise she would not be able to bear it. Fan Yuan did not go to Truyang Mountain Range directly to obtain the stone heart liquid. Instead, he stood up and opened the cell door, coming to his younger brother Fanjing. Fanjing was in a very strange state. His eyes were closed as he lay on the ground. His expression was sometimes sinister, and sometimes relaxed, sometimes he would scream and even dance around. It was like he was in a nightmare. This was naturally a method that Fan Yuan had used on him. Fan Yuan waved his hand, dispelling this method. Fanjing was sweating profusely as he breathed roughly. He slowly sat up after a while. What did you do to me? He looked at Fan Yuan and shouted, his gaze filled with hatred. Fan Yuan chuckled, saying plainly, My good brother, what I showed you is the truth. It is the influence of my memories, combined with Master Tenchure's memories. You should know now that the reason for such a tragedy in Qingmao Mountain is not because of me, but because of your so-called master, Master Tenchuru. If he had not come here and forcefully obtained the Blood Dao True inheritance, perhaps we would still be living happily in Qingmao Mountain. Fanjing was stunned. He forgot to speak for a moment, or rather, he did not know how to answer. Fan Yuan was indeed telling the truth. Although his clansmen were killed by Fan Yuan, he had no choice but to do so for survival. If Master Tenchira had not come to snatch the Blood Dao true inheritance, the 3 strongholds of Qing Mao Mountain would not have been destroyed. Of course, the cause of this matter. Master Tenchira did not hide the truth from Fan Jing, but it was necessary to beautify the process. It was not that Fan Jing had not thought about this problem before. But every time his thoughts touched on this topic, he would subconsciously choose to avoid it. But now, Fan Yuan had searched Master Tenchira's soul. He directly played the image of his memory in Fan Jing's mind. This was simply bringing the bloody and cruel reality to Fan Jing's eyes. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he could not. Ha! Fan Yuan's cold laughter echoed in the air. My good little brother, have you never thought that your master, Master Tenchira, has an unshirkable responsibility for the destruction of Qing Mao Mountain? You still let him be your master, you are acknowledging a thief as your father. Fan Yuan's words, without a doubt, cut to the heart. They directly pierced into the deepest part of Fan Jing's heart. You shut up! Fan Jing suddenly roared. He had never been so angry before. You shut up, don't say any more. You demon, it was clearly you who killed the entire clan. It was you who killed uncle and aunt. It was you, you murderer. Without Master's help, I would have died long ago. You are not allowed to slander my master. Oh? Fan Yuan's mouth curved into a mocking arc. He laughed lightly. Master Tenchira saved you because he wanted to use you. Search me out? Ha ha ha, not long ago, Crane Gate even used you to attack my immortal blessed land. You almost died in that battle, right? My foolish little brother. They used you like this, are you willing to do so? Don't say any more. Shut up, shut up! Fan Jing covered his ears. He closed his eyes tightly, his face filled with anger and fear. Fan Yuan's expression turned cold, his voice icy. My cowardly little brother, you don't even dare to face the truth. Even if you have the strength of a rank 5 Gu master, you are still a child deep in your heart. But you and I are related by blood. As your elder brother, I will give you one more chance. Come to my side, I will train you. I will make you truly strong and mature. No, no! Fan Jing opened his eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Fan Yuan with hatred and anger. You murderer! You want me to sell my life for you? You can give up on that idea. Even if Crane Gate used me, I do not hate them. Because they also nurtured me. And you killed uncle and aunt, you killed all of our clansmen. I hate you, I will never forgive you in this life. If you give me one more chance, I will definitely kill you personally and take revenge. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at Fan Jing silently. He laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha, it seems that you learned a lot at Crane Gate. You want to kill me so badly, I am looking forward to it. Saying so, Fan Yuan turned around and walked out of the prison cell. These last days, Fan Yuan had been spending most of his energy on the Refinement Path Convention. But he did not forget to use Wisdom Gu and Star Thought Gu to make deductions. Deducing the killer move vaguely familiar face had already expended all of Fan Yuan's potential. Fan Yuan began to deduce the killer move Myriad Self. He had already successfully fused pulling water immortal Gu into it. This way, the killer move Myriad Self would have 3 strength path cores. Next, Fan Yuan modified the Air Sac Gu's Gu recipe, increasing the number of steps in the assembly line Gu refinement, and reducing the danger by 30%. When modifying Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu, he met with a bottleneck. Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path cultivation had just started. His Wisdom Path attainment level was too low. It greatly hindered Fan Yuan's progress in deducing these Gu recipes. These last days, Fan Yuan had placed his attention on the immortal Gu recipe, Blood Deity. He gradually repaired Blood Deity and discovered some of its mysteries. Even if Blood Deity immortal Gu was refined, to activate it, one would need a blood relative. Killing a relative would allow one to obtain a Blood Deity under the power of Blood Deity immortal Gu. If this relative did not resist and was willing to contribute, the blood deity that was created would be able to get close to the Gu immortal and command it. Conversely, if the hatred and anger of the relative were incurred, the blood deity could devour its owner. This was the reason why Fang Yuan recruited Fang Jing. Chapter 854. This matter was somewhat troublesome. Swoosh! There were many unconventional methods to make a person swear loyalty. The Gu Master World did not lack such methods. For example, enslavement paths specialized in dealing with such problems. But to refine Fang Jing into a blood deity, these methods would not work. Blood deity was like a different life form. The moment the transformation succeeds, all the methods used on Fang Jing would lose their effect. Fang Jing's heart and will would decide the blood deity. The strength of blood deity could be predicted. This was because the thunder god, who had learned from the blood god, was extremely powerful. Vicious lightning fiend only had rank 6 cultivation level, but with the three-headed lightning deity, his reputation was rising and many rank 7 Gu immortals had lost to him. Blood deity was similar, he had Gu immortal level battle strength. 1 more meant 2 against 1. If there were 2 more, it would be 3 against 1. Any more and it would be a group fight. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie now, he could not raise his cultivation level, but he could use numbers to make up for it. That was a temporary way out. All dreams, plans, and ambitions were based on survival. Once destroyed, everything would be for naught. Blood deity could greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength, and Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. If things went wrong one day and Fang Yuan was chased everywhere, he would have no choice but to cultivate blood path again. Time path, wisdom path, blood path. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, he would make some preparations for everything. He would never complain about making ample preparations. Of course, the current situation was not too bad. Training Fang Jing is not something that can be done quickly, I can do it slowly. Even if Crane Gate brainwashes him. With my methods, as long as I put in the effort, there will be a day when I achieve my goal. Right now, the Guts Gu and Regretful Spider trade have been established. I only need Western Desert Shao Clan to act as a stepping stone. With the trade token, I can openly enter Western Desert with my Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Python businesses. At that time, I will be able to make huge profits. Right now, my main goal is to refine change form Immortal Gu. I had already eliminated most of my main opponents, so getting into the top 6 was pretty much guaranteed. The only variable is Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan thought about the current situation and development plans. Because Feng Kim Hong lost to Fang Yuan, he instead learned of the true usage of Dreamwing's Immortal Gu. She used Immortal Gu to explore dream realms. Her refinement path attainment had already reached quasi-grandmaster level. Exploring dream realms was indeed the best shortcut to a Gu master's attainment level. Feng Kim Hong had Immortal Gu. With the wholehearted care of his mother, Fairy Bai Qing, his refinement path attainment level rose at an astonishing speed. Fang Yuan had accumulated over 500 years to reach refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Feng Kim Hong caught up to him in a short time. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, the flames of war raged through the sky, forming a great era. It was magnificent, and countless heroes rose up from the grasslands. It was astounding. Other than the 5 regions chaotic war, the main reason was dream realms. Dream realms were dangerous and difficult, but if one could explore them, one's foundation could be raised. This was a huge fortuitous encounter, it created countless grasslands. Most of the time, heroes and ambitious people just lacked an opportunity to develop. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan had also secretly gathered a lot of information about Feng Kim Hong participating in the Gu refinement competition. Initially, her methods were not very proficient, but after so many trials, she grew rapidly. She could be said to be a formidable opponent for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was familiar with the contents of the competition. Thus, his strength was overestimated by the outside world. But the duel with Feng Kim Hong was unknown, it had never happened in his previous life, so it was not within the scope of Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage. I need to pay attention to the problem of Feng Kim Hong, If I do not deal with it properly, I might miss the infallible inheritance. But after I pass it, I can use this precious opportunity to refine change form immortal goo in one go. Fan Yuan knew many secrets of the infallible inheritance. The top 6 would be rewarded with 6 success Dao marks. They would be carved on the goo master's body on the spot. Outsiders could not snatch them. But invincibility did not mean certain success. The success Dao marks on the body could only eliminate the probability of failure in the goo refinement process. There was always a chance of failure when refining goo worms. Even if there was no human error in the entire process, there was still a chance of failure. This was the probability of failure. For example, during the second round of the refinement path convention, Fan Yuan refined 10 ghost fire goo in Flying Frost sect. He did not make any mistakes, but one of the ghost fire goo was destroyed for no reason. And during the battle with Fang Huai, when the blue peacock head was fused into the incomplete goo worm, it also failed mysteriously. During the whole process, Fan Yuan did not make any mistakes in controlling the flames. Later on, when he refined the goo worm, the method was exactly the same, there were no changes. There were many different theories as to why there was such a probability of failure. The most mainstream theory was that it was laws and principles. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Why did they have all sorts of mystical abilities? It was because their bodies contained the laws of heaven and earth. Mortal goo contained fragments of the laws, while immortal goo contained fragments of the laws. Goo refinement was to combine these fragments of the laws into one, to form even more fragments of the laws. Or reverse refinement, to break down the larger fragments of the laws. Because it involved the fragments of the laws, there would always be some situations. These laws would always have slight differences. When refining the goo, they would not fuse like the goo master wanted, they would clash and clash, causing the goo refinement to fail. Fan Yuan accepted this theory, he felt it was reasonable. The smaller the fragments of the laws, the fewer their characteristics, and the easier it was to combine them. This was why the lower the rank of mortal goo, the easier it was to refine them. The larger the fragments of the laws, the more they had different characteristics from other fragments, and the harder it was to combine them. At immortal goo level, the fragments of the laws would have their own characteristics, and become unique. Thus, immortal goo were unique, and refining immortal goo was extremely difficult. The infallible inheritance rewarded success Dao marks, which eliminated the probability of failure. One success Dao mark could only be used on rank 6 immortal goo at most. At rank 7 or rank 8, to succeed, one would need more than one success Dao mark. But if during the refinement process, Fan Yuan made a huge mistake in his technique, the immortal goo refinement would also fail. If there was no mistake, the probability of failure would be completely eliminated by the success Dao mark, but the immortal goo already existed in the world. Then at the final juncture, the entire goo refinement would fail for no reason. Immortal goo were unique, since there was already an immortal goo. That meant that the specific fragment of the law had already been formed. It was impossible to form the same fragment of the law again. As for the change form immortal goo that Fan Yuan wanted to refine, there had never been a goo immortal who had it. Of course, Fan Yuan had used his previous life's memories and the information he gathered in this life to deduce that the possibility of change form immortal goo existing was very small. If it really existed, Fan Yuan would have no choice, he could only blame it on his bad luck if he failed. This was the cruelty of goo refinement, but it was also the most exciting part. Central Continent. Truyang Mountain Range. Vicious lightning fiends slowly descended from the sky. He stood at the peak of the mountain, looking at the opposite mountain, where a rank 7 demonic path goo immortal was already standing. Vicious lightning fiend, since you want to challenge me, I will not make a move without a decent wager. The demonic path rank 7 goo immortal said. He looked like a middle-aged man, dressed in martial attire and a scarlet cloak. His physique was majestic. His surname was Dan, and his name was Chiao. He was known as the fierce demonic immortal, and he mainly cultivated the fire path. Ha! Fierce lightning fiend laughed loudly. Blazing demonic immortal, you are worthy of being a demonic path goo immortal. You prioritize benefits over benefits. You are a formidable opponent. That's why I've specially prepared 3,000 caddies of Fusang tree branches for you. What? 1,500 jin of Fusang tree branches. Dan Qiao was immediately tempted by Vicious Lightning Fiend's offer. It struck the deepest part of his heart. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao laughed coldly. It seems that you have made a lot of preparations for this trip. You found out that I urgently need Fusang tree branches to refine immortal goo. Okay. If I lose, I'll give you 600 strands of 29 Thunder Firmament energy. Sign the contract. Both of them were straightforward and decisive people. After setting the challenge contract, they immediately started the battle. Fire Crow Apocalypse. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao waved his hand. Countless fire crows flew out, covering the sky and creating a boundless sea of fire. Lightning Dragon Purgatory. Vicious Lightning Fiend laughed loudly. He pushed his palms forward as hundreds of lightning bolts burst out. Lightning flashed. Hundreds of lightning dragons gathered and charged forward. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and rocks shattered. They had terrifying might. The lightning dragon and the fire crow clashed against each other, and the area within a radius of several hundred miles was filled with crimson flames and azure lightning. Bam bam bam. Explosions continued to sound. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao and Vicious Lightning Fiend moved like smoke. They were extremely fast. They clashed several times in the sea of fire and lightning prison, fighting intensely. Both sides did not probe each other, they used their strongest methods. Vicious Lightning Fiend treated Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao as an opponent, and wanted to increase his reputation. He had already collected information about the other party. On the contrary, since Dan Qiao agreed to Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge, he had made ample preparations. He had a deep understanding of Vicious Lightning Fiend and was confident in winning. A moment later, Blazing Demonic Immortal used 3 different immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend could not even raise his head. Dan Qiao could be said to be the strongest opponent Vicious Lightning Fiend had challenged since he came out of closed cultivation. Be it cultivation level, immortal essence, or the Tao marks on him, he surpassed Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend was at a disadvantage, but he did not panic. This situation was within his expectations. In fact, when he challenged those rank 7 Gu immortals earlier, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, his cultivation level was only rank 6. This was a normal situation when challenging someone of higher ranks. Ha ha! This fire is really powerful! Vicious Lightning Fiend suddenly raised his head and shouted, his eyes shining with lightning. His body shook, 3 shadows flew out of his immortal aperture, attacking Blazing Demonic Immortal. Lightning Deity. Lightning Deity who had Lightning Path Tao marks. 3 Gu Immortal level battle strength. Blazing Demonic Immortal quickly retreated, while Vicious Lightning Fiend counterattacked, regaining control of the battle. After fighting for an hour, the intense battle raged on like a raging fire. This was a huge bet in reputation, so neither side was willing to give up so easily. The intense immortal essence expenditure made both sides feel heartache. Dan Qiao was impatient. He suddenly attacked. He had planned this for a long time. Vicious Lightning Fiend could not dodge in time. He had to face it head-on. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, Vicious Lightning Fiend coughed out blood and retreated. Lose, Great Flame Demon True Body! Dan Qiao suddenly turned into a flame demon, chasing with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the flame demon was already close to Vicious Lightning Fiend. No, I won't lose! Lightning Deity, self-detonate! At the moment of danger, Vicious Lightning Fiend's vicious nature was triggered. He actually self-detonated a Lightning Deity. Rumble! Lightning Deity's self-detonation created a huge sound wave. The 3 mountains in the area were instantly destroyed. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao were both heavily injured. Their expressions were weak and their battle strength fell sharply. Interesting, give me your lives! Suddenly, a blood-red light flew out, forming into a battlefield killer move that covered both sides who were heavily injured. Chapter 855. Blood, blood, blood. Blood clouds were in the sky, blood sea was on the ground, blood light was everywhere. At this was the signature battlefield killer move created by Song Zixing, Blood Tu Su. It was unique in Central Continent. Song Zixing was extremely vengeful. Back then, during an exploration, he was robbed by Tu Su City's Gu immortals. After creating this battlefield killer move, he went to take revenge. The entire city was turned into nothingness. The 2 Gu immortals in the city were killed. After succeeding in his revenge, Song Zixing felt extremely happy. He carved words in blood above the ruins of Tu Su City. Revenge is too late even after a year. Today, I have come to Blood Tu Su. The killer left his name, Song Zixing. From then on, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tu Su. Thus, seeing this scene, Blazing Demonic Immortal immediately recognized Song Zixing. As expected, at the next moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Song Zixing wore a large blood robe, but it could not conceal his tall and straight body. His face was pale, his nose bridge was high, his brows were dark and sharp like an eagle. As he descended, the blood sea surged with countless waves, blood clouds moved like dragons and pythons. The surrounding blood light shot into the sky. It was dazzling. Song Zixing was like the ruler of heaven and earth, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Demon Hunter Immortal Dan Xiao looked at Song Zixing with a pale expression. He was shocked and furious, but also fearful. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned his head slightly, looking at Dan Xiao with a smile on his face. His gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Xiao, back then, I lost to Feng Jioge. You tried to attack me while I was down, using an immortal killer move on my back. You caused me a scar. I purposely left it on my back. I kept this grudge in my heart. You hid in Truyang Mountain Range. So be it if I could not find you. But you actually dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. He, so I came today. I want to settle the old score with you. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. Dan Xiao breathed heavily. He decided to admit defeat. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a Grand Rank 7 Gu Immortal. He actually lowered his head without fighting. Song Zixing's demonic might was vast and mighty. He was as famous as Shirley, and his battle achievements were illustrious. As early as when he was at 10,000 Dragon Dock, he had already become famous in Zhongzhou State. Later on, he defected, and the myriad Dragon Dock hunted him down. They sent out 8 Gu Immortals, but he killed 4, crippled 3, and forced 1 to retreat. This battle shocked the Zhongzhou State. Song Zixing swaggered off, getting away scot-free. The 10,000 Dragon Dock was dispirited for a time. Its prestige was greatly reduced, and it couldn't even compare to the Crane Gate. Among the 10 great ancient sects, they were at the bottom. Until now. Only after Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed-door cultivation did he show signs of regaining his might. Of course, Song Zixing had been defeated before. His most famous defeat was when he fought with Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only made 3 moves. Song Zixing was utterly defeated and fled in defeat. However, this defeat did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation, because his opponent was Feng Jioge. However, he was able to escape with his life, which made him even more so not to be underestimated. In fact, almost all demonic path Gu immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was even more outstanding in this aspect. Ha! Apologize? Hearing fierce demonic immortals' words, a mocking smile appeared on Song Zixing's face. If you had been so sensible earlier, I would not have chased you into Truyang Mountain Range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain Lord's forgiveness, I am willing to pay any price. Dan Xiao said in a muffled voice. If you want my forgiveness, it is actually very simple. Just hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said lightly. Dan Xiao raised his head. His expression was miserable as he said in a sorrowful tone. Song Zixing, are you really not going to let me go? Let you go? He. This demonic path overlord laughed loudly. I, Song Zixing, am a vengeful person, slaughtering Sioux City's Gu immortals and stealing my things. I exterminated their entire clan and the entire city. Back then, you plotted against me. I killed you directly and did not torture you. That was already a great favor to you. Are you still not satisfied? You will definitely die today. Saying so, he turned to look at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh right, there is also you. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? I am here right now. His tone was mocking, like a cat catching a mouse. Vicious Lightning Fiend was healing himself. The explosion earlier had injured him quite badly. He was using methods now. He raised his head. Song Zixing, you are a Gu immortal of my myriad dragon dock. According to seniority, you are my senior. Challenging you is a path I have to take. But today, since you are here for revenge, I will not interfere in this matter. Let me go, otherwise, I will self-detonate Lightning Deity and fight my way out. Ha ha ha, your immortal killer move Lightning Deity is indeed mystical. Its self-detonation has great power. It can break my blood too, Sue. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it. Can your method of retreat be faster than my blood rainbow flash? Song Zixing smiled proudly. He seemed like he was speaking nonsense, but his words were aimed at their hearts. He was trying to affect their morale. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed. His gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted. No! With your personality and standpoint, why would you retreat now? Vicious Lightning Fiend's acting skills were inferior to Demonic Path Gu Immortal Dan Qiao. In Song Zixing's eyes, he immediately found a flaw. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding, his blood was surging. It was like a tidal wave crashing against his blood vessels and the walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, sudden inspiration. Even though it was a blood path method, it could mimic wisdom path and help Song Zixing deduce his fortune. An intense sense of danger assaulted Song Zixing's mind. This is a trap. Song Zixing growled, wanting to leave. Lightning lock. Lava chain. Right at this time, Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao, who were fighting to the death earlier, actually joined hands and attacked Song Zixing. Song Zixing snorted coldly. The blood sea below his feet surged into the sky, creating red waves that looked like raging waves. The huge blood wave stopped the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a blood rainbow, vanishing on the spot. This was the immortal movement killer move Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He immediately flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. Song Zixing was very decisive. He did not even want the blood path Immortal Gu used to construct the battlefield killer move. He directly flew out, trying to escape. In a few breaths of time, the blood rainbow flew thousands of li. The blood rainbow suddenly dissipated. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at the unchanging mountain below him. His expression was extremely ugly. No, this is just an illusion. His thoughts moved rapidly. The sense of danger was getting stronger. This was definitely an ambush from the enemy. He quickly turned around and tried to use the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu immortals appeared. Their grand aura burst out. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Bam bam bam. The dazzling light shone on the emotionless and cold faces of the Gu immortals. As the light faded, Song Zixing appeared in a sorry state. His face was dark, his blood-red cloak was tattered. His body was covered in a layer of blood armor. He looked around with shock and anger. This is Heavenly Lotus Sex Illusion Garden. Such a huge move. They even brought out an immortal Gu house to deal with me. And all of you, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects have joined hands? Song Zixing was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. After becoming a demonic path Gu immortal, he hid here and there. He was not overly arrogant. Recently, he had not committed any major crimes either. Why did so many people come to deal with him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to make Central Continent's 10 great sects attack together, it must be an order from the Celestial Court. That's right, Song Zixing, you are an understanding person. Junior brother Vicious Lightning traveled the world and challenged people everywhere. It was actually a trap set up by a wisdom path Gu immortal to lure you. Junior brother Vicious Lightning's lightning deity was born from blood deity. You had been coveting this immortal Gu recipe. Moreover, fierce demonic immortal is your enemy. You were finally lured out. But you are really careful. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched his challenges for more than a dozen times, but did not make a move. Only when Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did he succeed. You are really not easy to catch. In order to lure you out, 3 Wisdom Path Gu immortals from my ancient soul sect, Heaven's Ending Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley joined hands to disrupt your immortal killer move, Sudden Impulse. That was why you did not sense the danger in advance. The leading 3 rank 7 Gu immortals spoke slowly, one after another. The other 13 Gu immortals were all rank 6. At this moment, someone could not hold back anymore. He charged forward. Song Zixing, you killed my big brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I will tear your tendons apart today. Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for the 730 members of Sun Tribe. Song Zixing had done many evil deeds, he had countless victims. But there were very few people who had the strength to take revenge on him. Many Gu immortals had offended Song Zixing. They lived in fear all day, afraid that one day, Song Zixing would come and take revenge. Blood Dragon Song Zixing's desire for revenge was very strong, everyone knew about it. Fierce Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased by Song Zixing and had no choice but to hide in Truyang Mountain Range. It was also because Song Zixing had pressured him too much that this demonic path Gu immortal was willing to put on the most realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend. 8 rank 6 Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stayed in the sky, forming a huge and loose encirclement. The Gu immortals who were fighting with Song Zixing were mostly lone cultivators. These people had been contacted by the 10 great ancient sects. They all had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing had been committing crimes all these years. He had targeted small sects. He did not want to make things difficult for the 10 great ancient sections. But he had recently become a person who had escaped from fate. Killing him would be a great help in repairing fate immortal Gu. Once the Celestial Court gave the order, even though the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent restricted each other, they had to stop fighting and send Gu immortals to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing blocked left and right. He was firmly suppressed. He could not retaliate. He could only choose to escape. Chapter 856. Song Zixing, to think you would have such a day! Aren't you called the Blood Dragon? Don't run if you have the guts. Blood Rainbow Flash was extremely fast and agile. The pursuing Gu immortals used killer moves to obstruct it, but it had little effect. Instead, the distance between them was increasing. But the immortal Gu House Illusion Circle was already set up. He was not afraid of Song Zixing escaping. The scene became a little strange. A group of people chased after Song Zixing with endless hatred and burning killing intent, yet they couldn't reach him. It's really as slippery as a loach. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not give chase. They watched from the side and used some immortal killer moves from time to time. Song Zixing was still extremely dangerous. His battle record of betraying 10,000 Dragon Dock and killing the pursuers was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Thus, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects invited many lone cultivators to join them. In their battle plan, these lone cultivator Gu immortals were cannon fodder to test Song Zixing's methods and expend as much of his immortal essence as possible. Without immortal essence, even if Song Zixing was a blood path Gu immortal, his battle strength would fall. We can't go on like this. Song Zixing is running away. We cannot force him to use his trump card. After watching for a while, a Central Continent Gu immortal said. Many of the others also frowned. Don't you think it's strange? Song Zixing was called Blood Dragon. His violent Blood Dragon bat had rank 7 battle strength, but he had never released it. Up until now, he hasn't even made a move. He's just running. What are you afraid of? Song Zixing had already fallen into the immortal goo house illusion garden. The biggest drawback of our ambush strategy is that it takes time to activate the illusion garden. Right now, Song Zixing is like a turtle in a jar. Failure and death is only a matter of time. Don't be careless. Blood Path Goo Immortals could not be judged with common sense. Maybe he's looking around to see if there are any loopholes? Could it be that he has some powerful backup? That's why you're delaying? While they were guessing, the voices of the other two Heavenly Lotus Sect Rank 7 Goo Immortals resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, make your move. Activating the Immortal Goo House consumes a lot of energy. We cannot delay this. So this trip, including Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao, there were a total of 20 Goo Immortals surrounding Song Zixing. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao were the bait. The two Rank 7 Goo Immortals of Heavenly Lotus Sect did not show themselves. They were secretly controlling the Immortal Goo House. The remaining 16 Goo Immortals appeared and fought against Song Zixing. Activating an Immortal Goo House expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Especially for a complete Immortal Goo House like Illusion Garden, the expenditure was much higher than an incomplete Immortal Goo House like Profound Ice House. Even a Rank 7 Goo Immortal could not last long. The Goo Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects were urged. Most of the Goo Immortals joined the battle. Only 3 Rank 7s were left watching from afar. Song Zixing continued to flee and did not retaliate. I've long since heard of how fast this blood rainbow flash is. Now that I've seen it today, I'm truly amazed. It's actually a bit faster than my Cloud Jing fan. It's almost as fast as the purple firmament lightning wings. This is one of the top 10 movement killer moves in Central Continent. Not only speed, but agility as well. Such a twist and turn, suddenly straight and suddenly crooked, all aspects were well taken care of. What a pity! The 3 Rank 7 Goo Immortals evaluated. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash. It could only be encountered and not sought, it was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, they would be able to advance and retreat freely, it could even save their lives when escaping. But this was a Blood Path killer move. Even if Righteous Path Goo Immortals obtained it, they could not use it, unless they betrayed the Righteous Path. Entering the Demonic Path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed the sect and entered the demonic path, other than some conflict with the sect. It was mainly because he could not resist the temptation of Blood Path. With the Goo Immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects joining in, Song Zixing's situation became even worse. The encirclement continued to shrink. With everyone working together, no matter how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was, it had its limits. In the end, he was slowly surrounded. Demons should be killed by everyone, die! Kill Song Zixing! Finally, Song Zixing was trapped in the center. Many lone cultivator Goo Immortals attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close, they attacked from afar. Song Zixing did not attack, they were wary of him. These lone cultivator Goo Immortals were not idiots, they knew why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But even if they were cannon fodder, they would accept it. The reason was that they had deep hatred towards Song Zixing, it was either he or they die. Goo Immortals were also humans, they were afraid of death. If not for Song Zixing forcing them too much, causing them to live in fear all day long, they would not be like this. From this, one could see the advantage of Vicious Lightning Fiend's lightning deities. Goo Immortals who did not fear death could be formed in batches. This was very terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity required a huge price to form. And normally, they needed a lot of wealth to maintain them. The Goo Immortals prepared for battle, their attacks landed on Song Zixing. Song Zixing tried to dodge, but the space was limited, he was hit. In an instant, he exploded, blood splattered. No! This is not Song Zixing's true body! Seeing this, the Immortals were dumbfounded. They soon realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him. Calm down, this is the immortal goo house illusion garden, he cannot escape. Search carefully. The goo immortals were all experienced people, they quickly calmed down. If Song Zixing wanted to sneak attack, he could not find a chance. The immortals used their methods to search quickly, but they could not find anything. When their gazes gradually focused on Blood Tu Su, someone realized. Oh no! Song Zixing did not come out, his true body is still inside his battlefield killer move. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao are in danger. From start to finish, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, was like a bright red egg floating in the air. The immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move on purpose. Firstly, their attention was attracted by Song Zixing. Secondly, they did not want to help Vicious Lightning Fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere recently. His fame was unparalleled, he was quite arrogant, Central Continent's 10 sects were competing with each other, even Myriad Dragon Doc wanted to suppress his limelight. Thirdly, destroying Blood Tu Su from the outside also required immortal essence. Thus, Blood Tu Su was accidentally forgotten by the immortals. Ultimately, it was because he was too strong. This was a disaster caused by underestimating the enemy. The immortals realized that they had been fooled by Song Zixing. They were furious and embarrassed. They attacked Blood Tu Su together. Blood Tu Su was not an immortal goo house, it was only a battlefield killer move. It shook intensely from the intense attacks. 3 breaths of time later, Song Zixing retracted it. Blood Tu Su collapsed. Song Zixing laughed loudly as he turned into a blood rainbow and flew away. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao was already dead, his corpse was held by Song Zixing. Meanwhile, Vicious Lightning Fiend was on the verge of death, he was unconscious. Only one lightning deity was left. It was also very weak, it was surrounding and protecting Vicious Lightning Fiend. If he had been any slower, Vicious Lightning Fiend would have fallen into Song Zixing's hands. But Song Zixing was also heavily injured, his left arm was severed at the shoulder. The battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, isolated heaven and earth, forming a world of its own. Moreover, Song Zixing had a special method to prevent Vicious Lightning Fiend and Dan Xiao from asking for help. Song Zixing actually killed blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao while being surrounded by everyone, and even heavily injured Vicious Lightning Fiend until he fainted. This was a huge humiliation. The goo immortals were furious, their anger was rising. This matter was going to spread. How were they going to survive in the future? Kill Song Zixing. Blood Dragon deserves death, he cannot remain in this world. Get rid of evil for the people, uphold justice. At once, the goo immortals attacked. All sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing laughed maniacally without fear, a blood rainbow flashed. He dodged most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised blazing demonic immortal's corpse. Thank you for the gift, I will return it to you now. Explode. Blood light shot to the sky. There was a huge explosion. The immortals retreated. Song Zixing was at the center of the explosion. The blood path down marks on his body shined brightly. He was not injured at all. Illusion Garden shook intensely. A crack was actually created by his explosion. Blood rainbow flash. In the blink of an eye, Song Zixing vanished on the spot. He escaped from the immortal goo house's cage, escaping from the goo immortal's vision. Chase, he was hit by my immortal killer move, I can sense it. How can a great immortal goo house get a crack from the explosion? The immortals shouted as they chased. The 2 rank 7 goo immortals of Heavenly Lotus sect stored the immortal goo house and joined them. Their expressions were ugly. It's that violent blood dragon bat. Song Zixing actually arranged for it to stay outside. It crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated, working together with Song Zixing to create a crack. Violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. Its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 goo immortal. The self-detonation of such an existence had extraordinary power indeed. Illusion Garden was only controlled by 2 goo immortals. They could not defend against the explosion, Song Zixing managed to struggle out of the desperate situation. The immortals naturally stopped attacking, they gritted their teeth and chased after him. A battle of pursuit was happening in Truyang mountain range. The pursuers were huge, there were 17 Gu immortals. There was one myriad dragon Dak Gu immortal who stayed behind to look after vicious lightning fiend. But at this point, the battle had already gone out of the control of the righteous path Gu immortals. They had fallen into Song Zixing's specialty. As a demonic cultivator, Song Zixing was most proficient in escaping. I cannot go out directly, this Truyang mountain range is the best place to hide. I lost the violent blood dragon bat. After I escape, I will definitely settle this score with you. Song Zixing's expression was distorted, his heart was bleeding due to the huge losses. He swore in his heart, the blood rainbows suddenly turned and landed on the mountain range. There were countless fierce beasts living in Truyang mountain range. In the battle of pursuit, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were startled. They caused a huge disturbance to the pursuers behind Song Zixing. Song Zixing was very clear. The more chaotic the situation was, the more chances he would have to sneak away and escape. 3 days later, late at night. The crescent moon hung in the night sky. A dim blood light flew out of Truyang mountain range while sticking close to the ground. Clang! Suddenly there was the sound of metal colliding. A golden bell phantom descended and covered the blood light. A Gu immortal appeared. He was injured, he shouted. Song Zixing, where are you going? The moment he said that, Song Zixing disappeared from the golden bell. A palm and a small forearm appeared. Oh no, this is also fake. My true body is over there. The Gu immortal's expression changed. He quickly turned around and flew far away. A long while later, a figure quietly approached from afar. It was Fan Yuan. He was wearing a mask and his body was covered in smoke. He carefully walked towards the golden bell phantom. Chapter 857. Immortal Killer Move Blood Demon Body Separation. Fan Yuan looked at the broken arm and the golden bell phantom as he muttered. According to legends of Song Zixing, after Song Zixing betrayed myriad dragon Dak, he killed his pursuers and hid his tracks, developing rapidly. He had foresight and knew his situation, thus he created this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 great sects worked together to ambush and kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. In this battle, blood demon body separation shocked Central Continent for the first time. Song Zixing was able to escape mostly because of this move. This immortal killer move could create a flesh clone for a short period of time. The flesh clone was extremely fast, comparable to Blood Rainbow Flash. Moreover, it was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Even an investigative immortal killer move would not be able to find any flaws. However, the price of using this move was extremely high. A portion of one's body was needed to create a flesh clone. A large amount of immortal essence was also expended to maintain the existence of the flesh clone. The more immortal essence was expended, the longer the clone could last. There were many ways for Gu immortals to regrow their limbs. Blood demon body separation was only a manifestation. The truth was, it expended the blood path Dao marks in the body. It was because of these blood path Dao marks that blood demon body separation had such a mystical effect. If not for the blood path Dao marks as the price, the flesh clone created by blood demon body separation would not be able to pass off as the real thing. When ordinary Gu immortals were injured, for example, Fan Yuan would lose most of his body if he was attacked. The strength path Dao marks on his body would be retrieved by his immortal aperture. When his body recovers, the strength path Dao marks would return to his body. Once the Gu immortal died, the Dao marks on his body would also be retrieved into his immortal aperture. For example, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Song Zixing successfully used blood demon body separation. Even if the severed limb could regrow, the new body would be empty. The original blood path Dao marks would be expended along with the flesh clone. Undoubtedly, the expenditure of Dao marks was a huge loss to Gu immortals. Because Dao marks were very rare, they could only be accumulated after experiencing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. In every heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, Gu immortals often had to risk their lives, even damaging their immortal apertures and destroying the resources that they had painstakingly managed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was extremely high. This showed the value of each strength immortal Gu. But Fan Yuan was sure. Song Zixing should not have an immortal Gu like each strength. If he lost the blood path Dao marks, he would have to undergo calamities and tribulations and slowly accumulate them again. The Dao marks on a Gu immortal could effectively increase the power of immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. This amplification was terrifying. It could increase a rank 8 by hundreds or thousands of times. Thus, rank 7 Gu immortals could rarely defeat rank 8 existences. According to the legend of Song Zixing managed to escape with his life. In the end, only his head and half of his chest were left. The rest of his body had been decisively abandoned by him. He had activated the blood demon body disintegration. In this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost a great deal of face. They didn't achieve their goal and were played by Song Zixing instead. They suffered heavy losses. Song Zixing also suffered heavy losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast, the violent blood dragon bat, and more than half of his blood path Dao marks were destroyed in this battle. As a result, he did not appear in public for the next 200 years. There was even no news of him at all. People suspected that he was already dead. But when he reappeared, not only did he recover his battle strength, he even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats. Ambushing Song Zixing was a huge matter. Fan Yuan naturally knew about it. He looked at the severed arm with a burning gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing. It was his flesh and blood. As long as Fan Yuan obtained it, and used the Gu refinement method, he could refine Song Zixing's head. And Song Zixing's head was the only condition for Starform Blessed Land's land spirit to recognize him as its owner. Land spirits were stubborn existences. As long as Fan Yuan gave Song Zixing's head to the land spirit, he could become the owner of Starform Blessed Land. Starform Land Spirit did not care if Song Zixing was alive or not. It was only a pure obsession formed by the heavenly power of the Blessed Land. Fan Yuan could become its owner with this. Even if one day, Song Zixing appeared in front of the Land Spirit alive and kicking, the Land Spirit would not betray Fan Yuan. Because Fan Yuan had already fulfilled the condition for recognizing him as its owner. But at this moment, Fan Yuan still had some trouble subduing this arm. It was not difficult to break the golden bell, but once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a blood fog that covered the sky. Fan Yuan had to use other methods to suppress the severed arm, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. In fact, Fan Yuan also had a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the edge of Truyang Mountain Range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was wrapped by an immortal killer move. The Gu immortal who used the immortal killer move was busy chasing after Song Zixing. He had already forgotten about this severed arm. As time passed, the golden bell would dissipate after a night, and the severed arm would explode into a blood fog. At that time, the blood fog would cover hundreds of li, life would be lost, and the poison would spread far and wide. For the next few hundred years, Yuanyang City would continue to issue missions, recruiting talents to enter the blood fog and kill the blood beasts that were born in the blood fog, to prevent the blood beasts from forming a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, when Fan Yuan came to Central Continent, he had lived in Yuanyang City for a period of time. In order to survive, he had accepted missions to exterminate blood beasts. From this perspective, Fan Yuan had done a good thing by subduing Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Fan Yuan observed for a while, carefully using several mortal killer moves to probe. The golden bell phantom did not move, as expected of an immortal killer move. Fan Yuan then circled around the golden bell phantom, observing it from all angles, trying to find a suitable method. The golden bell phantom was not completely still, it was rotating slowly. The severed arm inside was floating in the air, the arm and palm were flickering with bright red light from time to time. Fan Yuan circled around it for more than 10 times, he already had a plan. He was about to make a move when his ears twitched. He heard many voices. Explosion, you heard it too? Yes. I saw a strange light, treasure, maybe. The voices were intermittent, getting closer and closer. Fan Yuan immediately understood. The nearby Gu masters were attracted. This was the edge of Truyang Mountain Range. Desolate beasts rarely came here, and it was near Yuanyang City. Many Gu masters were active here. Earlier, that Gu immortal had used an immortal killer move, the golden light sword into the sky. The commotion was not small, thus many Gu masters came to investigate. A bunch of ants. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. He willed, strength path phantoms rushed out of his immortal aperture one after another. Soon, these strength path phantoms numbered in the hundreds, densely packed as they surrounded Fan Yuan. Every time Fan Yuan moved, he would store large numbers of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Because he used myriad self. A certain amount of time was needed to form a strength path phantom army. Kill! Fan Yuan gave the order. Close to 1,000 strength path phantoms immediately moved, quickly disappearing into the night sky. What is that? Formation! Quickly form the formation! Run! Screams and shouts could be heard. A life and death battle started instantly. After a few breaths of time, the Gu masters were completely defeated. The strength path phantoms chased mercilessly. Countless Gu masters died. The smell of blood quickly spread to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had his hands behind his back. Looking at the golden bell phantom in front of him, his expression was calm under the mask. Even though he had thought of a method, he had not made a move yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the strength path phantoms were strong and fierce, they could not be investigated. They also did not have methods to increase their speed. Some Gu masters might not give up and use earth escape or concealment to sneak in again. However, these people would all die without a burial ground. Because Fan Yuan was here, he had already activated dozens of investigative killer moves. Without stopping, he covered this area layer by layer. There was no movement. They could escape his investigation. The advantage of having unlimited primeval essence was that he could use mortal Gu at will. Mortal killer moves would never stop. And because of Fan Yuan's accumulation in his previous life, the mortal killer moves he knew were even more outstanding, even surpassing this era. Fan Yuan waited for a while, and sure enough, 3 or 4 Gu masters sneaked in. Fan Yuan controlled the strength path phantoms, and killed these Gu masters one by one according to his instructions. Impossible! How did you find me? Spare my life! The Gu masters had nowhere to hide, they were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet again. The smell of blood was getting thicker, there was not even the sound of birds chirping in the sparse forest nearby. It was completely silent. Fan Yuan started to act. Myriad self first style, giant hand. A giant strength path hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the golden bell phantom. The golden bell phantom targeted the inside. It suppressed the inside, but its external defense was not strong. After adding pulling mountain and pulling water, Fan Yuan's current strength path giant hand could be said to be much stronger. He only needed to squeeze it tightly, and the golden bell would explode. But the key was, how to prevent Song Zixing's arm from exploding into a bloody mist after it was crushed. Thankfully, Fan Yuan was not only a strength path grandmaster, he was also a blood path grandmaster. He knew as many blood path methods as Song Zixing. And this time, he had planned for a long time, he had made ample preparations. Immediately he set up with full concentration. He set up close to 100 blood path killer moves in a row. They were tight and orderly, coordinating with each other. There were also large numbers of Gu formations set up in the surroundings, layer upon layer. After setting them up, he inspected carefully to see if there were any mistakes in his arrangements. He found 1 or 2 mistakes. After modifying them, Fan Yuan checked again a 3rd time, a 4th time, and a 5th time. This was a huge matter. Fan Yuan was very patient. Finally, when he made his move, everything was under his control. The golden bell phantom shattered, The arm was about to explode when it was suppressed. Layers of seals were added on top of it. When Song Zixing severed this arm and used blood demon body separation, he was already at the end of his rope. He had used less than 10 beads of immortal essence for it. Chapter 858. After obtaining the severed arm, Fan Yuan carefully stored it in his immortal aperture. Next, he carefully cleaned the place, trying to get rid of his traces. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he did not rest. He started immediately, spending 4 days and 3 nights to refine this severed arm, turning it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel immortal goo to go to Earth Abyss. Starform Land Spirit, I have brought Song Zixing's head! In the dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight appeared in front of him. It shone brightly and gushed out like spring water. After a breath of time, the dazzling starlight turned into a square door. The translucent starlight door floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door. On it were the words, Starform Blessed Land. Fan Yuan squinted, looking at it quietly. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had doors. Because with doors, they could interact. With interactions, they could absorb heaven and earth chi and strengthen themselves. Thus, infallible blessed land was very special, because it did not have a door. This was a very strange exception. Under Fan Yuan's observation, the starlight door opened slightly. It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head? A voice came from the door. Starform Land Spirit did not appear. He was on guard. Fan Yuan chuckled, throwing the head over. Facts speak louder than words. The door opened slightly again. An attractive force appeared out of nowhere, sucking the head in. It really is Song Zixing's head! The land spirit's joyful voice came from behind the door. Bam! The door opened completely. A path made of starlight spread out in front of Fan Yuan. Starform Land Spirit was at the door. It said to Fan Yuan with utmost sincerity, Starform Land Spirit welcomes Master. Fan Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He took large steps, stepping onto the starlight path. Stepping into Starform Blessed Land. The moment he stepped in, starlight filled Fan Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, revealing the unique terrain of Starform Blessed Land. The whole of Starform Blessed Land was a huge basin. It was like a giant bowl, and the edge of the giant bowl was a series of continuous mountain ranges, forming a circle, like a towering wall. Inside the giant bowl was a vast slope that continuously tilted towards the center. The curtain of night shrouded the world. Fan Yuan raised his head and looked up. The sky was pitch black, but there were tiny stars that shone weakly. It was just like how Hu Immortal Blessed Land only had day and no night. Starform Blessed Land only had night, there was no day. Generally speaking, blessed lands did not have any astronomical changes. Only when one became a grotto heaven or approached the level of a grotto heaven would there be a change in the weather. This was not the first time Fan Yuan had come here. In fact, he was the one who had planted this blessed land. The last time he was here, the night sky was filled with stars, and the stars were still very bright. It shone on the surface of the blessed land, giving it a high visibility. But now the starlight was indeed dim. It could be seen that stellar form land spirit's life wasn't good. This was normal. There were no goo immortals. The blessed land could no longer produce immortal essence on its own. The land spirit and the blessed land were one. In order to protect his own existence, he had to manage his blessed land. But how could a land spirit have the strength and intelligence of a goo immortal? So basically, land spirits would ask their masters to help them. Survival was the most basic instinct of any living being. It was just that the conditions for each land spirit to recognize a master were different. Fan Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings, before landing on stellar form land spirit. Bring me around the blessed land, Fan Yuan ordered. Stellar form land spirit had the appearance of a boy, floating in the air. He was wearing a pinkish blue dudu. His small arms and legs were white and tender like a lotus root. He was very cute. Ever since he recognized Fan Yuan as his master, stellar formland spirit had been looking up at him, his clear eyes filled with admiration and love. Hearing Fan Yuan's words, Stellar Form Land Spirit quickly nodded. Master, please follow me. His attitude before and after recognizing him as his master was like heaven and earth. A lump of starlight automatically gathered on Fan Yuan's body, bringing him along as he flew rapidly. This speed was extremely shocking, even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not compare to it. Fan Yuan only felt that starlight was lingering in front of him, the surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating, even with his vision, he could only capture a blurry image. The starlight suddenly stopped, the scenery in front of him had changed greatly. Master, you have reached the southeast corner of the blessed land. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the largest livestock farm in the blessed land. Stellar Form Land Spirit introduced. Fan Yuan looked over, seeing that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge, extending to the end of Fan Yuan's vision. The arrow bamboo was straight, somewhat similar to the green spear bamboo, but it was not jade green like the green spear bamboo. Instead, it had a pitch-black body. There were no leaves on the bamboo, there were only branches. On the edge of each arrow bamboo's markings, there were 2 or 3 bamboo branches. These bamboo branches were as straight as an arrow. At the foot of the arrow bamboo forest, there were large numbers of star cave stones, countless dark shiitake mushrooms, and densely packed white shadow grass. Fan Yuan nodded inwardly. This kind of ecological construction could not be any better. If I am not wrong, this is the place that produces star dart goo? Fan Yuan asked. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately replied. Star dart goo was only a rank 1 mortal goo, formed from the evolution of all kinds of ordinary insects. This was different from starlight firefly goo. Starlight firefly goo was formed from a portion of starlight firefly groups, evolving and mutating. As for star dart goo, this was any kind of insect. It would drill into the star cave stones that were filled with holes and fall into a deep sleep. After 49 days, a portion of the insects would wake up from their slumber and transform into star dart goo. Star dart goo's food was the arrow bamboo forest's bamboo juice. The air in the arrow bamboo forest had always been hot and humid. This kind of bamboo would slowly ooze bamboo juice. In the past, when this bamboo juice oozed out, it would form a thick blue fog. It was the best environment to raise star dart goo. Unfortunately, it has not been properly watered recently. It has become like this. Stellar Form Land Spirit said with a reminiscing tone. It seems that I will need to purchase large amounts of moonwell water in the future. Fan Yuan muttered. He was knowledgeable. He knew what kind of irrigation was needed for the arrow bamboo forest. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately said. His expression became slightly more spirited. Although Star Lord Wan Xiang left behind a lot of immortal essence, there were very few immortal yuan stones. Thus, Stellar Form Land Spirit's finances were rather tight. He could not buy whatever he wanted in jewel yellow skies. Compared to irrigating the arrow bamboo forest, other areas required more financial resources to maintain. Soon after, under the land spirit's lead, Fan Yuan went to the north of the blessed land, inspecting the meteorite pit. This was the place to raise starfire goo and even produce meteorite goo. He went to the center of the blessed land. There was a huge lake with sparkling waves. It was called Broken Star Lake. It was also a place to raise goo worms. It produced star river goo. Finally, he went to a few grasslands. They were all filled with star fragment grass. It seemed endless. Planted on the black soil, the grass leaves were plump and tender. The color was like oil. It was much better than the sky grasslands in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, be it in terms of size or appearance. Arrow bamboo forest, meteorite pit, broken star lake, star fragment grass field. Fan Yuan floated in the air, looking at the lake below him with a satisfied expression. These 4 were the 4 pillars of Star Lord Wan Xiang's economy. Star Lord Wan Xiang followed the rules. He mainly sold star dart goo, star fire goo, meteorite goo, star river goo and starlight firefly goo. When Fan Yuan was searching for these 4 pillars, he already had them. Fan Yuan currently only had guts goo and regretful spiders. The remaining eerie fire dragon python and dragonfish had not entered the market yet. Star-Lord Wan Xiang had rank 6 first stage cultivation. He had passed one heavenly tribulation. He was also a lone cultivator, but his cultivation was higher than Hu immortals. Originally, with his identity and foundation, it was impossible for him to develop the Blessed Land so well. But he had a fortuitous encounter. His fortuitous encounter was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child. In order to prolong his lifespan, he turned into an immortal zombie. He explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and fell into it. He was trapped in a deep sleep. Star-Lord Wan Xiang unexpectedly found that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was connected to the outside world of Central Continent. Every fixed time of the year, this gap would appear. Thus, Star-Lord Wan Xiang would go in every year and plunder the resources inside to strengthen himself. Although the time he could go in was limited, he could not stop going in. Because of this, Star-Lord Wan Xiang developed very well. His immortal aperture became more prosperous with each passing day, far surpassing other lone cultivator Gu immortals. Even Shirley had praised him inwardly when he saw him. This Star-Lord Wan Xiang's strength was already on par with ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sections. But unfortunately, Star-Lord Wan Xiang was injured by Song Zixing and was about to undergo tribulation. He had no choice but to take the risk and ask a tiger for its skin. He invited Immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. In the end, in the 8th Star Hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed and only his physical body was left. Fang Yuan seized his physical body and planted his blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the subsequent developments of Starform Land Spirit recognizing him as its master. With these 4 pillars of support, my financial resources have doubled from before. I am making a lot of money every day. I am really making a lot of money every day. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Star-Lord Wan Xiang had managed his blessed land for so many years. He had already opened up the market and occupied a portion of Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Fang Yuan inherited his blessed land and avoided the difficult development period of entering the market. He directly inherited Star-Lord Wan Xiang's channels and saved him a lot of trouble. Common resources like Star Dart Goo and Starfire Goo were usually sold in large quantities and faced intense competition. It was not easy to seize the market and get a share of the profits. They would face ostracization, price wars, and even the threat and assassination of Gu immortals. In short, cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. The Gu immortal world was bare. If you wanted to do business, you had to display your strength first. Without strength, no matter how good your business was, it would still be plundered and robbed. Thus, Fang Yuan was very careful with his dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. He wanted to use Shao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. This way, he could cause less trouble and earn more money. Of course, things like the monopoly of Guts Gu, he could sell them as he pleased. Others wanted to compete, but they could not, they could only watch helplessly. After inspecting the blessed land, Fan Yuan was very satisfied, but he had even greater expectations. Chapter 859. The whole of Starform Blessed Land was like a huge bowl. The center was also the lowest point. Here, there was a vast sea of lake, named Broken Star Lake. And Star-Lord Wan Xiang's usual cultivation location was at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Deep into the lake, Fan Yuan found a crystal palace. It was not big, there was only one main hall and 2 sub-halls. Star-Lord Wan Xiang's immortal Gu were kept in the main hall. Under Starform Land Spirit's lead, Fan Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. Once he entered, he saw an immortal Gu flying in the air. This immortal Gu looked like a centipede. It was long like an arm and dark like tungsten. It was moving around in the empty space of the main hall. The short stripes on its body were shining with blue light. This is rank 6 immortal Gu star mark. It can temporarily add 600 star path down marks to master's body. Starform Land Spirit introduced at an appropriate time. 600? Fan Yuan was shocked. He only had a little over 200 strength path down marks. And this was after using Eat Strength Immortal Gu recently. he gained over 40. This star mark immortal goo could actually add over 600 star path marks at once. The effect could be said to be outstanding. Over 200 Dao marks can amplify my strength by 20%. 600 is a 60% amplification. Unfortunately, they are star path Dao marks. I am not a star path goo immortal. Undeniably, this star mark immortal goo was an excellent supplementary immortal goo. Even though Fan Yuan was a strength path goo immortal and had strength path Dao marks, once he activated star mark immortal goo, his body would be covered in a layer of star path Dao marks, allowing him to act like a star path goo immortal. Other than star mark, there were two other immortal goo in the hall. One was like a rhombus crystal. It was the size of a fist, quietly lying on the table. It was unmoving. The other one was like a tender bean sprout, full of vitality. After Star Form Land Spirit's introduction, Fan Yuan learned that the first colorless crystal immortal goo was Starlight immortal goo. The second bean sprout immortal goo was called Star Shoot. Fan Yuan heard this and was overjoyed. My luck has come! These two immortal goo were much more useful to Fan Yuan than Star Mark immortal goo. Because Starlight goo was a necessary goo material for refining Wisdom Path Star Thought goo. Now that he had Starlight immortal goo, he could imitate how Strength Chi immortal goo refined Air Sac goo, refining Star Thought goo on a larger scale and faster. With Starlight immortal goo, this would save him the trouble of purchasing the Starlight goo. At the same time, using immortal goo as the base to refine mortal goo, Star Thought goo was done from top to bottom. The failure rate was much lower than the previous goo refinement method. The danger would be greatly reduced. This way, the losses of the hairy men would be greatly reduced. Of course, there were two problems. The first problem was that to use Starlight immortal goo, Fan Yuan would need to modify the Star Thought goo's recipe. The second question. Using Starlight immortal goo would expend immortal essence. But with Wisdom goo and the complete Star Thought goo recipe, it was not hard for Fan Yuan to modify the goo recipe. It was only a matter of time. As for the second problem, if it was the previous Fan Yuan, he would indeed be an obstacle. But now, Fan Yuan had become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. There were 6 economic pillars, and in the future, there would even be 8 profitable businesses. The earnings of Immortal Yuan Stone would be 4 times the current amount. Large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone also gave Fan Yuan great confidence. He could expend Immortal Essence to activate Starlight Immortal Goo. Starlight Immortal Goo was a huge help to the large-scale accumulation of Star Thought Goo. And Star Shoot Immortal Goo was also very useful. Fan Yuan had once bought a mortal killer move from Star Lord Wan Xiang. It was called Spring Star Rain. This move could irrigate plants and ensure that they would grow lushly. Ever since he obtained this move, Fan Yuan had been using it continuously. The reason why Hu Immortal Blessed Land's grassland in the sky was able to maintain its current scale was because of this mortal killer move. Using Spring Star Rain frequently would expend large amounts of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. Star Shoot Mortal Goo were only sold by Star Lord Wan Xiang. Fan Yuan had once wanted to break free from Star Lord Wan Xiang's control and researched the refinement recipe of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. But even with Wisdom Goo's help, Fan Yuan's star path attainment level was only ordinary. He could not achieve his goal. Now that Fan Yuan had Star Shoot Immortal Goo, he could use Spring Star Rain as he wished. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to immortal level. Using Star Shoot Immortal Goo as the core, it would have a greater effect on nurturing Star Fragment Grass. But soon, Fan Yuan learned from Star Form Land Spirit. Star Lord Wan Xiang had the immortal killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the mortal killer move Spring Star Rain that Star Lord Wan Xiang sold was a modified version of the original Spring Star Rain. The Star Shoot Goo that Star Lord Wan Xiang sold was refined from Star Shoot Immortal Goo. It was no wonder Fan Yuan could not reverse engineer the Goo recipe from the mortal Star Shoot Goo. Because Star Lord Wan Xiang's Goo refinement method was from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, Star Shoot, these 3 immortal Goo were all the immortal Goo left in the Blessed Land. Star Lord Wan Xiang had a total of 4 immortal Goo. Unfortunately, the 4th immortal Goo was destroyed in the battle with Song Zi Xing. Fan Yuan only obtained 3. Just these three were enough to satisfy Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, only a small portion of rank 6 Gu immortals in the 5 regions had immortal Gu. Most of them used mortal Gu and mortal killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 Gu immortals had rank 6 immortal Gu. For example, the rank 6 Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or lone cultivators like Star Lord Wan Xiang who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation was special. Because of the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower, Northern Plains immortal Gu were much more common than the other 4 regions. Speaking of which, Central Continent was the last among the 5 regions in terms of immortal Gu usage. There was no helping it, Central Continent had the most Gu immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was even more special. Not counting the 3 immortal Gu that he had just obtained, Fang Yuan already had 14 immortal Gu. No one would believe him if he told others about this number. Not to mention, there was also the rank 9 immortal Gu wisdom here. Normally speaking, even if one killed an enemy Gu immortal, it was hard to obtain spoils of war like immortal Gu. Like how Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage against Dong Fang Naganori, even Dong Fang Naganori's soul was captured alive. But Dong Fang Naganori only had a thought. All the immortal Gus self-detonated. Fang Yuan did not get anything. Star Lord Wan Xiang was a special case. Because he entered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm by mistake. Without any reaction, he died in a daze. Thus, the immortal Gu were preserved. In the end, it benefited Fang Yuan. These 3 immortal Gus still had Star Lord Wan Xiang's will. But with Star Form Land Spirit's help, subduing them was not a problem. Master, this is the immortal inheritance stored in the blessed land, please take a look. Land Spirit presented another inheritance for Fang Yuan to take a look. It turned out that this was Star Lord Wan Xiang's first fortuitous encounter. A Gu immortal inheritance related to Star Path. It was this inheritance that guided lone cultivator Star Lord Wan Xiang to cultivate and become a rank 6 Gu immortal. Star Lord Wan Xiang's second fortuitous encounter. He found the entrance to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and entered it many times to plunder resources. Speaking of which, his luck was quite good. Star Lord Wan Xiang cultivated Star Path, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a grotto heaven that focused on Star Path. They were very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Gu immortal, who immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Gu, and Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu was a Soul Path Gu. These aspects were not closely related. Unfortunately, Star Lord Wan Xiang died in the end. Everything was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan stayed in Star Form Blessed Land for an entire day, inspecting a small group of rockmen in the Blessed Land, as well as those 3 desolate beasts Spine-Fin Star Dragonfish. Star Lord Wan Xiang had used all sorts of methods to relocate this small group of rockmen. He did not have Guts Gu. Star Form Blessed Land was not a hotbed for rockmen, many of them died there. It was not easy for him to keep this batch. The 3 desolate beasts Spine-Fin Star Dragonfish were caught from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That place had no lack of desolate beasts. The reason why he spent so much effort and resources. It was because Star Mark Immortal Gu's food was the fresh flesh of the Spine-Fin Star Dragonfish. As for feeding Starlight Immortal Gu, it needed the bodies of rockmen. As for Star Shoot Immortal Gu, its food was a large amount of dark star kelp. This kind of kelp grew in large amounts at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. This was the state of Orthodox Gu immortals. What path they cultivated? Immortal Gu belonged to a certain path, and the immortal aperture mainly had the Tao marks of that path. This way, the feeding of the immortal Gu could be borne by themselves, they could nurture their own food. Unlike Fang Yuan, whose strength path immortal aperture was dead, who immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path immortal aperture, it had strength path, wisdom path, soul path, and luck path immortal Gu. To feed these immortal Gu, they had to seek help from the outside world. Each time, they had to work hard and were unstable. Fang Yuan's cleansed soul immortal Gu had not been fully fed yet. Be it who immortal Blessed Land or strength path immortal aperture, they both lacked soul path Tao marks. Even if Fan Yuan wanted to raise White Lotus giant silkworm Gu, it was impossible. After Starform Blessed Land recognized him as its owner, Fan Yuan's strength had doubled. 3-star path Immortal Gu, 4 trades, and a complete star path inheritance. Fan Yuan still needed a lot of time to slowly digest them. He still had Starform Land spirits spread the ownership requests in jewel yellow skies, creating the illusion that Starform Blessed Land had not recognized a master yet. For the time being, he did not intend to tell the truth to He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. He would hide it for as long as he could. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was already exposed. Starform Blessed Land was in a semi-exposed state. He Lulan knew its location. In the future, if he wanted to flee for his life, this foundation would be very important. As for Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources, as well as Danghun Mountain, Fan Yuan did not intend to move it for the time being. The arrangements had just been made, a large amount of funds had already been invested. Once it was moved to Starform Blessed Land, with how astute He Lulan was, how could she not know about it? In the following days, Fan Yuan continued to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Due to the convention, Central Continent was in a frenzy of Gu refinement. The news of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects joining hands to ambush Song Zixing was not spread, only the Gu immortal higher-ups knew about it. The 10 great ancient sects lost face. There was no news of Song Zixing. Many other sects and lone cultivator Gu immortals saw this as a joke. Many Gu immortals moved, trying to find traces left behind by Song Zixing in Truyang Mountain Range. But how could they find him? In Fan Yuan's previous life, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent searched for hundreds of years to protect their sect's reputation. Song Zixing's concealment skill was at the peak, even Fan Yuan could not match him. Thus, from the start, Fan Yuan did not have the intention to kill Song Zixing. Finally, the agreed date arrived. It was the day of the duel between Fan Yuan and Feng Qimhong. Even though it was not a competition, it attracted many Gu masters. Feng Qimhong, if you want to duel, let me see the wager first. If the wager is too low, there is no need to start this duel, Fan Yuan said in front of everyone. If he could avoid the duel, Fan Yuan only wanted the top 6 of the infallible inheritance. Furthermore, even if he lost the duel, he would not be eliminated, and his ranking would not be affected. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.